Hi, this is Anuj Puri. As always, it's been absolute delight to be a part of the jury for the Realty Plus Awards. Like every year, this year, these credible awards recognize consistency, delivery, customer satisfaction, quality. The jury has been very independent and have recognized the contestants which have been able to deliver on quality, on the prospects of customer satisfaction and ensuring that everything is done within a given time frame. We wish all the contestants the very best and certainly the winners very, very good luck. We look forward to seeing you all at the award ceremony.
My name is Firdaus Vandriwala and I am pleased to be part of this very special and prestigious jury for these awards. Real estate is a very fundamental building block of any economy in the world. And more than that, it is also fulfilling a very basic and required need of human beings. Real estate employs a lot of people and contributes significantly to any economy. And therefore, for those of us who are in the real estate business, it's a matter of privilege and pride. For me, a good real estate company is one which fulfills its promises, whether it is in terms of amenities, quality, construction time, cost, whatever be the promise, a good real estate company should keep it. I wish you all the best, and remember, our greatest glory is not in always rising, but in rising every time we fall.
Hi, I'm Ramesh Nair. I'm honored to be part of this jury. The Realty Plus Awards have set a benchmark in the industry. This is one of the most distinguished and highly regarded recognitions for real estate leaders. Our aim is to showcase some of India's most outstanding developers, consultants, and professionals. We reward path-breaking projects, designs, and innovations. Wish all the nominees the very best.
Dear all, a very warm welcome to the virtual presentation of the 13th edition of Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2021 North. With the past year and a half being of immense challenge and change in all segments of real estate, it is time we recognize and encourage the real estate professionals working against all odds and achieving the business goals in spite of the challenges. And to do so, Realty Plus today will bring together the leaders of the realty sector for some knowledge sharing discussions and felicitations later in the evening. I am Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus magazine, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh mantra.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
On that positive note, let's also take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus. Can we have the AV, please?
People are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Let me also take this opportunity to thank our partners of this event, our event associate Totality, business media partner, BW Business World Media Group, our online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and the event is organized by Realty Plus. So thank you all. Let me also inform you that the event is being live streamed right now on Realty Plus website, www.realtyplusmag.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and LinkedIn pages. And now let's proceed with the inaugural address of the day by Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and Business World Media Group. Known as India's media mogul, as we all know, Dr. Anurag Batra is a serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. He's a first-generation entrepreneur, and after acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW, Business World Media World, into digital events and BW communities. He's not able to join us live, but he has sent a special video message for us all. Can we have the AV, please?
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be at the Reality Plus Northern India event. We're doing this event virtually, though I hope we leave the pandemic behind us. The last few days, again, there is some cause for worry, but the Indian economy is back on recovery, and the real estate sector has started to see an impact of that. First of all, kudos to all of you for surviving and thriving despite the COVID. The real estate sector is a very important sector. When the real estate sector does well, the economy does well. When the economy does well, the real estate sector does well. The stock markets in the last 2 years have been exuberant. Some say there's a disconnect between the Fleet Street and the real street. But real estate is real. For the first time, a lot of millennials have realized the value of owning their own homes. Also, Indians in the last 20 months have saved more money than they've ever saved. So for residential real estate, it's a big year ahead in my view. I think the next 18 to 24 months will be the best ever for the residential sector. And as you'll hear experts, they'll tell you in the residential sector, actual buyers are buying. Now offices, commercial spaces are no longer commercial spaces. They are places where well-being of the
Well, that's right. As Dr. Batra was mentioning, the real estate is the backbone of the Indian economy. And in fact, 2020 has been a year of unique trends in the Delhi NCR real estate, especially, the increased investment in infrastructure development by the government and businesses, developing of tier 2 and 3 cities as centers of economic activity, along with increased consumer spending, is definitely set to pave the way for resurgence of Delhi NCR real estate. And today we have some eminent leaders of the region deliberating on these current challenges, inherent potential, and the forecast for coming years to give us an insight on the performance of various micro markets of the region. So let's begin our Realty Plus e-conclave with the first session of the day on the topic Delhi NCR New Growth Cycle, Robust Realty Demand and Supply. Let me introduce our panel members. The session will be chaired by Santosh Kumar, Vice Chairman, ANARO. Santosh Kumar was the group's India's head, and the entire India city leads and its Dubai office reports to him. He has over 20 years of hands-on experience in Indian real estate. And Santosh Kumar is associate of AICWA, member of FICCI, and is also member of the Indian Cancer Research Society. Welcome, Mr. Santosh Kumar, and we look forward to a very interesting session moderated by you. Let me introduce our speakers in an alphabetical order. I welcome Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, founder and chairman, Signature Global Group, and chairman, ASSOCHAM National Council on Real Estate, Housing and Urban Development. With a grand vision and mission of Har Parivar, Ek Ghar, house for every family, Mr. Agarwal has been contributing significantly to the Housing for All mission. With a target to launch 1 lakh affordable housing by 2022, he has launched close to a dozen affordable housing projects in the National Capital Region. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Pradeep Jain, Chairman, Parsavnath Developers. Mr. Pradeep Jain is a first-generation entrepreneur, and he has been the member of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and several other industry associations. He was the past chairman Creda National too, and under his leadership, Pasavnath developers with a pan-India presence in over 37 cities became the first real estate company to have integrated with ISO 9001, 1401, and OHSAS 1801. Our next very eminent panel member is Mr. Pradeep Lala, MD and CEO, Embassy Services Private Limited. Pradeep Lala joined Embassy Services in 2013, and in a very short span of time, he has taken Embassy Services to become one of the largest business units within the Embassy Group. Mr. Pradeep Lala drives the firm's international footprint through new offices and global client relationships. He has over 3 decades of experience and has held various leadership roles. Our next very eminent panel speaker is Mr. Prashant Solomon, Managing Director, Chintals India, and Honorary Treasurer, Creda NCR. Mr. Solomon has a degree in law and is the promoter of the Chintals Group. Under his able leadership, the Chintals Group of companies have been actively involved in the field of real estate in the NCR, and the flagship company, Chintals India Limited, is in the process of developing over 600 acres of prime land in the new sectors of Gurgaon. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Ms. Pushpa Bector, Executive Director, DLF Retail Malls. Ms. Pushpa Bector leads the DLF shopping malls comprising 5 properties across Delhi, NCR, and Chandigarh, namely DLF Mall of India, India's first and largest destination mall, DLF Promenade, DLF Place, DLF Cyber Hub, India's first integrated F&B and entertainment destination, and DLF City Center, Chandigarh, and new upcoming projects. She is currently responsible for providing executive leadership and management of DLF shopping malls, where she heads the business units, including marketing, leasing, finance, and operations. Our final panel member of this session is Mr. Sunil Agarwal, founder and MD, Black Olive Ventures, which is a new age valuation and advisory services company. Mr. Agarwal has over 25 years of experience in the Indian real estate sector. He has been the co-founder and CEO of South Asian Real Estate, FDI-backed funds management and real estate development company. And Mr. Agarwal is a faculty and council member of Institution of Valuers, board member of NISUS Finance, investment committee member of Mirae Asset and Dalmia Asset Management's real estate funds. So this is our very eminent panel for this very interesting session. Let me hand it over to Mr. Santosh Kumar to take forward the conversation.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you so much for giving the introduction of all the panel members. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to welcome you all. Very vibrant panel we have. Many of the panel members are very good friend of mine, very good friend of our firm. So thank you so much for joining on this very interesting, insightful panel discussion on the subject Delhi NCR's demand and supply growth. I think the best part post-pandemic, like Anurag mentioned, we are witnessing a rapid growth in the sales on the residential part of the business. It is very heartening to see the market bouncing back with a vengeance after some of the toughest times we had in the last 2 years. And especially Delhi NCR witnessed a lot of challenges. We had infrastructure challenges, we had regulatory challenges, the challenges on the environment side. There has been a huge amount of challenges, and when we go to some of the other cities, many of the developer friends do blame NCR developers for bringing or gifting the RERA to the real estate community. But having said that, we have seen very prominent developers coming out, or development companies coming out from the NCR. We have seen a huge amount of development in the NCR region, on different assets classes. Just to give the numbers, I think in the last 2 quarters, NCR has witnessed a growth of around 48% on year basis on the housing sales. I think the last quarter was one of the best quarter in the last decade, I would say, which has completely outstripped many of the previous quarters. Even across the top 8 cities, if you compare, the last quarter was one of the best quarters. Around 64,000 units got sold in the last quarter itself. These were the year-on-year growth compared to the same quarter. The new launches in the last 8 cities were around more or less similar, which is around 60,000 units came into the market, which is a significant recovery, I would say, as compared to the Q2 of 2021. I think in this panel, we'll be discussing many more things. We have got a very eminent panel, contributing from various assets classes, and we'll have a very insightful discussion on the future of real estate, especially for the NCR. So I am honored to be joining today, some of the best of the leaders in the industry, best of the minds in our industry, and let me probe them. What's their thoughts as far as the future of real estate, as far as NCR is concerned? So my first question to Pradeep Agarwal ji from Signature Global. Pradeep ji, the hot topic at this moment, this is regarding the pollution. At this moment, everyone is going through the pollution challenges in the NCR, and I do not think इससे बढ़िया चीज अगर हम आज के दिन में कोई और चीजें डिस्कशन नहीं कर सकते हैं apart from the pollutions. So being one of the largest developer and having Pradeep ji so many construction going on in different sites, especially on your various projects. So what is your thoughts? What is the solution for this year-on-year problem? We have been seeing these regular lockdowns on the construction sites because of the pollution, and government was also not being able to bring in any kind of a solutions, and ultimately it is going to impact the developer as well as the customer, because there will be a delay in the project completions. So what's your thought, and what is the solution for this this problem?
So thanks, Santosh, and good afternoon to all of you. So first of all, of course, आज की डेट में एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज ऐसा बन चुका है कि कोविड भी एक ऐसे पीरियड रहे कि काफ़ी टाइम जो कंस्ट्रक्शन थी वो कहीं ना कहीं स्टॉप रही, और पॉल्यूशन भी एक ऐसा मुद्दा हर ईयर के लिए बन गया है कि लगभग 1 मंथ से 1.5 मंथ के अराउंड हर ईयर ही ये लॉकडाउन होता है. यानी एक्सपेक्टेड है, जितने भी डेवलपर्स हैं वो ऑलरेडी अपनी एक्सेल्स में उसको एक प्रोपोजिशन में लेकर चलते हैं कि कम से कम 1 मंथ का एक लॉकडाउन, अनसेड लॉकडाउन आएगा. ऑफ कोर्स सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जैसा भी लास्ट अपनी उसमें भी कहा कि एक परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन चाहिए. आई थिंक सो परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन की बहुत ज्यादा नीड है. केवल जिस वक्त प्रॉब्लम आए उसी वक्त सॉल्यूशन बने, मुझे लगता है वो राइट वे नहीं है. और शायद अगर जितनी भी गवर्नमेंट हैं कुछ इसके बारे में एक ठोस डिसीजन लेती हैं तो जरूर कोई ना कोई सॉल्यूशन निकलेगा, क्योंकि इसका बहुत बड़ा खामियाजा रियल एस्टेट को भुगतना पड़ता है. रीजन क्या है? फॉर एग्जांपल मैं सिर्फ अपनी साइट की बात करूं तो बिफोर जब पोल्यूशन के लिए इन्होंने बैन किया, उस वक्त लगभग 5000 से ज्यादा लेबर ऑन बोर्ड थी वहां जो काम कर रही थी, और लास्ट 15 दिन में वो जो लेबर है वो घट के 2000 पर आ गई है, क्योंकि वो एक टाइम के बाद वो उसको आपको रोकना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है. तो ऐसे में चैलेंजेस नो डाउट बहुत ज्यादा हैं इस चीज को लेके कि इसका एक परमानेंट सोल्यूशन जरूर बनाना पड़ेगा. अदरवाइज न डेवलपर को ही नहीं, पूरे देश को इसका एक बहुत बड़ा लॉस है. तो आई थिंक सो मुझे लगता है कि पॉल्यूशन पॉइंट पे तो यही चीज है। दूसरा, जैसा आपने काफी आंकड़े दिए, तो मुझे लगता है आंकड़ों के तो आप जादूगर हैं, और पूरे इंडिया का एक जो जूस है वो निकाल के आप बता रहे होते हैं कि क्या चीज कैसा है। मुझे लगता है अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का हब जो है वो दिल्ली एनसीआर बन चुका है। इस वक्त अगर हम ज्यादातर जो प्राइस पॉइंट 25 लाख से 75 लाख रुपए के बीच का जो सेगमेंट है, चाहे वो गुरुग्राम एरिया हो, चाहे नोएडा हो, ग्रेटर नोएडा हो, इस टिकट साइज की जो डिमांड है वो अनलिमिटेड है। यू कैन से अनलिमिटेड मीन्स कि जितनी इन्वेंट्री आपके पास अवेलेबल है, और अगर आपकी लोकेशन राइट है एंड जो फ्लैट्स आपने बनाए हैं उनके डिजाइन राइट हैं, तो जो लेने वाले हैं उनकी जो डिमांड है मुझे लगता है बहुत ज्यादा है, और जो सप्लाई है वो कहीं ना कहीं कम है। कुछ ना कुछ पॉलिसी लेवल के ऊपर भी मुझे लगता है गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत ज्यादा काम किया है। अगर हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट की बात करें तो हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने पहले एक अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग जो सेगमेंट था उसको लॉन्च किया। इसके बाद जो दीनदयाल जो सेगमेंट था वो DDJY, वो मुझे लगता है एक बहुत बड़ा गेम चेंजर बना है, पर्टिकुलर गुरुग्राम रीजन के अंदर। बहुत सारे डेवलपर इस वक्त इन प्लॉट्स को लेकर आ रहे हैं, प्लॉट्स उनके ऊपर फ्लोर बनाने में, और अल्टीमेट उससे एड्रेस क्या हुआ है, टिकट साइज। क्योंकि आज जो पर्सन, इससे पहले गुरुग्राम में अगर उसे कोई भी प्लॉट लेना है तो कम से कम 250 स्क्वायर यार्ड का मिनिमम था, और जिसके फ्लोर्स की अगर बात करें तो इन करोड़ थे। आज ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि लगभग 100 स्क्वायर यार्ड में आराम से 2 BHK यूनिट आप बना सकते हैं, और उसे 40-45 लाख रुपए में उसको एक फ्लोर प्रोवाइड करा सकते हैं। तो ये एक गेम चेंजर बना है। दूसरा, जो लोकेशन एडवांटेज है मुझे लगता है वो एनसीआर के पास सबसे ज्यादा है, क्योंकि गुरुग्राम एक पूरा का पूरा बिजनेस हब है। टॉप एमएनसीज, ग्लोबल एमएनसीज हैं वो गुरुग्राम में हैं, और नोएडा भी कहीं ना कहीं एम्प्लॉयमेंट के मामले में आगे निकलता जा रहा है। क्योंकि रिसेंटली आप देखिए जो जेवर एयरपोर्ट है वो भी अनाउंस हुआ है, वो एक पूरी की पूरी सिचुएशन को मुझे लगता है बहुत ज्यादा चेंज करेगा। क्योंकि आज तक गुरुग्राम के पास जो एडवांटेज था वो कहीं ना कहीं जो एयरपोर्ट है उसका बहुत एडवांटेज रहता था। आज अगर ये जो एयरपोर्ट है जेवर एयरपोर्ट, जितनी जल्दी ये शुरू होगा वहां का रियल एस्टेट मुझे लगता है ड्रास्टिकली चेंज होगा। ऐसे ही जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट है वो भी धीरे धीरे कहीं ना कहीं और ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है। अभी जो चैलेंजेस मुझे नजर आते हैं, अगर मैं चैलेंजेस की बात करूं तो सबसे ज्यादा बड़े चैलेंजेस हैं कॉस्ट। जो कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट है वो इस दौरान काफी ज्यादा हाइक हुई है। अगर कुछ रॉ मटेरियल्स की बात करें, स्टील या सीमेंट की, जो एक कंस्ट्रक्शन में सबसे बड़ा पोर्शन है, वो उसने काफी बड़ा एक हिट किया है। लेकिन फिर भी क्योंकि रियल एस्टेट को लेकर मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव हूं, और मुझे लगता है ये जो डिकेड है 2030 वाला, इस डिकेड के अंदर रियल एस्टेट की जो तस्वीर है बिल्कुल बदलने वाली है। और आई होप कि जितने भी डेवलपर इस डिकेड के अंदर सरवाइव करके काम करेंगे तो एक बहुत बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन हम करने वाले।
प्रदीप जी, आपने बहुत सारी चीजें कवर कर दिया एक ही सवाल में। आपने जो है पॉल्यूशन को भी कवर कर दिया, आपने अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग के बारे में भी कवर कर दिया, उसके बाद जो है अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग की जो है प्रपोजिशन है जो एनसीआर मार्केट में, उसके बारे में आपने बात किया। उसके बाद आपने टच किया लैंड के ऊपर भी। मेरे हिसाब से प्रदीप जी, सबसे बड़ा सवाल इस टाइम आता है, ये जो रिकवरी हुई है मार्केट की जो है पोस्ट कोविड, हर जगह हम जाते हैं तो एक बहुत बड़ा एक वाइब्रेंसी है हर एक मार्केट में कि बहुत जबरदस्त तरीके का एक रेसिडेंशियल प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत जबरदस्त डिमांड आ रही है। तो सबसे बड़ा फियर ये लग रहा है कि ये कितना टाइम तक ये रहेगा, ये बुएंसी के कब तक रहेगा। और जिस तरीके से आपने सर टच किया कि कॉस्ट जो है, द लास्ट फ्यू मंथ द कॉस्ट हैज रियली गॉन अप, एंड सर ये कॉस्ट जो है आप कभी ना कभी कस्टमर्स को पास ऑन करोगे, उससे जो है सेल्स के ऊपर क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ने वाली है। एंड आप तो सबसे ज्यादा तो अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग सेगमेंट में आपको पास कुछ ना कुछ एक रिस्ट्रिक्शन है, आप प्राइस को बढ़ा नहीं सकते हो। तो कंसिडरिंग दैट, हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू मैनेज एंड हाउ लॉन्ग दिस ये जो बुएंसी है वो कंटिन्यू रहेगा, प्रदीप जी?
सो संतोष, फर्स्ट पॉइंट आपका कि जो डिमांड है, क्योंकि आप ना किसी भी एसेट क्लास की बात करें, आप कैपिटल मार्केट की बात करें, वहां ऑलरेडी मार्केट हायर पर है, वहां और इन्वेस्टमेंट आने के लिए मुझे लगता है एक बड़ा चैलेंज है। दूसरा, अगर आप किसी मेटल में गोल्ड या सिल्वर किसी और एसेट क्लास की बात करें तो वहां भी क्योंकि जो प्राइजेस हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज नहीं देखने को मिल रहे हैं। एक रियल एस्टेट ऐसा सेक्टर है जो पिछले 5 to 7 ईयर में बहुत ज्यादा ग्रोथ नहीं कर पाया है, और सबसे ज्यादा जो पहले अगर इंडियन माइंडसेट रहा है तो रियल एस्टेट के अंदर इन्वेस्टमेंट का रहा है, लेकिन लास्ट डिकेड में कुछ ऐसा हुआ कि इन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर कोई रिटर्न नहीं आ पाया, तो लोगों का रुझान थोड़ा कम हो गया। लेकिन ये सिचुएशन इस वक्त बिल्कुल चेंज हुई है। और दूसरा, जैसे आपने कोविड के बाद कहा, कोविड के बाद हमने जैसे लोगों का माइंडसेट समझा कि अचानक कोविड के बाद डिमांड क्यों आ गई, क्योंकि नॉर्मली किसी भी एसेट क्लास की बात करें, उस एसेट क्लास के अंदर एक चीज सबसे ज्यादा देखने वाली है कि वो किस रेट के ऊपर आप उसमें इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगा कि रियल एस्टेट एक कोविड के बाद कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रेशर फील कर रहा था, लोगों ने अपनी इन्वेंट्री को डिस्पोज ऑफ भी किया और लोगों को अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी भी मिली। आप देखिए बहुत सारे ऐसे एरिया हैं, इवन जैसे गुरुग्राम में अगर मैं बात करूं तो लगभग 50% से ज्यादा ग्रोथ हुआ है। खास करके अगर प्लॉट की बात करें तो जिन प्लॉट्स के रेट 70-80 हजार रुपए स्क्वायर यार्ड थे वो लगभग 1,20,000 से 30,000 रुपए हो गए। तो अचानक से डिमांड आई है, लोगों को रियलाइज हुआ है कि दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू इन्वेस्ट या फॉर बाय द प्रॉपर्टी। दूसरी एक चीज मैंने और नोटिस की है इसके अंदर कि लोग क्या करते हैं कि रेजी की यील्ड हमेशा डाउन होती है लगभग 2 से 3%, और अदर एसेट क्लास हैं वो कम से कम 8 से 12% का रिटर्न देते हैं। तो नॉर्मली लोग क्या करते हैं, अपनी जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो किसी अदर एसेट क्लास में लगाकर रखते हैं, और जो घर है वो किराए पर भी प्रेफर कर लेते हैं। लेकिन कोविड ने पहली बार लोगों को ये बात समझाई है कि छोटा हो या बड़ा, एक अपना घर जरूर होना चाहिए। किसी भी एक्सीडेंटल सिचुएशन के अंदर कुछ भी हो, कम से कम उस घर में जाकर हम आराम से रह सकते हैं। तो ये जो माइंडसेट चेंज है ये आया है, और खास करके इस टिकट साइज में जो 25 लाख से 75 लाख की जो टिकट साइज है, इसमें तो इस माइंडसेट में बहुत चेंज आया है। क्योंकि मैंने लोगों के ये कन्वर्सेशन सुने हैं, उनसे डिस्कस किया है कि आपने अचानक अपना इरादा चेंज कैसे कर लिया, आज तक आप बाहर नहीं थे। उन्होंने कहा कि कोविड के टाइम में हमने जो चीजें फेस की हैं वो हम दोबारा नहीं देखना चाहते। इन केस अगर हम किराए के मकान में हैं और अगर हमारा जो लैंडलॉर्ड है हमें नहीं रखना चाहता तो उस वक्त हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी ट्रबल क्रिएट होगी। तो इस वजह से हम अपना मकान बुक कराना चाहते हैं। यही डिमांड कहीं ना कहीं आपको जो ग्राउंड से नजर आ रही है। और दूसरा, हरियाणा में जो गवर्नमेंट है उसने क्या किया है, इस दौरान लगभग 3,000 से ज्यादा अनअप्रूव्ड जो कॉलोनीज थी, जो मशरूमिंग क्रिएट हो रही थी, लोग अनऑथराइज कॉलोनीज को काटकर और सेल कर रहे थे, उनके ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं वार किया है। ऐसी दीनदयाल जन आवास योजना लाके उन लोगों को डिमोरलाइज किया है कि आप ऐसी जो कॉलोनीज है ना काटें। और गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं एक्शन में भी आई है, ऐसी कॉलोनीज के ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने एक्शन भी लिया है, जिससे जो लोग हैं बाय करने वाले, खास करके छोटे टिकट साइज वाले, उन्होंने दीनदयाल जन आवास योजना जैसी योजना में पैसा लगाया है। ये डिमांड जो है वहां से नजर आ रही है। दूसरी सेकंड पॉइंट आपने कहा कि जो कंस्ट्रक्शन की कॉस्ट है वो अल्टीमेट पास ऑन होगी। आई थिंक एज ए डेवलपर मैं कहूंगा एक टाइम तक आप उसे बियर कर सकते हैं, उसके बाद अल्टीमेट आपको उसे पास ऑन करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन अभी भी जो इस मार्केट में डिमांड है वो ज्यादा है, तो मुझे लगता है ये जो पास ऑन होगा ये भी कस्टमर कहीं ना कहीं बियर कर ले।
बट उसकी वजह से सेल्स का वेलोसिटी में इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ेगा?
मुझे नहीं, अभी बिल्कुल नहीं। मुझे अभी देखिए, डिमांड का आपको ना डिमांड एंड सप्लाई का गैप समझना होता है। रियल एस्टेट के अंदर आप पिछले डिकेड की बात करें तो लगभग 100 से ज्यादा एक्टिव डेवलपर काम कर रहे थे दिल्ली एनसीआर में। इस वक्त एक्टिव डेवलपर जो है वो 20 से भी कम है। तो आप ये मान के चलिए कि जो पहले सिचुएशन थी उसमें आज में बहुत चेंज है। लेकिन जो बायर है वो तो अल्टीमेट है। हर साल यूथ एक क्रिएट होता है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं घर चाहिए होता है, और अब तो खास करके जो नया यूथ है उसके अंदर भी एक अपना घर लेने की जो है वो ज्यादा होड़ है। अगर आप होम लोन सेगमेंट की बात करें तो पिछले 2010 से पहले जो एवरेज एज थी जो होम लोन लेने वालों की लगभग 41 ईयर से ज्यादा थी। आज वो जो एज है वो एवरेज 31 से 35 के बीच में है। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जैसे ही वो अपनी मैरिज करता है, उस काम से होता है, तो उसके बाद वो तुरंत चाहता है कि मैं अपना घर ले लूं। तो ये जो माइंडसेट चेंज आया, मुझे लगता है ये कहीं ना कहीं आने वाले टाइम तक भी बना रहेगा। तो मैं पर्टिकुलरली बहुत बुलिश हूं, कम से कम अगले 5 साल के लिए। तो
No, we are also hoping, Pradeep ji, we are also hoping that this buoyancy will remain there for longer period than what we have seen in the past. Sunil, you have been a veteran in this industry, and you have been studying this sector very diligently and thoroughly. What's your take? The way things are happening on various asset classes, Sunil. You have been observing the office side as well, retail side. There are new sectors which are emerging like logistics, data centers. Being a consultant and as a professor of this industry, how do you see this sector?
Thank you, Santosh. Good to see a couple of faces. Sort of was interacting physically. आजकल सब जो है Zoom पे ही बात होती है. But anyway, good opportunity. Thank you, Exchange for Media. Very quickly, I think COVID अगर हम देखें, अगर that's the immediate past that everybody is in COVID, the darling of investment has always been residential, because I think you look at US markets, you look at European markets, you look at Indian markets. Pradeep ji भी कह रहे थे. I think people have realized that they need a house, and more so in Indian context, जब prices बहुत time तक नहीं बढ़े, उम्मीद भी बहुत ज्यादा जो है उनके गिरने की अब नहीं है, क्योंकि कॉस्ट साइकिल बढ़ गया है. स्टील सीमेंट ही अगर हम लें और कोई नया प्रोजेक्ट प्लान करें तो 150 से 200 रुपए इज व्हाट वी थिंक इज पर स्क्वायर फुट का इम्पैक्ट है. बाकी चीजें आप और इंक्लूड कर लें तो आई थिंक दिस इम्पैक्ट इज अ सिग्निफिकेंट इम्पैक्ट. अगर वो कोई स्ट्रक्चर ही 650 रुपए का बनाता था, 700 का बनाता था, वो 800, 850, 900 रुपए से कम नहीं है अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग के अंदर. सो दैट इज वन सेक्टर दैट आई थिंक आई also do valuations. We were doing 2,200 valuations. Now we're doing 4,000 valuations every month. So that tells you the kind of demand that has emerged, at least in the affordable segment. दूसरा segment, when COVID was there, I studied कि न्यूटन साहब जो है बहुत बड़े physicist थे, उन्होंने जो है क्या करा कि he went for hibernation for two years almost when the Great Plague happened in UK. And I have seen a lot of people जो आज छोटे से फार्म हाउस का, चाहे वो 1 बीघे का फार्म हाउस हो, अगर आप जेबर साइड जाएं and you look at what is happening there, is even 500 square meter plots are being done. Some of them obviously are not legal, and that Kachi colony thing is also happening, which is not good. But I think there's this huge pent up demand for people to stay away from these smaller houses in the urban area to a larger space, 30, 40, 50 kilometers away. An example is that my secretary in Bombay, I asked her one day, what do you do on weekends? And he said, I go to a house in Mira and Bhayandar, because she was staying in a 1-room flat in Bombay in Bandra, and then she used to go on a weekend कि वहाँ मैं 3 bedroom का मकान afford कर सकती हूँ, so I need more space, and party सब मीरा भायंदर रोड पे होने लगी. I think this trend will also continue, and there will be a lot of demand for these larger plotted developments along the peripheral way. This is my feeling. Commercial, I think we all understand what has happened to commercial. पहले था कि जी बहुत office space is now down and out, and Pradeep is there, and I think people who are more knowledgeable, close to heart. But if you look at what's happened to Embassy REIT, pricing has not dipped beyond 325 rupees, and people are still getting this 6-7% returns. So I think when you look at either Mindspace, you look at Embassy, which obviously is the leader, the grade A space, you will still find people who will want to be there. Youngsters more than senior. मुझे तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है मैं घर से बैठ के काम कर लूं. But when you look at these youngsters, my own daughters, इनकी इच्छा नहीं होती कि they don't want to be sitting on screens for that period of time. They want to go out, they want to interact, they want to meet, and it is the youngsters who are driving this demand of office space. They don't want to sit at homes. They may be sitting at homes for 1 or 2 days or 3 days a week, but 4 days out of 7 they want to be in the office meeting their colleagues. So while these 40, 45, 50, we may think very differently, but I think this
youngsters do want to meet. This millennial generation has realized that sitting in front of screens is not a good thing. And you're seeing leasing coming back. So I am not very, I'm not that guy who will say that office is down and out. Yes, there'll be restructuring. There'll be more changes in design. You may have to have offices as more as meeting places than places where actual work happened. You could hive off a few things. But I think office is there to stay, especially grade A office. And I don't see also a lessening of demand for smaller offices. आज अगर 1000 फुट का ऑफिस किसी के पास है, so a chartered accountant, a lawyer, a professional, उसको city center एक अच्छी space में वो छोटा furnished office चाहिए. He may not be expanding too much, but I think you will have this demand, and some of that will be taken away by, again, co-works. I think co-works are here to stay. Obviously, the scale at which they had done, वो नहीं चलेगा. Retail, I have an issue. I mean, retail, I feel, I don't know how, but malls will have to fight a battle. There is a lot of e-commerce that's happening, and I think we were already seeing before pandemic also, plate sizes have reduced in a lot of large anchors also. 40,000 foot की जगह 20,000 foot पे आ गए थे. So today I think retail is some kind of a puzzle, and that is to be redefined. Logistics, lesser said the better. I don't think so. There could be a better time. GST has come. Everybody understands. You don't have 5 warehouses in NCR. Pehle Delhi, Rajasthan, Gurgaon, Noida, Greater Noida, har jagah ek warehouse ki zarurat hoti hai. Today you can have a hub and spoke model. So that is there for staying, and I think you will see more massive logistics come up. Hospitality, again, I think you're seeing a churn of the cycle, but yes, what vengeance tourism has happened, the high-end properties are here to stay. I think that's something which people used to always tell me that hotel banana hai to 5-star hotel hi banao. जब जो है दिक्कत आएगी तो 5-star में तो कमरा book हो जाएगा, the lower end will die. So I think you are seeing business hotels do well. At the same time, luxury properties will come back. So I think hospitality is there. On the other asset classes of data centers and parking lots and any income producing asset, whether it is a toll road, whether it is a data center, whether there is income out of that property, that income which is regular from property and asset which is indestructible has proven to be the darling of investors across the globe. Mera aisa manna hai, and I think it will be music to Pradeep ji's ears also, that the asset class which is income producing, use hi hum real estate bolte hain. We just believe that this asset class will replace the debt. If you look at my personal portfolio, 50% of my debt, 50% of my debt allocation will move to REITs. And there were fears when this embassy was going down at 331 rupees, allocation hua, phir 325 gir gaya. I think people who were sensible, they understood this game, are smiling today, because I think it's not only capital appreciation, but certainty of income from a real estate resource is definitely far more better than a bond paper. Log kehte ji, bond khareed do. You've seen all what has happened to bonds, even when you have large institutions, I will not name, but unke mutual funds bhi aaye, wo bond to hawa ho gaya. Companies ke niche koi asset base nahi tha. At least in real estate REITs, you will see that confidence, and ye aaj usko samajh nahi aata hai, usko aur अच्छे से समझ में आना चाहिए. When you get a 6-7% from a REIT, it is almost tax free. Whereas if you get a 6-7% on FDR, it is pre-tax income. So today, if somebody has to match what these REITs will give at 6-7%, is equivalent of almost a 9-10%. और आज के टाइम में 9-10% की जो yield है, अभी प्रदीप जी ने कहा जी जो लोग 8 से 12% के पेपर में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, at 6-7% also your effective yield is 8-10%. And that too, धीरे धीरे वो capital appreciation अगर होता है, तो I think you will see income producing real estate of all varieties. Parking lots हो, आपके toll roads हो, आपकी office space हो, logistics space हो. I think you will see REITs like Embassy diversify much more and then give good handsome returns to investors. This is what my take on various asset classes is, Santosh.
Sunil, very well summarized. I think as usual, Sunil, you have been able to summarize in a very, very easy manner, I think, which people can easily understand, especially on the last part, which was the capital return on the investment made on their portfolios. Pradeep ji, Pradeep Jain साहब, यहाँ पे panel में 3 Pradeep ji है, so I'm finding it a little difficult to moderate. Jain साहब, आपने देखा होगा sir, there has been a talk about the consolidation in the industry, and हमने बात किया था, एक बार NCR में भी consolidation हो रही है, some of the listed entities or the corporates are coming and getting into smaller developers, or maybe the some of the developers who have been facing very difficult times. Pradeep ji, वो consolidations अभी जिस तरीके से उसका reflection देखा जाए तो sales में, what we have seen, the sales, especially on the number of units sold, if you compare it with the listed entities as against the non-listed entities, there's a huge difference. बहुत ज़्यादा जो बिक्री है अभी जो है प्रोडक्ट जो है जो listed entities का या corporate entities का बिक्री है, that's primarily because of the trust factor. तो उसको नजर में देखते हुए प्रदीप जी, आप कैसे देख रहे हो आगे जाके कि जो non-branded या non-corporate entities, how they are going to survive and how they are going to strategize themselves in order to survive in this market?
Hi, Santosh. Good afternoon, everybody. Santosh, if you look at this question in a different manner, from last 12 years, the large developer across the country, including the listed entities, they expanded themselves to the different cities, say pan-India presence, right?
Yes.
So like some people are working 10 cities, some people are working 20 cities, etc., etc. And suddenly real estate become a downtrend in all the asset class. Either you talk about the luxury, affordable, mid, retail, commercial, all asset class of the real estate. And then the developers' projects start delaying, right? And then the RERA come, other regulations come, service tax come, GST comes, etc., etc. And the most of the projects are delayed, either the small developer, mid developer, or the larger developer across the country. Now, after the pandemic, the consolidation is a one part, but the demand of all asset class start coming up. Either you talk about affordable, Pradeep talk about affordable, Sunil talks about some other asset class, etc. Now, the thing is, the consolidation start in a different manner. The issue is not that the listed entity is consolidating or the small developer is consolidating. The bad market or bad developer from the market are going away. What happened in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, particularly one area of the Noida, Greater Noida, right? The government giving the land in 10% and the people start selling, and they become a biggest developer than any other developer of the country. And they expanded, like if we like talking with someone, how many number of flats you are developing? They talk about 50,000 flats, 50 million square feet, oh, kind of that. But there was no balance sheet. Even today also, जितने भी छोटे developer आज काम कर रहे हैं, yes, they are creating their brand. They're like I'm not naming one of the large developer called in Delhi NCR in these days, selling the product very aggressively. But when you go into the deep, they are giving the 12% assured return, 18% assured return, 24% assured return. Santosh, this is going to be bubble. I'm telling you today, whatever happened in 2006 to 10, we worked together. We have seen how the developer work. The same way, the new developers who becomes a large or mid, doing in the same fashion, collecting the cash, collecting the money, whatever be the terms, nobody bothered about why they are able to do it that. They are able to do it that because they are not compliance developer. There is no complying, there is no SEBI, there is no other regulator other than the RERA. Now, the lot of developer in Delhi NCR, I don't know about other part of the country, the lot of developers, they start selling without RERA registration, without anything. Yesterday, day before yesterday, the Delhi RERA come out with the sumoto judgment that no one can sell, no construction can happen in Delhi if there is no RERA registration. They stop the construction. So the basic thing is the large developer or the project, stalled project, they are consolidating, going to the smaller developer or mid developer or a large developer. The issue is not listed or unlisted entity. The consolidation is required, as Pradeep says, like in Delhi NCR now is 20 developer, right? Earlier 100 developer. If you ask me, earlier there was a 10,000 developer. Now is maybe 1,000 developer. And they start consolidating. They burn their face and finger. But the only my concern and fear, which is very big, whatever happening in Delhi NCR or other part of the country, like in another market, let me address, like Hyderabad, 100% developer, they are selling the product without registration. Today, in the Hyderabad newspaper, there was an article talking about this. So basic thing is the developer required more compliance, who fulfill all the compliance, the RERA or the other, to stop all these, the unethical practice, what the people did. And consolidation is always healthy. Like if I have a one project, right? Affordable, like I have a land for affordable, and affordable is not my forte. I go to Pradeep ji, okay, I want to do a joint venture with you. Is nothing wrong. Or like Pradeep ji doing only affordable and I am doing luxury, and I have a good brand in luxury. So we can collaborate. Collaboration and resources to use of the other developer, always good. But the fear is need to be look at that, how that consolidation is happening. People are entering into the agreements, etc. without compliance. They are selling into the market. That become a very, 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 very big concern. The Deepji talking about the huge demand. Sunil talking about like the demand start into the outside. See, in last 2 years, nobody able to do anything because of the pandemic. Rate home mortgage rate of very high. People are depressed completely in every family. Sometimes the other thing is happened. Now, from last 5 months, suddenly everybody come out, the sitting with the cash, home mortgage rate comes down, demand is there. The biggest challenge of the present developer going to be faced, like people are selling even today, 3,500 rupees a square feet of the multi-story group housing project. How they can deliver? They are not able to deliver because the cost of construction go haywire. Today, 30-story building, somebody is talking about to complete in 1,500 rupees a square feet. Sorry to say, the same language people are talking as in 2010, 11, 12, the Noida developer, they are talking will complete in 800 rupees. How the people can complete 30-story building in 1,500 rupees? So this is there are the issues, but the consolidation is good and I think healthy.
Yeah. So, Pradeep, I think you rightly said, one is that consolidation is very healthy. It's an ongoing process. It will continue to consolidate this sector. Second, I think the past mistakes, what has been made in the sector should not be repeated to all the developers. I think compliance is very, very important, very, very critical. I think every developer must follow the compliances as well as the RERA regulations. प्रदीप जी, एक और क्वेश्चन है मेरी तरफ से, क्योंकि आपने जो है पिछले जब पिछला बूम था तब आप मार्केट में गए, आपने आपको लिस्ट किया था, एंड you have been experiencing this of I would say the listed entity stigma, and many developers are planning. प्रदीप जी भी मेरे ख्याल से अपनी तरफ से सोच रहे हैं मेरे ख्याल से इस चल में. What is your kind of advice to these developers? What are some of the things they should keep it in mind while they are getting into this listing themselves in the stock exchange, Pradeep?
See, to become a listed entity, always good. You will always get the soft money in your hand and good name and fame, and the more exposure to the global market capital, as well as the real estate and your, the valuation of the company and your credibility drastically increase, no doubt about it. But at the same time, the lot of compliances. You can't do anything wrong. If you are doing anything wrong, everybody knows in the world what you are doing wrong. Or if you are doing right, everybody comes to know what you are doing right. But at the same time, the biggest concern, but I feel, after become listed in last almost say 15 years, the real estate companies, they can't show quarter on quarter numbers as the investor expected, right? The real estate is a cycle. Sometime इन्वायरमेंट ने आपका काम रोक दिया, समटाइम आपका लोकल अथॉरिटी ने काम रोक दिया, कभी आपने रेरा ने काम रोक दिया. तो आपकी जो प्रोजेक्ट की कंप्लीशन की ग्रोथ है एज पर द इंडस्ट्री न्यू स्टैंडर्ड, आपको रेवेन्यू तब बुक कर सकते हो जब आप प्रॉपर्टी कंप्लीट करके उसको डिलीवरी दोगे. विदाउट डिलीवरी यू कांट बुक द रेवेन्यू. तो क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर बेसिस आपकी बैलेंस शीट सस्टेन नहीं कर सकती, और जब क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर बेसिस आपकी बैलेंस शीट सस्टेन नहीं करती तो आपकी जो इन्वेस्टर है या आपका प्राइस है वहां पर एक बड़ा कंसर्न आता है. जितनी अभी लिस्टेड एंटिटी है, लाइक ऑल पुट टुगेदर अबाउट 35-40 entities, they are the listed. Out of that, the 4-5 entities, they are doing well on quarter basis. They are able to do because they are into the commercial real estate largely. They are getting the rental income, etc. Or like they are doing a PMC, like Godrej kind of the company, they are more doing the PMC kind of the thing than they own their own asset and they are developing their own projects. So to become a listed, really good, really enjoyable. Wherever you go, everybody recognize you. But bottom under that, there are a lot of the compliances, lot of issues which you need to address on regular basis.
Very nice. Good, Pradeep ji. Pradeep Lalaji, you have been representing Embassy for a long time, and this is the company which everyone is looking at today, post listing as well. Pradeep ji, you got a very, very huge bucket on the office side, and there are many corporates who are still working from home post the pandemic. It has been a challenge to bring them to the workforce, and primarily because of the safety and hygiene factor. And what we have seen is there is a change in the requirement of these corporates on the workspace. Many of these companies are looking for either a hybrid working model, or many of, like Sunil said, many of the people are looking at co-working space or flexi offices. So what has been your experience as far as safety and hygiene of the corporate requirement? So what are some of the trends you are seeing within your company when you are interacting with the corporates?
So I think I'm the third Pradeep in line. So hi everybody. And every Pradeep ji becomes which Pradeep ji, we don't know. But it's nice to have a good name like this. Thanks. Coming back to the question, I'm fortunate to be a part of the Embassy Group, and we are probably the largest developer in the commercial real estate space today in the country. And like it's been mentioned, our REIT is being pretty successful and we're doing good results over there also.
Yeah.
Today, we could divide commercial real estate into three segments. One is the corporate IT parks, and then is the strata offices, and finally it is obviously your co-working spaces, which is a new entrant in the last 4-5 years. In this last 1.5 year of the COVID, we saw a lot of uncertainties in the beginning. And there was more or less like a panic situation in commercial real estate. Everybody thought probably it was the death of large campuses and even coming back to offices, and most of these large corporates would start doing
work from different regions and, cutting down the real estate footprint in our country. And the leasing would probably go down. But this has stabilized after this vaccination that has come in, and we all know that the vaccines are successful. And everybody, whether it's us as real estate developers and users of real estate and other industries and other verticals of real estate, everybody has realized how to run their businesses or the risks very safely and securely within the parameters of the hygiene levels and safety levels that have been professed across the country and globally. From a perspective of, I would say, people wanting to come back to office in the large campuses, primarily that is dominated by global multinationals. So from that perspective, the influx into real estate campuses has been a little slow. While we have all our campuses going live, none of the leases have gone away, lessees have gone away from us, and we see a great pipeline in the absorption. At the same time, our future projects have been accelerated because there is a demand, and also the pipeline 3 years and 4 years from now today for us is reasonably very healthy. We've also seen a lot of absorption increase in the last quarter of this year. At the same time, we see a reasonable increase in the yield of rentals. So we are very positive about the commercial real estate growth in the near future. Of course, from a perspective of wellness, safety, and hygiene levels, we as a facilities organization, we have got a more significant role to play today, because coming to office is not just coming to a space where you need to work and go back. It's a space which you're going to use for more than 60% of the time of the day that you're awake. And from that angle, I think the emphasis and the importance is there on services that are being used, indoor air quality, touchless solutions, and a lot of sensitive areas like the washrooms being clean, and how you're going to move into the different fit out spaces and how you're going to manage spaces. Those are things. From a hybrid perspective, while it may sound very great that people or corporates would keep saving with their rentals going down if they can work out of different regions or even tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And there are some challenges which have not really been tabled out. I could speak about large corporates who want to come back to work, but today they're not only looking at, cost savings, but there are certain statutories like, I was in discussion, one of the larger corporates who probably have the largest footprint of commercial real estate. They lease out probably the largest footprint of commercial real estate in the country today. And they are facing challenges in understanding the legal aspects of a pay package of a employee who today has an HRA component in his salary, which is based on a tier 1 city. And now today, because he's working out of his home, which is not in a tier 1 city, it's probably in a tier 2 or a tier 3 city. So whether they have to relook at that entire HRA component, and legal aspect of that is very significant. Furthermore, in this COVID period, there were several concessions offered by the government in terms of the SEZ areas. So people who were actually corporates which are working out of SEZs have the concessions, and they were permitted to let people work out of home, and these concessions continued. But ultimately, will the government let these concessions continue for people working out of home while they are exporting their product? At the same time, most of these IT companies are catering to global giants, and data security is very important. Would they also tolerate people working from home and remote locations? So these are significant aspects which are not being considered. So we as developers, talking about our REIT, the REIT clearly is a reflection of our performance year on year. And I think Pradeep Jain sir said that it's very different for leasing being an annuity business, while residential sales being a transactional business. It's difficult to maintain your month-on-month, quarter-on-quarter, year-on-year results, which is easier for a company which is significantly into leasing compared to transactional sales, which is real estate residential. But we are bullish about commercial real estate. We are very positive, and I think it's only going to go northwards.
Yeah. Pradeep, prior to the COVID, you had a very large plan on the expansion of the commercial real estate. Post COVID, now since the demand from the corporates have, at least come down by 50%. I think if I correctly remember, in 2019, we have witnessed around 46 million square feet of absorption. And I think this year it is anticipated to be around 26 million square feet. So considering that kind of a variation on the absorption side, what is your thoughts on pouring in cement on the commercial development, and secondly, on the collection side, do the corporates are paying regularly on their rentals? If you compare it with some of the retail development, across India, even you would have seen in Bangalore also, many of the retailers are not paying their rentals, though it is gradually improving as the situation is becoming normal. So what is your take on these two aspects, Pradeepji?
So, to be very honest with you, the REIT being a public body, all our results and all our performances are in the public domain. So there's no doubt about the collections and the receivables that we've had. I mean, we've not really reduced our footprint of the occupancy in any of our campuses. At the same time, nor have we, our results are clearly showing the recovery of the rentals. And at the same time, the new leases that we are getting in and the pipeline that we have is pretty aggressive and pretty encouraging for us. And there's nothing that I need to speak about. These results are in the public domain, and everybody who's on this platform would have seen that. So I cannot speak for other developers, but from an embassy perspective, I think we've been very fortunate to have our pipeline going positively as far as collections, rentals, future leases. At the same time, what I really want to say is, for the larger corporates who are planning 3 years in advance and 4 years in advance, we're also seeing a healthy pipeline there. That's pretty encouraging for us. So we've not in any way tried to reduce the velocity of our growth in any way. I mean, we've seen I think statistics will speak, but we've seen about a 77% increase in requirement over the future requirements quarter on quarter. So we are aggressive, we are bullish, and we are very positive.
Thank you. So Prashant, I'm so sorry. I like to come lastly on the panel. You have been a large land banker on the southern side of the Gurgaon, which is basically Dwarka Expressway, and also you have been very prominent participant in the CREDAI as well, Prashant. So my take is that since RERA is becoming much stronger and little aggressive on the compliance side, what do you think? How it is going to impact the overall Gurgaon development, especially what we have seen? Pradeep Jain sir has already indicated there are developers still making the similar kind of mistakes what they did previously, and there are many developers who have not learned the lesson from the past experiences. So as a body which you represented in CREDAI, so what does the CREDAI is doing differently with the new challenges being faced? And also, on the Dwarka Expressway, where do you see the infrastructure getting, developed so that, one can take the advantage of this boom on the different assets classes towards that side of that part of the city?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Santosh, for having me. And it's okay. I'm in such a great panel. It's okay if I'm the last person. No problem. Although my name is not Pradeep, the first three letters are the same. So
yes.
Okay, so coming to the first thing, what you mentioned about CREDAI. So if you're aware, even before RERA came, CREDAI had a policy that our members had to sign a code of conduct. If you're
But
aware,
Prashant, वो चलता नहीं है ना अभी भी still, that has been an issue. Everyone has signed, given the commitment, but still, and I think Pradeep Jain was very blunt today in expressing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So what I was saying, just as Pradeep ji bol rahe the, same thing, is that because you had asked him a question regarding listed and unlisted companies, right?
Yes,
And their survival.
yes. Yeah.
But I agree with what Pradeep ji said. It's not really about listed or unlisted. You can categorize it as good or bad. Whether it's a small guy or big guy is not really the criteria. It's about, is somebody willing to adjust their way of business to the new reality, right? Which is, like, as you said, RERA. Now, what is RERA? Actually, we all know. But what is another very important aspect about RERA, which is not really talked about that much, is that, you see, we have been as an industry talking about getting industry status for many, many years, right? And what we feel is that RERA being introduced is the first step by the government in that direction. It is the first attempt to kind of categorize the industry as a proper industry where people are governed, like based on certain laws or certain sort of regulations. Just like we saw in the capital market after SEBI came, I think it was in 92, I think, we saw a huge change in the whole way stock trading and all that was done after that. So what I feel is that RERA is not been there for very long, in the sense, about 3-4 years it's been there, but we've had so many things happening in the last 3-4 years. We've had demonetization, we've had GST, we've had these multiple shutdowns even before COVID because of pollution. We keep talking about COVID shut down the whole construction and all, but really we have seen everybody on this panel has suffered because I think 3-4 years in a row around this time after Diwali, we've had to cease construction, right? So real estate has faced a lot of trauma after RERA has come, and it is still yet to fully come out of that. Now, I feel that RERA is a great first step because it doesn't leave a choice. If you want to be a developer now, right, you have to register under RERA and you have to obey the laws of RERA. So sooner or later, anyone who wants to survive in this business will have to adhere to the principles of RERA, which include transparency, openness about your project, the timelines, etc., right? So I think that it's still too early because of all these other disruptions that have come in between to really see the long-term effect of RERA. But I am positive that though it may not be perfect because it's still new, RERA is also new, maybe some things still have to be streamlined, but I think in the long term, it is going to help in weeding out the so-called good and bad players from the industry.
Yeah.
Now coming to the Dwarka Expressway part, again, Dwarka Expressway has been delayed for so many years, primarily because of legal reasons. And I would say that now in the last, since 2019, you've seen because it was brought under NHI and thanks to the Gadkari ji, it was been pushed now. So we are seeing that work is happening in full swing. Construction is going on. It was stopped again because of the pollution. There was one accident that happened a few months ago, that delay. So delays keep happening. Again, like Pradeep ji ne bola tha, Pradeep Jain ji ne, ki it's very difficult to say here, ki kitna time lagega, because you keep having unexpected and unpredictable delays. But despite all that, I would say that on ground, if you see, the work is happening very well. It is going to be one of the largest elevated urban expressways in India. There's going to be all kinds of development alongside that. generation of about 50,000 direct or indirect jobs, right? We're seeing that the traffic on NH8 will reduce by 50 to 60%, which will have a positive effect on the pollution. So there are a lot of positive aspects about the expressway. Of course, the ease of access to the airport from Gurgaon as well as from West Delhi. A lot of traffic from West Delhi will not have to go on to NH8. So all these benefits are there, and I am quite positive and very hopeful that by the end of 2022, it should be completed. Of course, it's not a, we can't be 100% sure, but this is the hope, provided that there is no other unexpected delay that happens, which is beyond our understanding right now.
Good. Thank you, Prashant. I think we are already, time is already over. Maybe I'll ask the last question to each of the panel member. The question is, my request is if you can, answer this question in one word. Pradeep ji, I'll start with you only, Pradeep ji. Pradeep Agarwal ji. Pradeep ji, क्या लगता है कि real estate prices bottomed out हो चुका है या अभी और bottomed out होने की उम्मीद है?
I think so. Bottom out तो बहुत पहले हो चुका था. एक प्रॉपर मैकेनिज्म चाहिए था, क्योंकि अभी पैनल में डिस्कशन हो रहा था कि रेरा और बहुत सारी और चीजें जो हैं उसके आने के बाद भी लोग कुछ ना कुछ अनलिस्टेड जो रेरा में रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है वो लोग भी सेल कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक सो रेरा जो है वो पूरा गेम चेंजर बनने वाला है. अगर ये रेरा 2008 में आया होता तो आज जो रियल एस्टेट की हालत है वो वैसी नहीं होती, क्योंकि कोई भी अगर रेगुलेटर आएगा तो उस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर एक तो वैल्यूएशन बढ़ेगी, दूसरा लोगों का फेथ बढ़ेगा. तो मुझे लगता है कि जो सारे जितने भी एस्पेक्ट होते हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं मैच हो रहे हैं. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो दिन बाय दिन बहुत अच्छा हुए जा रहा है. अगर आप दिल्ली एनसीआर की बात करें, दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे, इतना बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे का एक पूरा जाल बन रहा है. केएमपी ऑलरेडी स्टेब्लिश हो चुका है. वेस्टर्न फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, इतने यानी जो 50-50 हजार करोड़ रुपए लग के ऐसी योजनाएं बन रही हैं. तो ऐसी सारी चीजें मुझे लगता है रियल एस्टेट को बहुत ज्यादा बूम देने वाली हैं. और दूसरी बड़ी बात, अगर कोई भी बिजनेस आपको लॉन्गर टर्म में चलाना है, मुझे लगता है कि शायद मैं एज ए एनारॉक आपको कहूं तो 1 लाख से ज्यादा ब्रोकर पूरी इंडस्ट्री में पूरे इंडिया में होंगे, लेकिन बेस्ट 10 ब्रोकर की 10 बेस्ट चैनल पार्टनर और ब्रोकर्स नहीं है. क्यों? बिकॉज प्रॉपर जो एक प्रॉपर वे में काम करना चाहिए वो नहीं कर रहे हैं. तो रियल एस्टेट भी सेम है. जो लोग परफेक्ट मैनर में काम करेंगे वो लोग आने वाले टाइम में एक बहुत बड़े वैल्यूएशन को भी मिलेगा और काम भी उनके पास बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज होगा. और दूसरा, प्रदीप जी की बात से मैं बिल्कुल 100% सहमत हूं कि जो लोग आज रियल एस्टेट के अंदर ऐसे कमिटमेंट कर रहे हैं, चाहे श्योर रिटर्न के या ऐसे कमिटमेंट जो आने वाले टाइम में फुलफिल करना बड़ा मुश्किल होगा, तो आप ये मान के चलिए वो फिर से कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत बड़ी ट्रबल में आने वाले हैं.
थैंक यू. प्रदीप जैन सर, ये जो अभी जो बुआंसी आई है, डिमांड जो आई है, प्रदीप जी कब तक चलेगी, कितना देर तक चलने का आपकी उम्मीद है? प्रदीप जी आप म्यूट पे हो.
आई एम सॉरी. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये डिमांड काफी लंबे समय तक चलेगी, क्योंकि रियल एस्टेट की इम्पोर्टेंस सब लोगों को आज की डेट में अच्छे से पता है कि डिमांड ज्यादा है, सप्लाई कम है, एंड डे बाय डे सप्लाई कम होगी. सप्लाई बढ़ाना बहुत मुश्किल है बिकॉज ऑफ द कॉस्ट, बिकॉज ऑफ द कंप्लायंसेस, बिकॉज ऑफ द सैंक्शंस एक्सेट्रा. तो प्राइस तो बढ़ेंगे और यानी अब रियल एस्टेट के लिए जो पिछले 10 साल का बनवास था वो खत्म हो गया और आने वाले 10 साल रियल एस्टेट के लिए होंगे, ऐसी मेरी सोच है.
वेरी गुड. सुनील, whether the land prices are going to go down or will it increase, considering that affordable housing is becoming a big thing in NCR region?
See, love for land in this country is so infinite that people will keep investing in land. The only thing is प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लैंड जो है, जो लोगों ने खरीद के रखी, बहुत सालों तक रखी, everybody was running behind Tata, Godrej and large developers, ये मेरी GD हो जाए. I think those guys learned a lesson that if you sit on a very high saddle, वो लैंड बिकने वाली नहीं है. So I think this lesson was learned in Hyderabad but forgotten in Hyderabad. Hyderabad में वो infinite FSI के concept में people started asking crazy prices. I still find Hyderabad market to be extremely crazy. You know, where there is nothing available for less than 8,000-9,000 rupees a foot. And even as far as Kudlu and other, large locations, Kokapet and all, pricing is being done at 40-50 crores an acre and things like that. So I think when it comes to land, I think जो land हमारे पास है उसका appreciation retail level पे जरूर होगा and हो रहा है. We've seen that, this whole land game, even if the demographics is moving towards flats. A millennial wants to live in a flat, but still that love for land for whatever reason has not died down, at least in NCR. And it has not died down in, parts of Bangalore, वहाँ आसपास बहुत plotting हो गई, उस plotted में floors बनने लगे. So I think there will be a distinct class जो पहले दिल्ली में था floors का, वो धीरे-धीरे आप देखते हो बाहर भी अदर जा रहा है. So I think land pricing will be stable. बहुत steep rise आ जाएगा land prices में. I think that will be dependent on how the pricing will move in a given location. For a long period of time ऐसा belief था पूरी industry को कि land की value, हम किसी negotiate करने जाते थे deal पे, कहते land तो मेरी 20 करोड़ रुपए एकड़ है. अब आप क्या कर सकते हो? But land value is always a function of कि वहाँ माल कितने का बिकता है. अगर वहाँ माल 2,000 रुपए फुट बिक रहा है और आप कहो कि जी मैं तो 10 करोड़ की लैंड बेच लूंगा पर एकड़, FSI उसमें 2 की मिलेगी, तो कभी पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. So I think what industry has learnt very well is now, at least, is कि जो land है उसकी value is a function of कि वहाँ end price क्या हो रही है. So I think today land will be governed by कि हम किस developer से बात कर रहे हैं, उसकी क्या ability है, क्या demand supply situation है, कितने समय में reasonable project बन जाएगा. So I think land will now become much more of a scientific approach than just saying कि यहाँ पे तो साहब इतने की land बिक रही है, वो price है, उसके बाद आप development करो या ना करो, ये मैं नहीं. That high horse जिस पे वो लैंड ओनर बैठा हुआ था, I think that certainly will be rationalized. At least I hope so that is going to be, because डेवलपर ने भी देख लिया है कि वो बहुत तेजी में कहते हैं ना पेच पतंग में लड़ाई तो हाथ सब कट गए. There was always a guy वो कहता था अच्छा वो आपको 20 दे रहा है मैं 22 दूंगा, बिकॉज क्या था आगे सेल हो रही थी, रेरा था नहीं तो आगे से पैसा आ रहा था. So people were also taking bigger punts. मैं बड़ा वीर हूँ, ऐसा कंपटीशन हो गया था that डेवलपर से अच्छा वो नहीं करा चलो मैं करके दिखाता हूँ. I think at least the big guys have now realized that this is not going to happen. मैं DLF का नाम लूंगा. DLF गए, बैंगलोर में गए, again they retracted. They went to Calcutta, they retracted. They went to Bombay, they retracted. Now they've realized कि ये एक मॉडल हर जगह नहीं चलता है. So I think if DLF has realized it and a lot of developers realize it, so I think there will be a more rationality to large land project lands. Retail level पे, I've been find very surprising. Airport आ रहा है, लोग खरीदे जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे land. Now, whether you look at Bangalore, वहाँ पे भी ये सट्टा हुआ. At the end of the day, हेब्बाल से लेके आपके एयरपोर्ट की लैंड तक बहुत टाइम तक लैंड उस हाई सट्टे पे बैठी रही, कुछ नहीं हुआ. Similar cases in Bombay. नया एयरपोर्ट आ रहा है, लैंड प्राइस बढ़ती रही, उसके बाद stagnation for 10 years. So I think, if people are mad enough to, buy at a very expensive price and think further appreciation is going to happen, it's not going to happen. So my sense is land is going to be a little stable than what you have seen in the past.
Good. Sunil, I think next session panel is also already ready. So we'll have to finish it here only. Thank you, everyone. It has been fantastic views from each one of you. I think your thoughts, your knowledge has really helped us, helped our audience to, get certain benefits. I do hope that they've enjoyed these interactions. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your participation. And over to you, Sapna.
Thanks, Santoshji. I think, a very interesting session and some very key takeaways, I believe, from this session. Collaboration and consolidation is the buzzword today in the industry. Scientific approach, again, rationalization of prices, and the developers are now changing their entire model of working. Mr. Solomon, I would like your last word on that. We heard everyone that how things are happening, how now even Mr. Sunil Agarwal said that even developers are realizing how they should approach in a more scientific manner rather than buying prices. So what your last word would be?
No, so when you talk of scientific manner, I'd just like to say a few words about science actually, that now technology is playing a huge role in how we're actually identifying property, how we're buying property. In fact, there was just a survey that 50% of the deals, the decisions are now being taken online whether through a portal or through Google search and all those different things. So I think science is playing a big role now. Technology is playing a role. How we're going to move forward as an industry. It's going to make our construction techniques more streamlined, more efficient. Internet of Things is coming in a big way to ensure whether it's residential or commercial, to create energy efficient buildings. So all these things are happening. The way we are showing our products to people, especially during COVID, a lot of people are now doing remote viewing of using virtual reality, augmented reality, drones, things like that. So yes, as far as that goes, if you're talking about scientific approach, yes, now that is one aspect. Second aspect, what I would say is that if we want to survive, we have to understand that customers are king. So I say that real estate is also, in my opinion, you can call it a quasi hospitality industry moving forward. Gone are the days that we just sell an apartment and say, okay, bye-bye. If we want to survive, if we want to create a brand and create customer loyalty for our future projects, we have to give a complete experience, a complete lifestyle, a complete ecosystem. So that is the way I would like to say.
That's right. Technology, in fact, has been accelerated by COVID, as you rightly mentioned. And real estate is no more just a brick and mortar industry, but it's become a service industry we have seen. So thank you so much. I think we had some very interesting opinions and views from our eminent panel members and Mr. Santosh Kumar for bringing out those valuable views from our eminent speakers. So thank you so much for being here with us and sharing your time. Thanks, Mr. Solomon, for your views and opinions. Mr. Sunil Agarwal, Mr. Pradeep Lala for being here with us. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, thank you for being here with us today, and Mr. Pradeep Jain. And in fact, let me also mention Ms. Pushpa Bector, who was supposed to join us, but she had some health emergency with her mother. So our best wishes to her and her family on that. But thank you so much for being here, and let's move on to the next session now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So, friend, that was a very interesting session where we spoke about Delhi NCR and entire region, and we had some eminent leaders of the industry joining us and sharing their views. Our next session is equally exciting, where we are talking about Noida makeover. Yes, that's right, where we are talking about Noida and it being a growth hub of premium properties. So let me introduce our panel members. The session is moderated by Mr. Vibhor Jain, Managing Director, North India, Cushman and Wakefield. Vibhor is responsible for coordinating multidisciplinary operations amongst verticals, overseeing service delivery standards, building execution strategy, and enabling rapid and sustainable business growth in North India. With over 17 years of experience, Vibhor is considered as a trusted advisor and partner to top occupiers, developers, and investor clients in the market. Let me introduce our speakers now in the alphabetical order. We have with us Mr. Deepak Kapoor, Director, Gulshan Homes. He's an idealist at heart and perfectionist in practice. Mr. Kapoor brings unprecedented efficiency and credibility to the company, and he essentially masterminds sales, construction, and marketing strategies with enviable flair. Our next panel member, let me introduce Mr. Govind Rai, co-founder and CEO in Somaniacs. With over 10 years of experience in real estate consulting to the leading real estate brands across India, Govind has specifically focused on helping realtors focus on efficiency and drive better ROI. He has handled more than 280 projects, launches, and has helped brands optimize their media costs by focusing on digital media. Let me introduce our next panel member, Ms. Carol Nissa Sheikh, Joint President, CED WTC, Noida Development Company Private Limited. Ms. Carol Nissa is a WTCA board member, Executive Director of WTC Services for 13 World Trade Centers in India, She is also Joint President, Customer Engagement and Distribution, and heads Tenant Services and Operations, owned and operated by the Viridian Red. Ms. Khair engages business leaders, government, professionals around the world to promote India for business, trade, and investment. Our next very eminent panel member is Ms. Veenu Singhal, COO, Strategy and Operations for Gauss Group. Ms. Veenu Singhal, triple degrees of CA, CS, and LLB, and she has held senior management positions throughout her dynamic career. She is result-oriented and a decisive leader with proven success for the growth of the organization. Ms. Veenu Singhal excels in a dynamic and demanding environment while remaining pragmatic and focused. Our next very eminent panel member is Yash Meglani, Managing Director, Mixon. As a third-generation entrepreneur, Mr. Meglani has been spearheading the transformation of the company with presence in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, and Gujarat. Mr. Meglani has developed affordable housing under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and he is also a proponent of skill development, which is evident in his latest project called Mixon Kaushalam. So this was our eminent panel, which I introduced. I hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Vibhor Jain, to take it forward, the conversation.
Thanks, Apna. Am I audible? Just want to check.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, Anav, for a great introduction, and good to see you all. Thank you for joining. And as we all know, the focus of the discussion is Noida makeover. So there's lots happening in Noida, as we all know, and a lot of recent activity all over the media by our esteemed Prime Minister Modi. The focus I'll try and keep around Noida makeover, and more so around the growth hub of premium properties. So before I jump into and open the panel, I'll just set some context around what I'm hearing, what we think about the Noida, what's happening generally as an economy, and then we can start debating on that. So first of all, about Noida, I think one very important factor which now doesn't need any detailing around is the introduction of the new airport, which recently got inaugurated by Mr. Modi. Second, what we understand is that this is only a first phase, which is around about 10,000 odd crore. There's a second phase of around about 35,000 crore, which will get pumped into the airport. So which will further bump up the whole story around the Noida. Third thing is around the metro connectivity. Now we have seen that there are two parts in the metro connectivity in Noida. One, that we have seen the fastest implementation of the metro in Noida. Second, there are huge plans to increase the connectivity in the Noida region. For example, a 30-kilometer metro line, which will get connected from Sector 51 to Greater Noida. The fourth point, which we are seeing, and these are more on the infrastructure point before I come to the home buyers and the demand side, is around the film city, which is again more closer to the airport. So there is a new film city which is planned in the Sector 21 of Yamuna Expressway, and a high-speed rail corridor, which is Varanasi rail corridor from Delhi, Noida, Jewar Airport. So these are broader level infrastructure initiatives which are happening in Noida. Now, how this get links to the residential side, we will discuss, and I would like to have all of your views around it. I think what is also happening on the economy as a whole, and that is getting clubbed with the Noida, is that the buyer sentiment is really high on the residential side. And as I was there 5 minutes before on the panel, I think the earlier panels were also very upbeat about the whole economy situation. The reason we believe so that is happening, there are a couple of pointers around that. One is that the home loan rates are at a decadal low. And there is another aspect on the home loan rate, is that now the banks are actually transferring the reduction which is being done by the RBI to the home buyers. So if there is a 2 basis point reduction in repo rate, so or equivalent or a very closer equivalent is getting passed to the home buyers. So the confidence in the home buyers is going up. Third, there is a time value correction which we are seeing in the residential apartments. When I say time value correction, is that the prices of apartments have remained same over the last 3-4 years. So if the price of an apartment was say worth 2 crore, and after 2 to 3 years in today's time is still available at the same price, so the confidence of buyer goes up that yes, I'm the prices will further not go down, or I'm better off buying today. So that's one aspect. We can debate about it. People may have a different view around it. That's what I understand from the Noida infrastructure and the buyer sentiment. Now coming, and I'm just trying to focus, this is a broader level agenda, I'm just trying to focus now on the topic which we have today, is around the premium properties and how the Noida market is coming as a whole. I was just looking at some data, and I was surprised to see that the share of new launches, the residential new launches in the high-end segment in 2016 was around about 21 odd %, which has now grown up to almost 48% till quarter 3 2021. So which is a big jump, right? So I think that's what is the Noida story talking about. So on that, if I'll just open the panel, and on this note, if I can, have my first question directed towards Mr. Deepak Kapoor, Gulshan Homes, that what do you think? What's driving this demand of premium properties or residential market in Noida, and how do you see this demand 6 to 12 months? Definitely there is something which is happening because the developers are also pumping in more of premium property. And how do you see the demand side? So maybe if you can just give the viewers on this link, how do you see the demand side?
Hello, Vibhor. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Vibhor. I see there has been always a demand for the luxury segment. Only thing is that luxury customer has an option as to when to buy, because it is not the primary sale. The luxury segment looks for. It is always the second, the third.
Sorry, Mr.
When
Kapoor,
the economy
we are not able to
is growing and the
properly.
people understand that, of course, they come into the market. However, as you see that it is a pyramid.
Mr. Kapoor, we are not able to hear you properly unless there's a problem at network my side. So, can you hear?
Luxury
Mr.
market has got a very
No, even
and
I'm
that is what
not
each
getting
segment. Way back, you see in 2000, developers have sold luxury apartments. Okay, I'll check my connections.
Okay, no worry.
Hello?
Maybe you want to just. Yeah, we can hear
audible?
you now. Yeah, you're audible now.
Okay. So I say there has always been a demand for the luxury segment, and the luxury segment has done well. Only thing is, since 2010 also, many developers have sold luxury properties to the tune and at the rate of 8,000 to 10,000 rupees per square feet way back in 2010-11. But the irony is, no one was able to provide delivery to the customer, to the end user, even till 2020 and 2021. So we as a Gulshan Group, when we mapped the market, and we've been largely present in Noida and Noida Expressway, we found there is a definite demand for the luxury segment, and that is what our research culminated into developing one more luxurious project. And we found, yes, there is a demand, and the customer is coming to pick up that demand. Only thing is that the demand stimulation has happened because of COVID. Post-COVID, there is a change in the demand pattern. Everybody looks for a little bigger space for the residential segment. And that bigger space is the requirement of today every family. A 2-bedroom fellow is looking out for a 3-bedroom apartment. A 3-bedroom fellow is looking out for a 4-bedroom apartment, and the population who's enjoying 4-bedroom is looking out for a 5-bedroom apartment. Because post-corona, we have seen that there is a individual space, and since everything has gone online, we need a little extra room for managing our work from home or studies from home. So that is what is my orientation, that the luxury demand has always been existing. Now there are more takers, and in actual demand is coming into the sales number as well.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mr. Kapoor. I think, you mentioned a very valid point that post-COVID, there is an increase in size. I think we need to just maybe deliberate more on the premium residential market, and my one thought around it, and maybe Khair can be the right person to answer. There are a lot of other factors which are happening in Noida, like there are new malls opening, for example, Mall of India. There are new developers and new institutional players like Blackstone, Brookfield's coming in, and there are new companies who are coming in and setting up their shops. And there, of course, when these companies and these malls come in, there's a new set of families which comes in, the new set of CEOs, CXOs, they come into play. So does that also have a bearing and effect? Khair, what's your viewpoint around that? More specific towards the, how is it getting related?
See, actually, to be very honest, if you look at Noida as a market, when we are talking about office space, it contributes to the 3rd largest office space in the country. I mean, 20% of the office absorption is what Noida contributes to. When we are looking at, now you're asking why you're talking about office space, largely we have seen that the office space indirectly actually contributes to the residential. The Noida as such, there are a number of factors. You talked about Mall of India, which is a retail. You talked about office spaces. There's so many. There are more than 50 corporates, large corporates like TCS, HCL, Microsoft, NIIT, which have their corporate offices in Noida. They are also helping and contributing to the residential market. In addition, when we are looking and when we compare it with Gurgaon, space is becoming very dearth. Whereas in Noida, because of the prices, when you compare them with Gurgaon, they are much, much better, or they are lower than Gurgaon. And with the large spaces, then, one is this availability of space, wide spaces, greener spaces, pollution-free environment, well-planned infrastructure in the city, good connectivity, corporates being there. They're all adding to the factor of residential in Noida. And plus also the good developers, like Gulshan is a good developer, developing good construction. The North India's first World Trade Center is in Noida. So again, good developers like World Trade Center, Gulshan, ATS developing good residential apartments, added with what Noida has to offer, both from the perspective of the development infrastructure and connectivity. The corporates making Noida as home, they're all adding to making Noida the next destination for residentials.
Great, thanks, Khair. So, I think I pick up 2 points now. What Mr. Kapoor said, size definitely post-COVID, and I said that new office occupiers mall are driving the demand. If I can ask you the third driver, which what do you think is it also pushing this demand? Is there any kind of incentives which developers are providing to drive sales of these premium properties? Is it more, we discussed from the demand side, from the supply side, is there anything which is pushing this agenda?
I think incentives which developers are giving, that is the big spaces, luxury homes, because as after pandemic, people are looking for the more comfort. Luxury is now the comfort where they can get the complete package for their family, not for himself as well as for the family also. They want the gyms for the fitness, they want gyms, clubs, pools for the family, they want the playing areas, departmental stores, pharmaceutical shops. After pandemic, the picture is changed. They need everything at their home. So these all are the incentives. If the developer in the upcoming projects, if they can plan all these things in the luxury homes, definitely it will increase the demand for that particular developer.
Okay, great. No, thanks, Vinu. So I think what I understand is developers are already providing enough from the premiumness of the properties, so which should be considered as the incentives. No, I take that point.
Vipul, may I add here, while, when we're talking about incentives, one is definitely what I would add to what Vinu has said, is that the one-stop shop or the convenience to an investor or a buyer or a user of a residences is being provided. The developer is really taking great care of them. The neighborhood, they're actually trying to create a complete ecosystem wherein health and wellness various amenities are being provided. But in addition, you would see in Noida, there are to attract investments and to attract end users, there's also a very wide availability of the projects. Some of them are ready to move in, some are under construction, some are greenfield. And depending upon what kind and what stage of construction they are, the developers are providing various discounts. There are sometimes festive discounts being offered. There are certain, while they're keeping the construction, the basic rate same, they're providing them with free club services, free memberships. There are a lot of incentives by way of SOPs being offered, but not necessarily price discounts. So those things are being thrown in. Flexible payment plans, in today's time, you would actually find such various flexible payment plans being thrown in as incentives, rather than a gold coin, which we used to see the gold coins being thrown in, or a travel or a tour being thrown in. Right now there is hardcore, because every developer is looking at very serious buyer. I think Dino and Deepak ji would agree with me that because the market is full of serious investors or serious buyers, and that is what each and every developer is actually catering to. And accordingly, they are offering these incentives to them.
I would like to add, I agree with Ms. Sheikh, though the developers are giving various incentives in the type of various schemes, but I personally feel that Noida people have the good pockets. And instead of these incentives, they are looking more for the better homes where they can get everything at one place. As you rightly said, one shop for every people. That is the reason.
Sure. No, thanks, Karen. Thanks, Vinu. So, on this point where you're saying that the buyers in Noida, they have pockets, and you are seeing that change. Vinu, my question again to you is that as I briefly outlined the development in Noida, the infrastructure which is coming up in Noida, do you see that that has a very big bearing and effect on the demand side and the uptake which we are seeing in Noida? What's your view around that?
Yes, I agree that this will be going to be the good game changer for the Noida, because infrastructure is improving. This announcement of Jewar Airport, definitely it will improve. It will push the demand for the real estate sector. It is going to create the employment opportunities for the people. And I think buyers and the investors, they will be happy, because buyers can get home with the better connectivity. They will get better opportunities. And of course, more money comes with the employment opportunities, and it gives a big push to the real estate sector.
Okay, great. Thanks, Vinu. Do we have Mr. Yash Miglani also on the panel?
No, he is not here right now. He is joining. Some network issue he is facing.
No problem. I just wanted to clarify. Okay, so Mr. Kapoor, if I can, I can direct the question towards you, which I thought that I'll have with Mr. Miklani is, what is what are those features which you think you get a feedback, or you think the home buyers are looking into these premium or luxury projects, given the focus which has got accentuated post COVID around health and wellness?
Well, as people look for, customer look for so now every premium buyer is looking out for a lifestyle living, and in that lifestyle there is a holistic development one would like to see. It's not only about wellness and health, but it's about their security, their family well-being, and the life they want to spend in for rest of their life. Gone are the days when only the apartment used to be a luxurious item. Now the whole infrastructure, the landscaping, the club, the amenities, qualities, facilities, access to each and every activity, and what level of commitment and hospitality you offer to a customer is what a premium customer is looking at in today's properties. So that we have understood these factors and features, and we incorporated in all our luxury developments which we provide to our customer. And I find that today people are willing to pay the price provided they get their lifestyle and the good serviceability. What is lacking is that most of us used to offer a possession and then we say bye-bye to a consumer. You have paid me money, I have given you the keys, thank you very much, our commitment is over. At Gulshan, we say our journey starts with possession, because the journey starts from prospecting to customer and then from customer to a resident. Now the customer at one time is my resident, so he's more close to me, he's now using my product. So I need to ensure that whatever aspiration, whatever dreams, whatever thought process we've ignited in him or her or as a family, that the developer will provide blah, 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 list of codes of activities. That needs to be the reality of life. They should see that, yes, the developer has listed 8 activities, but today he's providing 9 or 10. And not only just check boxing, but a real activities and facilities on ground. So this is what we ensure, and that is what is the customer journey becomes so fantastic. So they become our ambassadors of growth, and they talk to the market that, yes, if you are willing to invest and if you want a lifestyle, come and stay with Gulshan Properties. So that has been our experience. That's been our experience, and that is what we share very proudly on any platform.
Before, may I add something here? Yeah, absolutely. Real estate now no longer is brick and mortar alone. It's a service, and the sooner we developers realize that we are giving a service, we're providing a service, we accordingly our products would accordingly be designed and executed and managed. You know, that is something the developers post-COVID are actually realizing, because while there is a demand, the millennium, the new investors that we are become very demanding of these services. And a successful developer is the one who's actually providing you with these services, both the brick and mortar as a service and also post execution, handing over as a service. So in Noida, I've seen, when I compare, there is one project in Gurgaon, the Central Park 2, when I really believe that is one of the best projects in NCR. And I say that I'm an investor in Central Park 2. Lockdown, the spaces, we realized that we did not need to go anywhere. It was so complete in itself. We needed a salon, it had a salon. We needed a fine dining, we needed to escape and to a restaurant, we had a fine dining restaurant there. We needed green spaces, we had ample green spaces to move out and not just be confined to an apartment. We needed gym and a fitness center, we had that. We needed a lifestyle kind of a living there, it was all there. And these are all being provided as a service. So something similar on these lines, if they are being provided in Noida, and we see that is what most of the premium developers are looking at: green spaces, putting stress on health and wellness, the ambience, the neighborhood. Large greens is what is largely the need of the hour now.
Very good point. And Khair, just hold on to this thought of, you mentioned a very important pointer on the millennials. I'll just complete with Mr. Kapoor. I think, Mr. Kapoor, you really nailed it, that your journey starts with the possession and your buyers will be the ambassadors. I think I'll add to the list that apart from what's happening in the economy, what's happening in the infrastructure, this thought process, and if this says that all developers think from a perspective that the journey starts with possession, that will further entail the confidence in the whole industry. Now, Khair, coming back to you on the millennials pointers, you just briefly said that that's what the new gen is looking at. And this question, Khair, is to, in fact, to you, Vinu, and Mr. Kapoor, all three of you. Maybe, Khair, you can start. That, do you see a change in the demographics of the buyers, considering that if I'm correct, around about 34% of the India population is millennials. So do you see, any trends in more millennial buyers coming into the premium properties? And, any thoughts around this? Or maybe Mr. Kapoor and Vinu, you want to start?
See, I'll tell you, the millennials, that the trend that I largely see is that mostly they do not want to actually own much of property. They want change after a certain period of time. They're not as like for us earlier, the investors where they were investing for lifetime. Right now, they're more open that, look, if it is able to meet my certain needs, I'm ready for change after some time. There's a faster turnaround. Yes, the millennial has become younger. Earlier we used to think of maybe the disposable income has become is higher with the millennials, right? With the IT and all of these technology companies, we see that the investor has become younger, is even single, not necessarily married with 3 kids or 4 kids. That is no more what we see now. We see him to be single, looking at investments, but not long-term investments. They're looking at shorter investments. Yes, lockdown, we saw that they were wanting to retain the property, but maximum 3 years to 4 years is what they're looking at investments, and then moving and turning around their needs are changing fast. That is what we are seeing.
Great, thanks. So what you mean, millennials are still, not term buyers. They will be more of changing needs. And I think again you pointed a very good point on technology, which is for Govind. I'll come to you on that. Before that, I would just like to hear Mr. Kapoor's and Vinu, your views around about the changing demographics around the millennial buyers. What do you think, that they are your target customers or not?
Well, Vinu, I take this.
So you start?
So Vibhor, I will put it in a mathematical form. Instead of using the English words, I will say 25 to 35 years of age, 35, 45 years of age, and 45 to 55 years of age. So 25 to 35 years of age, percentage of people coming into premium properties is 20%. 35 to 45%, 40%. Sorry, 35 to 45 years. And 45 to 55 years, again 40%. In 45 to 55 years of age, we see two phenomena. Majority, a joint family becoming split, and they want to enjoy a better sizes individually because their kids have started growing. Or a parent and a son disposing of their previous property and moving into the new premium properties. Instead of one large house, they want to buy 2 premium houses. So that has been the demographics exactly in terms of numbers. As Ms. Khair said, yes, absolutely. When we say young millennials, the trends are showing that they are least bothered about owning a property. They're like more migratory in nature. That has been the trend in all the research papers which is being published or talked about in the last 1 year of discussion all across the world. They prefer to be migratory birds. Only thing is that this COVID has put them into their nests for long, because COVID restrictions, you cannot travel much. Otherwise, given the thought process, they will prefer to travel here and there. So they are not sticking on to these properties for the long term, as Ms. Kera said. So this is my take on demographics.
Great, thanks, Mr. Kapoor. I think 20% and 40% is a great number. I think which definitely puts a focus that there is a trend moving towards that age bracket, and the as someone in the panel mentioned that maybe the disposable incomes are also going up. What's your view on it?
See, Vibhor, my view is that between 25 to 35 years of age, the millennials are the first home buyers. And of course, after a span of 6 to 7 years, they want to move to the bigger houses. And this is not that they are restricted, they want to move from one place to another, because COVID had totally changed the position, totally changed their mind. Now they are in the dilemma that they should have their home. So that's why the younger generation, this IT industry, they are contributing a lot, and they are investing and they are buying the homes. And I think 70 to 80% of the properties, they are bought by IT industry, IT people. So millennials are the first contributor to the real estate industry, and definitely people keep on changing their demands. With time, they add on their pockets also. They look for the bigger houses, more luxury projects.
Great, thanks. Yeah. I think we get the same viewpoint that yes, there is a trend moving towards the millennials. Now, coming to the point which Khair mentioned on the technology, and Govind, if I can direct this question to you, since you are in the space of digital marketing agency, and what we just spoke about, millennials, technology, they all are very closely integrated. So how are you seeing the role of technology, or digital marketing in this space, especially the premium properties, and what are your trends? What do you see that the trends are, or maybe how successful this whole marketing or the technology piece is in the customer acquisition, and just some bit around the role of technology in this space.
Sure, Igor. See, what I'll do is I will actually take the pointers exactly from what the speakers already spoke about. So to begin with, one of the important things that we got to understand, that is the infrastructure story that is coming out. We have been operating pan-India, specifically in Bangalore, Pune, Bombay market, and North operations are very recent. But we're really bullish about the Noida market now because of the growth story which is being sold by the state government to the central government, and the real challenge as well as an opportunity that lies here for all the developers who are residing into the residential spaces, specifically the premium ones. The reason being, in real estate, what we do for targeting our audience is we have this funnel which we call as top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and the bottom of the funnel. So the top of the funnel is the lower, the local absorption. The people who are already residing, they are already considering. But the MOF and the BUF story are the most, interesting ones, where we see discovery, where we see discovery market, where we see the migratory people that people, here the speaker spoke about. That is where the whole digital and technology element actually comes in. When we are talking about technology in today's point, in the last panel, someone mentioned about VR. Now, virtual reality or the way you're showcasing your project definitely has their own, they are like primaries nowadays. In elections, we have these primaries. People are going there, they're selecting their homes, and then they're filtering down. But in the MOF and BOF, which is the customers who are not into Noida market yet, but they're going to come in because of the story, that's where the digital is going to play a very important role. The more early we start preparing for it, the developers who start preparing for it, right from the SEO for the, the SEO definitely plays a very important role. So 1 year down the line, owning the whole story on the digital part, the best of the brands are definitely going to get the benefit of it. The second part, when we say the technology, we spoke about the real journey is beginning nowadays after the possession is done. Now, that plays a very important role as well. From last 4 years, I've been really working hard to tell the clients that, we are really seeing that there's a lot of consolidation happening. The customers are much wary and they're going online and they're talking about the experiences. And in that case, it's very important to control those narratives as well. If you are not going to control those narratives in your own community, they're going to go out and talk. They can have small issues. There are multiple issues we have seen that, that can be sorted on one-to-one level, but they're going on or out on internet. So the services that is coming out of the possession, how do you manage it? Are you leaving a third-party platform like a MyGate or a apartment adda after the society formation, leaving it to them? Or some part of it, you are trying to control that narrative as well with the help of technology by creating communities which is where the customers are there on your own platforms. Now, that's a very exciting space which is emerging where, I definitely believe that, there's a huge amount of potential where, all the developers have to bother about their own customer set, engage the community, use them for the referrals, which is coming into the future, which is going to help them, have their customer acquisition costs lower down because of the, long-term asset value that the customers can bring. Now, these are the opportunities into the technology space that last. And the last part, which is the millennial element that we talked about. Now, the trends vary. One of the speakers spoke about in the last panel that the 50% of the people are actually coming online and making decision. But our trends have been that, 80 to 90% of this audiences are influenced by what they are seeing on the online. Now, the millennial audience, we got to understand, the millennial audience of 5 years back is very different than the millennial audience of today. We have had two internet booms, one in 2014, where housing.com and Topper, many, startups came in. Of course, it slowed down. But the new boom, which is going on, which started right after the pandemic, I believe it is going to stay for another 2 to 3 years. That would mean a lot of millennials are going to get richer. It is not just the people who are running the companies, but also who are working with them because of the ESOPs, the value that is coming in. Now, the millennials, they want to show it off. They want to put it, they believe in real estate now because of the kind of corona pandemic, the market that happened. And where are they going to put this money? So the millennial money is coming. It's coming huge. We have to target them. They are internet savvy. We cannot just ignore this fact. And typically in the last 1 year, we have always been operating and seeing the India patterns in Bombay, Bangalore, Pune absorption, the 25 to 30 year. Mr. Deepak spoke about 25 to 35 year. Let me speak about 25 to 30 years. Now, this segment, which was almost redundant before, apart from in affordable sector, they are coming up in the mid segment as well as in luxury segment. Now, that's a new trend that we have been able to observe from last 3 years. So when we are doing our digital practices, previously, this was not an audience that we will even consider the moment we are setting our luxury campaigns. Now we do. No, so these are the changes that we are really expecting. And, the kind of responses and the results that are coming in with regards to targeting this set of audiences are much more quality, much more phenomenal. And, this audience is a total surprise element from the last 1 year in our settings. So yeah, that's majorly the 3 pointers I wanted to address. I hope I answered your query.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Vibhu. When we are talking about the technology, Govind, you actually touched about the reach out of technology. But, there is a trend also in the millenniums that we have seen is that, they are actually wanting technology. They want smarter homes. You talked about the reach to these millenniums. I'm talking about the millenniums, the trend that we just now talked about, that what is the trend and the demographic. One of the important trends that we've seen of technology is that they want smart homes because they believe that, if they're able to save and conserve energy, they're contributing to it. So technology is playing a very, very important role, even, while they're actually trying to look at these investments, when they're looking at, so that smart homes is also one of the important trends that is being looked at by the millennials, especially in the age group of 25 to 35.
Absolutely. And I believe that's one space, I'm yet to see in India, there are not many companies which are coming, which are trying to own this internet-driven home, like, just the way MG actually, position themselves into the automobile market, that internet-driven car. There's a huge positioning possibility that is still there, which no one has really owned up, is how the automation and the whole, not just home, but the whole, township, be it the project, the overall level, how they're driven by internet or IoT. Now, these are the functionalities that definitely are going to attract the millennials. They want to do more for the, as she said, as Mrs. Khair said, that, they are energy conscious. But at the same time, they need this for their own comfort as well. They need
waste
everything
management.
on their mobile.
Even in the waste management, how is the waste management being taken care of?
Absolutely.
So these are aspects, especially in premium projects, these are the things that they are looking at.
Totally. So these things do add a lot of edge.
Thanks, Govind, for bringing
Before I
the
would
point.
like to add, I
Yeah.
appreciate the views of Govind and Ms. Sheikh, but I mean, so far as the real estate industry is concerned, there are two areas of real estate, that is the pre-sales and post-sales. And so far as the digital is concerned, in the pre-sales after COVID, I think people are more concerned for the digital because they can't take the decision of buying a home in the one round. So it's better if we make the real estate industry more technology wise. Like if they can take the virtual round of the home in 2 or 3 rounds, and only in the one physical visit, they can come and take the decision. So that is the one point in pre-sales. And in the post-sales, as already Govind said, I appreciate his views, that he said that post-sales, they want to talk to the people about the post-sales after possession, what are their views, how their problems are resolved, how many applications are working in the society. So that is also the one more point for which developers should work. Because as present, people are more for they want to save their time. So they want to work on the digital. So that is, I think Govind is right on that point.
Great. No, thanks, Vinu, for bringing this up. And Govind, a great pointer to highlight that you have a 25 to 30 years age bracket as a target for luxury. I think which is a good insight for everyone, and care for good highlighting on the technology piece. On the technology piece, maybe I would have this question directed towards Mr. Kapoor as well. As we discussed, as Vinu also highlighted that technology is important, but is it like a must only for luxury or premium properties, or because what we see as a smart homes, or we see the technology integration in all aspects of the residential society. So can or do we say that if it is a premium or luxury project, the technology is a must now, it's like a given, or that's an added feature, or there are stages to it, Mr. Kapoor?
Well, as far as my opinion is concerned, technology touches at every point in your life. And when it comes to real estate, whether it is affordable, mid-segment, or premium, it is inevitable. Today, you see the education system is switching on to technology. Today, customer management is switching on to technology. Today, post-possession hiccups, everything is technology-driven. So you need to add technology at every level of real estate, whether it is affordable, mid-segment, or luxury. This is my first take. Second take is, now the consumer is very much technology aware. Even the kids enjoy the smartphones, and they know more feature than what we understand. So it is very much pertinent to every developer to introduce technology platforms and introduce technology-driven services for ease of living. And that is what is the experience we are providing in all our housing to our consumers. And consumers feel very much satisfied with them because they get real-time solutions. The time for a complaint resolution mechanism has reduced because of adoption of technology. Earlier, there was a basic system of telephony that आपने intercom से phone किया और customer care में complaint करा दिया कि yes, these are the issues, and it takes sweet time. Now, through your app, sitting in anywhere in the world, you can log into the complaint cell. There are many platforms, as talked about in this forum as well. By using any of the platform, you can log in and record your issues, and they're resolved.
We lost you, Mr. Kapoor. Okay, great. I think we'll come back to this. I think we are closing to the time. So there are two more pointers which I would like to cover for the benefit of the audience, and touching all aspects of the today's agenda. And Kara, this if I can come to you on this, and now digressing from the the premium properties we were discussing, there is a trend. What we have seen is that there is a focus on the joint development agreements and the JVs in Noida, apart from the traditional pure land buy. And in our earlier session, there was a lot of discussion around the land, which I was hearing. There is, the smaller players with the land ownership have partnered with large developers from south and west of India to enter with management agreements as well, like Godrej Properties and Kalpatru are developers with projects. Such models in Noida. Prestige is coming up with again a launch in the market. So do you agree with this trend? Do you see that this is going to continue? And what's your view around it?
To be very honest, I'm actually an advocate of JDAs, largely because I feel that, land is a very expensive commodity. For any big developer to come to any other new city, new city for expanding their base, it is always best to partner with the local stakeholder. Now that we're talking about real estate as a service, and to take advantage of the landowner, his experience of the market, his connections with the government, with the approvals for the sanctions, his relationships in the local market, it is best that we actually go for the JDAs and joint ventures. As a World Trade Center, we had earlier, our model in any city was to actually go to the government, take land from the government, but it actually put a lot of stress on us because land is not cheap in India. It is expensive. So we needed to distribute because our actual focus was on the deliverance of the projects, the real estate that we wanted, the facility with the purpose that we want to give. So we thought that we are specialized in providing the infrastructure and the services. So we better concentrate on that, and we take the local stakeholders because they have the expertise of the market, they have the know-how of the market, they have the relationships in the market. So we actually adopt this model. And I think that is the way forward. If we are looking at Prestige from the south coming into north, India's diversity is such that it makes sense that they take that up. I mean, in the previous segment, we did talk about DLF being such a successful developer, yet faced problems in newer markets. We are exploring ourselves a lot of JVs. Creating stakeholders, it's very important. When we are talking about the ecosystem being created, it is very important that, yes, we look at making the landowner also a stakeholder. His exit should not be ki becha, kal ko zameen mein kuch problem hai, so he's like, I've taken my money and I'm going away. But more importantly, there is also an upside to that. He is also a part of the profits that are going to come up, because that's how the JDAs are usually like that. There is a top line, is a part of the top line as well. So that, I believe, is the future.
Great. And Vinu, what's your view on this? Because traditionally you have followed different models all throughout.
Yeah. I think in today's time, there's a more focus on JDAs. And I personally think there are two main reasons behind this. One is this: the most of lands which are available in the market, they are not with a clean title. Either the projects in the NCLT or companies are in liquidation or under insolvency. And the lands which are available with the clean title, they are very, very few lands. And the owners, they don't want to sell land. They want JVs. And second reason behind this is the liquidity crunch in the real estate market. So both the reasons, that's why there's a focus on the JDA. And I think this is the win-win situation for both the owner and the developer, because owner wants a partner who has the expertise in the development, and developer wants a partner who can give the land because he doesn't want to spend money on the land part. So that's why there is a more focus on the JDA at present.
And I think, one more point which I feel why there is the more focus and trust is that there is more reliance on the legal system, the more reliance on the RERA, and the whole regulatory part of it is more defined now. So earlier, JDs, JVs were kind of all depending on the person to person, but yes, that aspect gets covered. So that also puts in confidence. Also, I think that's
RERA has brought the more transparency, and it is a good regulator both for the buyer and the builder. And even the developer has learned how to be more transparent in their policies. that is also contributing to the real estate, and it is giving the good picture to the contributing to the reputation of the real estate, I can say. Now real estate is learning how to be organized.
You know,
Yeah,
because JD is also a way of unlocking the wealth of, you know, of a landowner, and also somewhat reducing the learning curve of a developer. Say, for example, you know, if you're looking at like us as a WTC, when we are entering into a Surat market, or for that matter, Bhopal market, or any other location where we would have the World Trade Center, like Ludhiana or Amritsar, you know, there's a learning curve with the local partner, which somewhat would actually get reduced marginally, but it does, because there are a lot of learnings of different markets that come in place.
Great. Thanks, Vinu, and thanks, Kate. I think last topic which I would like to spend 2-3 minutes is around the sustainability and green features. So I know, Khair, why you're smiling. So maybe you can start. You have done that a lot in your commercial buildings. And
I'm a great advocate of mainstream green. You know, for me, it's a sustainable building is the great. That's the ideology that we live by, no matter
my question actually, and what I would like to understand, Khair, from you, and then maybe Mr. Kapoor and Vinu can talk about it. How is it getting integrated into the residential premium townships or society? How important it is, and is it really being followed? Because what we see, sustainability and green is always talked about, but what gets followed on the ground? So, Khair, maybe you want to start.
Need of the hour, I must say that it's the need of the hour. When we are talking about sustainability, real estate in times to come are going to be sustainable, have to be sustainable products, not only from right from the life cycle of the project, from the design to the building to the user. That is how I see the real estate, whether irrespective whether it is a commercial, whether it is residential, because ultimately the benefit comes to the user, and customer is the king. We are all actually designing our projects, our products, our real estate for the end user. So it is spread across, right from the design, the land orientation, factoring in the land orientation from that study, to the construction, to the actual user, the finishing, the materials being used. I think it's a need of the hour.
Thanks, Khair. Mr. Kapoor, what's your view around sustainability in the residential?
I think as we all know, it is very important. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, please.
Yeah, as it is very important, and we make extensive use of it. Sustainability is the way forward, and it's an age-old story, but in between we have lost the touch of sustainability. Today we all talk about it because that has become a new fancy word, but I feel sustainability in the long run pays back to the society, which is very, very essential. So be it energy conservation, be it use of materials where minimum maintenance is required, longevity of the materials, be it green covering, be it improving the air quality, be it waste management, be it solar lighting, be it air and ventilation. So all aspects of it touches your life, and it is the cohesive society. We all need to address these issues. Today, the burning issue in NCR is pollution and environment. And we are enjoying the brunt of it, that nobody wants to come to the North India during these 2 months because of the very bad quality of air we breathe in. So we all need to be very well responsible, very much attentive towards the needs of the environment, and we must do whatever comes in our way to ensure that our projects become sustainable, becomes very, very conducive to live in, so that
Okay, great. I think other panelists are now online and Sapna has switched on the video. That's a sign that we should close. So I'll just, close quickly, Sapna, with I need 2 more
Yes.
minutes with the last question, and maybe all of you just can, spend a couple of lines on that. Now we all discussed, and I think more or less we agree that there is a good demand. There is
We
a
have in our one of the projects, we have taken the platinum rating of.
Okay, I think we are losing Mr. Kapoor again. But so what I was mentioning is that my last question is that since we see that there is a change in demand pattern, there is a new bracket which is coming in for the buying of the premium apartment. There's a lot of infrastructure push happening. So do we see that the price appreciation of premium properties is around the corner, given that what we are discussing on the demand side, and second, as we all know, we didn't discuss, but that there's a higher input cost which is coming into this. So maybe Vinu, you want to give your viewpoint, and then post that Govind and Khair, and we'll close the session.
Of course, for the premium properties, the demand is more. As I already said, the people are looking for the luxury homes, of course, but the cost of construction, which is recently increased 15 to 20%, the cost of the material has increased. That is increasing the cost also. But in the near future, as the announcement of the Jewar airport, it is going to give push to the Noida market. And I hope the prices will increase for the luxury.
Thanks, Vinu. Govind, I know it's more towards digital, but have you seen any analysis or any your digital inputs that do you also focus this?
Sure. Yeah. See, maybe I'm in digital, but rest assured, the whole real estate, fraternity is something that we have been interacting with and we learn from. And for us, as of now, this is turning out to be an important milestone because we are able to close via digital and overall marketing faster, because the fear factor, the FOMO factor, where the prices are increasing, is definitely helping us drive down sales for now. And with regards to, of course, the input cost, which Ms. Vinu mentioned. These are the elements that everybody is talking about, right from CREDAI to NAREDCO. Everybody is making it very much obvious. As of now, we are utilizing it to the benefit of closing sales faster. But when it kicks in, of course, it will help into the overall momentum that we have garnered, until unless some kind of a response from the government is coming in to help the fraternity. And for the Noida market, I believe it's an upward trend that we are definitely expecting. And of course, based on the supply and demand, the way we progress over the next 2-3 years, the whole region will be defined. And yeah, we would love to be operating and looking at the trends when they unfold.
Great, thanks. Khair, your last comments, and then we'll close up now.
I think, to me, I believe that obviously the price escalation is a matter of demand versus supply. It's pure, simple economics at the end of the day. And for any particular project, what is the demand and how is the supply is what is going to drive the price. But overall, if I look at the scenario, I feel that the market is going to the prices we're going to stay stable. I see there's going to be a demand which is slowly going to rise up, but it is going to stay stable. That's my take on it.
Good point. I think that I somewhat agree that there is a pent-up demand and there is a higher input cost, but yes, there is a supply as well. So it may be tilted more towards the stable point. I think great. I would just thank you everyone for expressing your views, and we tried covering all the pointers to enrich our audience on what's happening in Noida and what's the growth story around. Sapna, now over to you.
Yeah, I think Vibhor, some of the points that came out in this entire discussion is the consolidation, as Khair said, the JVs or the JDs are the way to go forward. In the earlier panel discussion also, speaker said, consolidation and collaboration is the way forward. Govind, one question we have got from you is, as an outsider, are you seeing, because this is the whole theme of our discussion is Noida makeover. So as an outsider, do you think that Noida is now not known more as an affordable destination housing? It is now changing over to premium segment also. Are you seeing that when you are interacting with developers or marketing with them?
Okay, Sapna. So yeah, I believe we are no more an outsider. We have actually started our operation in Gurgaon. So right from the best of the brands that exist there. So Noida definitely is something that we are preparing big for. So the pointer that you said, it's not, though the session is about the premium segment, we expect all the segments, right? From medium, the mid segment to the affordable, all of them are going to get, much more stronger because of the push that is coming in, because of the infrastructure growth, that story that we are talking about. And when the infrastructure growth story is being talked about, it is not just the premium inventories are just going to come there. It's a whole economy that we are really positive about, that we are seeing because of this airport and the plan that they're carrying along with it. It's going to make a massive movement there if it happens. We have seen the current government do some marginal thing with regards to the gift city. People never believed in it, but now you should see the traction there. And when they are banking again and trying to make exemplary story out of it, we are bullish as a company, and we are engaging already. So to see what is the best way we can put the stories out and get the traction in our clients' favor, in our favor.
Okay. Govind, I take credit for Gift City, World Trade Center.
I do.
We actually put it on the investment map, once World Trade Center came to Gift City.
No doubt about that. I've been following that whole growth story. We have been associated with Hirandani there. So I'm totally aware about our Savvy Group. We have been following it. So yeah, it's a lot of credit goes to you. No doubt about it.
Okay. One last question before we wrap up. What we have got is, how far do you think the real estate industry has come in terms of technology adoption? We are talking about prop tech, contech, martech, all types of tech. So one line, answer from you, Govind, how far real estate has come?
We're still very far. In construction tech, maybe at 4. In martech, we are at 2. And in overall prop tech, I believe we are at 2 at the scale of 10. We have just scratched the surface yet.
Okay. Vinu, do you agree? You're on mute.
Yes, I agree with Govind.
Okay. Khair, what do you say? Do you agree to that figures 2 and 4?
I actually think he's correct. It's just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, before your last comments, what do you feel? Where is real estate now? Are we, still there is a potential to, or the, scope of adopting technology?
Yes, there's huge potential. And huge need also. See, like we actually talked about that the millennials are becoming that's the new category of buyers that we have. And their need is actually, they're more into technology to meet that need. And as a developer, we would not want to ignore them. We would actually want to get them in our fold. So it's just that as far as technology is concerned, it's just the tip of the iceberg that we are at. There's huge scope. And I feel that there's going to be a huge turnaround soon.
Right. Vibhor, your closing comment.
Yeah. So Sapna, I think very well point. On the technology piece, I would say that we were already on the way. The tangent was already there before COVID on the technology part. It's just that before COVID, it was optional. And post-COVID, what has happened is, one, it has not become an option. It is a must. Second, we have 5 to 10 years got advanced. What technology we would have adopted later, it got fast-tracked, and we got into that. I don't know how this will further continue, because our leaders in the technology industry will continue to develop more. And since it is not an option, this is, as Govind said, I would agree with the rating that we just started scratching the surface.
Fantastic. So our, all the eminent panelists here, they agree that technology has a big role to play. We have come quite far, and there is, a whole long way to go. It has been an acceleration. Noida as a destination is coming up with some fantastic, not only projects, but infrastructure development, as everyone pointed out. So thanks, Vibhor, for that wonderful conversation with all our speakers. Mr. Deepak Kapoor, thank you so much. We could not see you, but we were able to hear you. So thank you so much. Govind, for pointing out the technology aspect of real estate for Noida in particular. Ms. Carol Nissa, for being here with us once again, sharing your views. Vinu, a very warm welcome to you. You have joined us for the first time, and it was great hearing your views. So thank you everyone for being part of this session, and let's move on to our next very eminent panel.
Thanks, Sapna, and thanks, Vibhor.
Thank you.
Lovely job, Vibhor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Lovely
Bye.
catching up, everybody. See you.
Bye.
So here we were talking about Noida as a destination. Now let's move on to the next micro market of Delhi NCR, which is Gurgaon, and we are calling it optimistic Gurugram as new micro markets are on the rise. So let me welcome our moderator of the session, Mr. Mudassir Zaidi, Executive Director, North, Knight Frank, India. In a career spanning more than 20 years, Mr. Zaidi has held multiple roles within Knight Frank, and currently he is responsible for managing the North India region and its growth. Prior to this, he managed the Pan-India residential agency portfolio, including sales of new homes, prime resale, prime leasing, and international project marketing. And he has also been national head commercial leasing and handled major transactions in office leasing and outright purchase for large corporates. Let me introduce our eminent speakers of this session in an alphabetical order. I welcome Mr. Amit Gehlot, founder and CEO, PropertyExpo.com. Out of his rich 17 years of experience, Mr. Gehlot has dedicated 10 years to the real estate. He has helped bridge the gap between technology and real estate via the brand PropertyExpo.com, the new age property tech company backed by AI and ML. Amit Gehlot is also a pioneer in conducting on-site project training for large sales teams and training capsules for different projects of different developers. Our next eminent panel member is Ms. Ananta Raghuvanshi, Senior Executive Director, Sales and Marketing, Experion Developers. Ms. Raghuvanshi is a PhD in marketing management. She is a leader with an indelible contribution of more than 30 years to the real estate industry, having led and launched over 100 successful products. Previously, she has been Executive Director at DLF, Chief Executive at MRMGF, and Country Head and Senior Director, DEMAC. Our next panel member, let me introduce Mr. Rahul Singla, Director, MAPSCO. He's a qualified graduate from London with MBA in Marketing. Mr. Rahul Singla came on board in 2010 and heads the Sales and Marketing Division along with the new business development. He envisions enhancing product offerings to the customers with the best quality. Our next panel member is Ms. Renu Singh, President, Sales and Marketing Space Group. Ms. Renu Singh has over 16 years of experience across luxury sales, marketing, retail leasing, commercial leasing and sales, group housing, township, channel management, team management, corporate presentation, and customer relationship. She has been involved in marketing and launching the projects in international markets such as USA, Canada, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Macau, Dubai, and Singapore, among others. Our next and final member, let me introduce Mr. Vivek Singhal, CEO, Smart World Developers Private Limited. With a career spanning over 2 decades, Mr. Singhal is accountable for the company's overall sales, marketing, construction, and CRM efforts, and is responsible for the organization's overarching strategic direction and priorities. He has previously assessed key leadership roles for major real estate brands such as M3M, Tishman Spear, Bharti Realty Limited, RMZ Group, DLF Limited, and others. So this is our eminent panel who will be discussing Gurgaon real estate. And Mr. Zaidi, I hand it over to you now.
Thank you very much, Sapna. We have a very illustrious panel today, and I think very, very experienced people who can really give us a great insight in terms of our topic for today, which is optimistic Gurgaon or optimistic Gurugram, new micro markets on the rise. Let me start with giving each of the panelists maybe a couple of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes to start with their opening remarks, and following which I will then come to specific questions to each of the panelists, and then we can take it from there. Can we start with Mr. Vivek Singhal?
Hello, everyone. So, in my belief is that, we are now heading towards a boom time. And I strongly believe that, whatever has happened in the last 7 years, right from 2013 to, till up to 2020 is a thing of past. I think I see a lot of capital appreciation happening in next 3 to 4 years in the real estate. And I see a lot of buoyancy coming our way. But I think, parallelly, what needs to be looked at is that there will be a, lot of demand coming towards the people who have a higher credibility in comparison to what used to be the situation in the past. So, anybody who has a credibility in terms of the delivery track record, anybody who has a credibility in terms of how the product needs to be designed, because we have come a long way. For example, when we all started with the telecom revolution about 20 years ago, we had first 1G, 2G, 3G, and today telecom is almost there at the 5th generation. So has the buildings have also evolved, so has the products have also evolved. So I think as long as we are looking towards the future in terms of coming up with the products which would suit the requirement of the new millennials, I think we'll be able to have the products right. And if the products are right, I see no reason why we'll not be able to, catch that demand. That is the point number one. Point number two is that there is a huge pent-up demand which got created because of last 4-5 years, wherein there was very little or a very limited number of the projects which got launched. So I think both the factors will coincide, and it would lead into a situation wherein we'll be able to see a huge demand coming our way. So we have to just gear up for that and get our act right.
Great, very, very apt and relevant opening remarks. Can I come on to Ananta to make your opening remarks, please?
Yes, Mudassir, good afternoon. And hello, Renu and Rahul, and of course our audience. I don't want to repeat what he's just said, so let me make it a little interesting. I think pre-pandemic, we were doing foxtrot, walk, side together, back, side close. Then during the pandemic, it was waltz, we were revolving. And now we are very excited. I think we are getting into a completely salsa zone, which is 160 to 250 beats per minute. So I think super exciting times ahead, undoubtedly. Resilience and resurgence. Resilience is the second name of reality. I think, and the spine is patience, it goes without saying. As far as resurgence is concerned, it definitely needs triggers. We need triggers like Realty Plus to keep us on track. And I think it's Realty Plus is like that Chaya train. We had panel 1 as another bogey and panel 2, and we are the third bogey post-lunch. I think this panel has also been put together post-lunch only because we are a very resilient panel. Like you said, there are experienced people sitting on this panel. So I think real estate is all about resilience, resurgence, and it just needs patience.
What an interesting way to describe reality that way is. But I'm sure it can only come in from you, Ananta. Moving to the next panelist, can I request Renu to give her opening remarks, please?
A very good afternoon to all of you. First, I would like to thank Team Realty Plus for providing me this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion, along with my seniors, reality experts, I would say industry legends, and my idol lady, Ananta ma'am. In fact, I would never ever thought that I would be on a panel with her. And I'm sure today I'm going to learn a lot from this panel discussion. As our discussion today is on optimistic Gurgaon, a new micro market and rise. So what I feel, Gurgaon is one of the most lucrative real estate destination, and it is completely a planned city, which is divided in 3 zones. So left side is our left side of NH8, right side of NH8, and south of Gurgaon. So on the left side of NH8, we have golf course extension, golf course road, multiple phases of DLF, then southern periphery road. Right-hand side, we have Old Gurgaon, Central Periphery, NPR, New Gurgaon, Dwarka Expressway. And third is our south of Gurgaon. So what, in my opinion, I would just brief on the topic first. So in my opinion, the upcoming and developing new micro market on rise would be Dwarka Expressway. Dwarka Expressway is one of the major growing residential and commercial destination in Delhi NCR. All the big reputed developers we can see have acquired land bank, huge land bank on Dwarka Expressway. Many of the luxury projects have already been delivered and many are in pipelines. Builders like Shobha, Experion, ATS, Raheja, Tatas, they have already delivered project. And earlier, if we talk about Dwarka Expressway, there were many hurdles which were delaying the project. Now, after the visit of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and Gadkari ji, they were assured that by end of 2022, this expressway would be fully functional. So, what I think that this is the best time to invest on Dwarka Expressway, as huge potential is there in this market. And now question comes in our mind that why Dwarka Expressway? Why not Golf Course Road? Why not Sohna? Why not New Gurgaon? So what I personally feel, friends, Golf Course Extension, New Gurgaon, Sohna, all are good and promising micro market. But Dwarka Expressway would be on much rise. Reason being, first thing comes is the connectivity. Dwarka Expressway is well connected to Delhi. IGI airport is hardly 20-25 minutes from the Delhi-Gurgaon border. And it's very near to airport. It's a perfect destination for the NRIs to invest here. Dwarka Expressway having a parallel 75-meter road would be diverting 60% of the traffic also. And International Convention Center, this IICCC is coming, which is being developed as a smart city by our government of India, and it would be ready in operational. First phase would be operational next year, and the entirely this IICC would be operational in next 3 to 4 years. Nearing sectors 112, 113 have diplomatic enclave also, where 39 embassies are coming. Sector 114 and 88A are developing as a purely commercial destinations. Then 115 is coming as an institutional sector where work is happening day and night. So if we see today, of course, yes, there's a bit of commuting problem. But if we see the future of Dwarka Expressway in next 2 to 3 years, it will be the ideal investment destination with premium appreciation, location benefit, easy connectivity, and social infrastructure in place. Now, I won't be taking much of time. We can move on to the other person.
That was Renu really going all out for Dwarka Expressway. I'm sure some of the developers on the panel will be very happy, but some might not be. But moving onwards, can I request Amit to give his opening remarks, please?
Hi, Mr. Devi. First of all, good afternoon to you, Ananta ma'am, Rahul ji, Vivek ji, Renu, ji, Tripti, and everybody who is listening right now. So basically, I've been into this real estate, focusing on Gurgaon for the last 11 years, and I've seen these all areas from Dwarka Expressway to Sohna to New Gurgaon to Golf Course Road. I've seen I'm selling like anything for the last 11 years. And training people, training myself also, because to train somebody, you have to get ready first and then you can train. So basically, Gurgaon is all about the blessings of Almighty, because Gurgaon has something charismatic in it. Because यहाँ पे बोलते हैं कि मिट्टी कब सोना हो जाए, you never know. So if we talk about last 10 years of Gurgaon, we have seen 2 master plans. पहला आया फिर दूसरा आया, but somehow Gurgaon की जो connectivity का problem था वो sort out करने में लगी रही government, and right now ये बहुत तेजी से इसको connectivity पे जोर दिया जा रहा है, और next 5 years गुड़गांव को belong करेंगे. उसके 2 रीजन है बहुत बड़े. एक तो सब जानते हैं कि jobs are there and everything, everybody, lakhs people are on an year coming to Gurgaon like anything, and यहाँ का जो per capita income is also very high. So and तो यहाँ पे जो housing और commercial का requirement है बहुत बढ़ना है. तो सबसे मेजर प्रॉब्लम ड्रॉबैक गुड़गांव का ये था कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था. तो नोएडा से लोग कंपेयर करते थे, वहाँ पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, यहाँ पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, फिर भी प्राइस हाई हैं. बिकॉज यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है कि जो डेवलपर्स हैं यहाँ पे, दे आर बिग डेवलपर्स इन द सेंस बिकॉज दे हैव लार्ज लैंड बैंक्स, द लैंड इज क्वाइट एक्सपेंसिव. सो कनेक्टिविटी पे अभी जोर दिया है गवर्नमेंट ने, एंड 5 years गुड़गांव को बिलोंग करेंगे. उसका रीजन है कि नेक्स्ट 5 years, अभी हमें गुड़गांव को बोलते हैं मिलेनियम सिटी, बट अभी 5 साल लगेंगे, और 5 साल में फ्रॉम द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे टू सोना रोड, बादशाहपुर चौक और गोल्फ कोर्स रोड और एसपीआर कनेक्टिविटी, ये जितनी भी चीजें हैं, आप 20 मिनट में एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जा पाएंगे. और उससे सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये होगा कि जो ट्रेवल टाइम है, बिकॉज कहीं भी आप वर्ल्ड में जाइए, बिकॉज वहां पे ये नहीं दिखा जाता कितने किलोमीटर्स है आप, इट्स ऑल अबाउट द ट्रेवल टाइम, इट्स ऑल अबाउट द मेट्रो कनेक्टिविटी, इट्स ऑल अबाउट द कमर्शियल कनेक्टिविटी. तो गुड़गांव में 20 minutes from any point of Gurgaon in next 5 years one can reach. And सबसे बड़ी बात जो होने वाली है वो ये है कि गवर्नमेंट की जो पॉलिसीज अभी आई हैं, चाहे वो दीनदयाल हो, चाहे वो अफोर्डेबल हो, तो उससे एक पब मिला है. जो छोटी जमीनें पड़ी रहती थी जिसको लॉन्च नहीं, पहले क्या होता था 11 एकड़ ये चाहिए, कमर्शियल में इतना चाहिए, आज के में जो ये स्कीम्स आई हैं और इसमें जो प्राइस का कैप नहीं है, तो उससे जो बड़े डेवलपर्स भी हैं उनको एक सपोर्ट आया है कि कहीं ना कहीं हम जाकर के इसमें मैं आपको कहूँगा कि जो मेजर डेवलपमेंट है जिससे ग्रोथ आएगी, वो देयर आर 2 थिंग्स. जब वो जो पैचेस होते थे 5.5 एकड़, 8 एकड़, 7 एकड़, जो किसी भी यूज के नहीं हुआ करते थे, एंड उसमें डेवलपमेंट करना बहुत मुश्किल था, छोटे प्लॉट्स में डेवलपमेंट करना बहुत मुश्किल था, रजिस्ट्रीज नहीं होती थी. बट अभी गवर्नमेंट ने लीजेंसी दिखाई है, एससीओज में दिखाई है. अब देखिए द मार्केट इज फ्लडेड विद ऑल दीज स्कीम्स एंड दीज एससीओज एंड सबसे बड़ी बात, कुछ बहुत अच्छे डेवलपर्स ने कोशिश की है कि एससीओज को बिल्कुल हाई स्ट्रीट की तरह मैच किया जाए और जो दीनदयाल स्कीम्स हैं उनको बिल्कुल लग्जरी सेगमेंट में लेके आया जाए, जिससे कि एक अच्छी लोकेशन पे जहां पे 3-4 करोड़ का रेट है, वहां पे कॉम्पैक्ट लग्जरी देकर के, और वो 1.5 करोड़ के अंदर में. आप सोचिए कि गोल्फ एक्सटेंशन में नोबडी कैन थिंक ऑफ कि भाई ग्रैंड हयात के सामने आपको 1.25 करोड़ में कोई प्रॉपर्टी मिल सकती है, कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता. बट ये वो ट्रेन है जो निकल चुकी थी 10 साल पहले और अभी वापस आ गई है. लेकिन मैं आपको एक चीज जरूर कहूंगा कि बीइंग कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेस जो कि आ गए हैं गुड़गांव में, उसके अलावा जो यहाँ के होम ग्रोन डेवलपर्स हैं, ठीक है, वेदर इट इज स्पेस, मैप्सको, एसएस ग्रुप, ऑरेस, बेस्टेक एंड ऑल दीज, बिकॉज बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है, तो यही लोग हैं जो गुड़गांव को गुड़गांव बनाएंगे. कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेज आएंगे, बिरला है, गोदरेज है, इवन डीएलएफ को भी हम कॉर्पोरेट हाउस में आज के डेट में काउंट करते हैं. बट ये जितने भी लोग हैं दे हैव डेवलप्ड. आप देखिए, इफ यू टॉक अबाउट मैप्सको, न्यू गुड़गांव में कितना बड़ा, देखिए आप कासाबेला का जो लोकेशन है, एंड राहुल जी अभी है मेरे साथ में, तो माउंट विले एक एग्जांपल है. उस प्राइस में वो प्रोडक्ट देना, एंड सेम विद अनंता जी मेरे साथ हैं, तो इनसे अच्छा तो मार्केट को कोई देख ही नहीं सकता आज की डेट में. एक्सपीरियन इज आल्सो डूइंग रियली गुड ऑन द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे. तो मेरा जो मानना है वो ये है कि अभी एवरी पॉकेट ऑफ गुड़गांव विल ग्रो, वेदर इट्स गोल्फ कोर्स रोड, इट हैज आल्सो बीन ग्रोन, एक्सटेंशन इज आल्सो बीन ग्रोन, एसपीआर. लेकिन जो सबसे ज्यादा ग्रोथ होगी वो जो अपना द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे है, उसका जो दिल्ली वाला पार्ट है, फ्रॉम 102 से लेके और 1113 तक, और उसमें सबसे मेजर पार्ट जो प्ले करेगा वो 114, 115, 109, 113 एंड 108 ऑल्सो. तो ये जो पूरा पैच है ये डोमिनेट करेगा, बिकॉज वहां से जो कनेक्टिविटी है दिल्ली की, और वहां से गुड़गांव आना भी आसान है, बिकॉज देयर इज अ लूप ऑल्सो देयर. एंड अगर अभी लोगों को लगता है कि यार वो एरिया कवर करेगा, लेकिन नो वन कैन बिलीव विद इन 8 minutes यू रीच न्यू गुड़गांव. तो उसके बाद जो मेजर रीजन आएगा वो आएगा सीपीआर. ये 3 किलोमीटर का बेल्ट है, उसमें जो भी प्रॉपर्टी आएगी वो बूम करेगी. बिकॉज अगर हम आईएमटी मानेसर की स्टोरी देखें, गुड़गांव इज ऑल अबाउट क्या कि इधर उद्योग विहार, इधर आईएमटी मानेसर, डेवलपमेंट आया, कॉल सेंटर इंडस्ट्री आई, डॉलर का प्राइस ऊपर गया, तो ये सब चीजों की वजह से गुड़गांव बना. तो इवन एक रिक्शा वाला और एक सब्जी वाले ने भी यहाँ पे अपने घर बनाए. तो मैं बड़े लोगों की तो बात ही नहीं करता हूँ. तो दीज आर द थिंग्स विच रियली मैटर्स. तो गुड़गांव 5 साल कोई स्टॉप नहीं कर सकता है. तो आज की डेट में मैं जो स्टडी करता हूँ, मेरे हिसाब से 4 मार्केट्स इंटरनेशनली, जिसमें से गुड़गांव का बहुत प्रोमिनेंट रहेगा. आप देख सकते हैं कि लैंड का कॉस्ट, एक प्लॉट जो 50,000 रुपए पर स्क्वायर यार्ड होता था 1 साल पहले, वो आज 1.25 लाख में ट्रेड हो रहा है. एंड पहले कोई खरीदता नहीं था. आज की डेट में लाइन. सो गुड़गांव एक ऐसी मार्केट है, यहाँ पे अफोर्डेबल भी बिकता है, यहाँ पे कैमिलियर भी बिकता है, यहाँ पे क्रैश भी बिकता है, यहाँ पे हार्ट सॉन्ग भी बिकता है, यहाँ पे विंचेंस भी बिकता है. और यहाँ पे माउंट विले एंड कासाबेला भी बिकता है, ठीक है। सो सारी मार्केट से थोड़ा सा न्यू गुड़गांव स्टेबलाइज हो गया है, बट न्यू गुड़गांव का एक अपना एक रूल है, बिकॉज दैट इज द एरिया which has been developed almost, and it has been surrounded by 4 major highways. So New Gurgaon has a very special role, but if somebody is entering now, so उनके लिए इतना कुछ नहीं है। तो जो आज आना चाह रहे हैं उनके लिए सोना एज अ मार्केट बहुत ग्रो करेगा, बिकॉज होता क्या है कि जो अभी न्यू हाईवेज आ रहे हैं और 12 घंटे में आप मुंबई पहुंच रहे हैं, कॉरिडोर आ रहा है, प्लस IMT जो सोना है दैट इज 1500 एकर्स। अभी तक वो क्यों नहीं चला, उसका रीजन ये था कि वहां पे लैंड का जो वाटर है, वाटर इज सॉल्टी, तो वो थोड़ा सा वहां प्रॉब्लम है। अदरवाइज जो कनेक्टिविटी है, तो वो सोना मैं कहूंगा कि जितने भी रियल एस्टेट एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो सोना के ऊपर, और इवन उसका नाम भी अभी साउथ गुड़गांव है। तो देखने वाली बात है कि द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे एंड सोना एंड न्यू गुड़गांव में SPR का लेफ्ट हैंड साइड जो NH8 के है, वो एरिया इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए बहुत बूम करेगा, एंड यूजर्स के लिए बूम करेगा, बिकॉज अभी पकड़ में है। आप 1.25 करोड़ में एक अच्छी प्रॉपर्टी रहने के लिए आप खरीद सकते हैं, प्लस कमर्शियल इज ऑल्सो अंडर कंट्रोल। आप एक बहुत अच्छी शॉप 40-45,000 रुपीज पर स्क्वायर फुट में ले सकते हैं, जो कि एक्सटेंशन है गॉल्फ कोर्स रोड में 1 लाख के ऊपर चली जाती है। रेडी टू मूव इन अगर मैं बात करूँ 75,000 चली जाती है। तो मेरा मानना है कि जो मार्केट वॉच करने के लिए किसी भी इन्वेस्टर को इस टाइम वॉच करनी चाहिए, वो न्यू गुड़गांव का लेफ्ट हैंड साइड 78, 76, 79 ये जो एरिया है 70 एंड CPR 36A जो वहाँ पे अभी सुमिटोमो इज देयर, देन 84, 89 ये जितना भी पैच है ये भी बहुत ग्रो करेगा, बिकॉज DLF इज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग, अदर डेवलपर्स आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग, एंड जो सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, जो कि 12 साल से एक्सपेक्टेशन रही हैं लोगों की कि शेयर आया शेयर आया शेयर आया, तो अभी शेयर आ गया है लेकिन कोई विश्वास नहीं कर रहा है, बट शेयर आ चुका है। तो द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे विल बी देयर। Okay.
Right. Amit, thanks for sharing your opening remarks. Can I come on to Rahul so that I can we can quickly conclude the opening remarks, so I can come on to the actual questions after that. Yeah, Rahul, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mudassir and Realty Plus team for the opportunity. I think Gurgaon has been always very optimistic as compared to the whole Delhi NCR. So, I mean, the last decade between 2010 and 2020 had been slow for the developers, as market saw only 19% growth in NCR as compared to 38% in top 7 cities. But again, this is not a very big number for the realty sector, as people perceive it to be very high value market. And then gold and property always have been, the safest bet. But unfortunately, this property did not appreciate in the last decade. So, but nonetheless, demand was very constant in the Gurgaon market, and new projects and development was very less. So the demand remained constant. So today developers have survived the recession, and they're charging ahead with renewed energy because bad days are gone. Believe me, as everyone said, the bad days are really gone, especially for Gurgaon. And they survived too well to come back even stronger and louder. So, moreover, post-COVID, all sectors, including residential, commercial, warehousing, especially the industrial sector, have grown tremendously. Infrastructure at nation level is going at, at pace like never before. So for Gurgaon also, and realty sector has taken entirely different turn, as everyone said, especially Deen Dayal and all these schemes, new schemes by government is very, upturning. So they have touched every point, the SPR, NPR, KMP, Delhi Mumbai corridor. Everything is, I think, bringing appreciation to the Gurgaon market. Also, very few launches as a process. Gurgaon to launch a new project, it is, it's a lengthy and very high capital process to come up with a project in Gurgaon, as you have to buy the whole land in advance and then apply for the license, and it's a lengthy and expensive procedure. So there had been very, very less launches in the recent years. And then pandemic has also increased the residential demand for obvious reasons. I think, and moreover, there's a study by Anarock which says that around 8,410 units were launched in NCR and in the third quarter of 2021, ending this September only, and out of which 65% of the share was from Gurgaon. Imagine the 65% share was from Gurgaon. So again, I mean, if you look at the sales figure also, then also Gurgaon contributed about 38% amongst NCR sales. I think it is quite interesting, isn't it? So we are staring at the market which is continuously growing. Even in the recession years, it kept on, constant or growing. It never fell off. Like Amit ji said, शेर आया वाली बात है, but गुड़गांव मार्केट के लिए देर से आया दुरुस्त आए. अब और भी अच्छा बहुत market trades 50,000 से it has gone up to 1 lakh and 1,25,000 per square yard. If we talk about plotting, we are for I would say vertical housing अभी उतना increase नहीं है, but yes, for definitely for plotting it has gone more than the double. The effect is more than the double. Thank you, Mudassir. Over to you.
Thanks, Rahul. I think all the panelists from their opening remarks, I can really conclude and understand that everybody's certainly very, very bullish on the real estate industry, specifically for Gurgaon. And I think the major points that have come across is that infrastructure has really or rather in earlier times as well, and in times to come, will play a major role in terms of whatever new micro markets, existing or new micro markets, will get strengthened and come up. Let me come to my first question and to Vivek. Vivek, I very recently saw a LinkedIn post from you as well, and largely you were talking about plots being the major preference of buyers. And this is what I see as well, that plotted, low-rise, where lower gestation period projects, where it can get, started off and completed and delivered very, very soon, is something that people are looking at. What do you think is the longer-term impact of this buyer preference? Is this something that you see lasting for a very, very long time? The markets really went towards vertical for a very, very long time, and then have now come down to all these low-rise, plotted, etc. Do you see this as a long-term impact? And secondly, how do you think this will impact the overall developers' plans and their portfolio mix in times to come?
So, Mudassir, this is a very good question. I must say, the point is, how do we plan a development? As I said in my opening remarks as well, I think product is going to play the most important role in terms of how we transform the real estate sector over a period of next 5 to 10 years. See, what we have always seen traditionally, there are 3 types of communities which you will find anywhere, right? One would be the villa community, the second would be the floor, and then last one would be the apartment. And different communities have offered a different type of usability to the end user. So for example, when you will talk about floors, they will be the most efficient. When you will talk about the villas, they will be the most expensive. And when you will talk about the apartments, they will fall somewhere in terms of they will be little expensive than floors, but they will be less efficient than floors. So it's something which we need to solve. And if we are able to solve that puzzle, I think then there is a very good chance of a success for any developer. So, now if I were to look back, in terms of what we did, and, just for your information, in just 1.5 months, we've sold more than 2,000 crores of inventory. So it's a large number. So, and for a debutant player like ours. So what are those things which we got right in our product mix is what makes us a business case in terms of what most of my development friends can actually, look at. So the point is, when we were talking about floors in the past, so, they were plagued with the following problems. So you always had a parking problem. You always had a security problem because they were not, so they were given, they were developed by people who were doing 2 floors, 3 floors, 5 floors. at that point of time on a different set of plots. So first was the parking, because it was not organized. So unlike apartments where you'll have a dedicated car parking, if you have 2 car parks, then you can plan it accordingly that way. The second would be the security. Third would be the power backup. So, unlike, for example, DLF used to have exclusive floors way back, they did in about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Similarly, Unitech did few of the projects, but most of them were never developed as a floors. So the trend was more towards the apartment. Third was time to the market, because the advantage of doing a floor is that time to market, from a developer's point of view, my return on investment, if the money which I've put into a project, if that money can come back to me within a span of 18 to 24 months, then my ability to sell the product, even if I have to sell that product at a lower price, is much higher because I am running a lesser risk in comparison to running a project which will run for 36 months or 48 months. So that's the third parameter. And finally, I would say, then the things which differentiate a different class of products is, what are the kind of the power backup you're giving, what are the centralized abilities you're giving. So I think if we can come up with a blend of a product which meets all of these, and we can come up with a product which makes all of these in a manner wherein, we are able to enjoy the product and we are able to come up with a product. So in my view, the floors are here to stay. But what I'm not saying is that apartments is not going to be a product which will not sell. So, because as my previous colleagues have said just here, all the product lines will coexist. And that's the nature of Gurgaon. So there is a room for everyone and there is a opportunity for all kind of products. The only point is that what fits into your business plan better is what is going to decide the future. But having said that, I think what floors are offering today is, I'm saying there is an opportunity to have a terrace space. There is an opportunity to have work from home space. There is an opportunity to have higher efficiency. You can get a power backup today. You can get a centralized parks. You can get a nice club. So I'm saying all the ticks which were there in the apartments earlier are there already. But in addition to that, what we were getting in the villas, for example, even if I buy the best of the apartment, for example, Golf State. So I will have a limitation of the space in terms of terrace. So, there is no opportunity for me to do a bonfire in the winters, or, if you have elderly parents, they want to really enjoy the sun, they cannot do that because at the end of the day, apartment will have only 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours of the sun. Whereas on a terrace, you can always enjoy. So there is a idea which we need to look at, and there are things which we need to correct in our planning. If we are able to address these issues, I think then, it makes a perfect product for the market to have. So now coming back to your specific question, whether the apartments are here to stay, trust me, they will, because they are also an interesting product category. It meets a specific requirement for a different clientele. Floors meets a requirement of a different clientele. So does the villa. So all the products will coexist. But for a millennial who's a first-time home buyer, I think the easiest entry for them would be the floors. For somebody who's looking for a really top-end luxury, maybe a villa would be the right product. But considering the way the prices of the land are going up, it becomes very difficult for somebody to have a villa. So they'll have to settle with a luxury apartment rather than looking for a floor. So it's going to be a nice combination of the product line, what meets the requirement of specific people.
Vivek, tell me, do you think the developer's credibility and track record will play a major role for the kind of product that people will take up? So maybe from what I understand is that maybe larger developers with established track records, where multiple projects that they have delivered per se, maybe they will be relied upon for a longer gestation period, which would be probably apartments, etc. And maybe the others who obviously whoever has managed to survive the pandemic, etc., and has continued, you think they will largely then get relegated towards the floors and the plotting schemes?
Not really, because see, again, I would say is that, for me as a Smart World, for example, or, my previous stint was with M3N. So in both the cases, I would say, I think it's not that the floors are having a lower gestation period. So obviously they will become a more practical product, or they will result into a higher buoyancy in the market, or it's a safer bet for the developer. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that there was an unaddressed demand in the market for last 6-7 years, because density norms in Gurgaon were such that, you know, the smaller size of the apartment or the average size of the apartment which you can make in any group housing society would be about 1800 square feet on a sellable area. So if 1800 square feet sellable area, even if you sell it for 6,000 rupees a square feet, you're talking about a product which upwards of 1 crore. And everybody, I'm saying somebody has a salary of 15 lakh rupees, obviously they'll not be able to buy that as their first time home. But the same thing, if it gets addressed through a floor which can be 1100 square feet, and if it can be sold at 5,000 to 6,000 rupees a square feet, the entry barrier for a buyer comes down. So there is a huge volume there, and that demand was in the past was met by markets like Faridabad. That demand was met by markets like Noida or Greater Noida, because these were the markets where there was a plenty of supply which was downwards of 1 crore. And some of my previous colleagues have just said that in the morning you can see a huge traffic coming towards Gurgaon. In the evening you see a huge traffic going out of the Gurgaon. So that was exactly what was happening. I'm saying if you really look at Gurgaon is the largest hub in the entire North India in terms of migration, but people were not able to afford it. So what these products are doing today is that they are helping people to buy. And if you really go back and see, in last 5 years or 6 years, the way the affordable housing has done in Gurgaon, I'm saying, and you talk about a product and it got sold out overnight, the reason was precisely the same, because there was always a demand at the bottom of the pyramid, but we were not able to address it either because of the regulations or because of the higher land cost or because of the time to market product. So I'm saying the end result is that, if you're able to meet the specific requirements of your target segment, if you're able to get your TG right, I think you will be able to, do it well.
Sure. Thanks for those insights, Vivek. I'll come to Ananta. Ananta, infrastructure, we talked about infrastructure. Almost every panelist agreed that infrastructure will play a major role in terms of how things will progress going in times to come. Some of the projects which have been delayed for a very, very long time, be it the Dwarka Expressway, the expectation is that will possibly come online in a year and a half or so. You have the new infrastructure which has come faster than some of the older ones like the Sona Highway, etc. And many others which have been planned by the government. What, in your opinion, will make that impact, and which markets do you see and which micro markets do you see gain prominence due to these completions?
Right, Mudassir. Mudassir, if you remember a few decades back when we met and you were telling me, you said, the cities always came up along the rivers. Later on, the cities came up along the highway. Even if you see DLF City, it came up because NH8 was there and, it kind of moved, and therefore, suddenly Palam became less attractive and DLF City became more attractive. So also today, the cities grow, the cities expand, and the new markets are always a lot more interesting in that sense. So whether you look at Dwarka Expressway, which is super exciting because it's just 15 minutes from the airport. And, like Vivekji just said, the demand for plots has also gone up because people are doing future planning. Today, they are already living in one house and they say, okay, let's pick up plots. Even in fact, Experion, we have a 100-acre township called Westerlies. It's so beautiful. And during the pandemic, all the plots which were sized, let's say 200, 250, 300, 350, 400, 450, sold out. So now we've got 550 to about 1,200 square yards. So that is how the markets grow. That's how the markets change. DLF City, when I used to go for site visits some 3 decades back, आपको दुबई जाने की तो जरूरत ही नहीं है. जून के महीने में जो लू उड़ती थी गर्मी वाली, and there was just one Atlas factory there and some yellow row houses which DLF had made back then. From there to today, that's your cyber city today, so cities grow. Now, what happens with infra delays? It's a terrible thing to happen when these roads get delayed. And there are 4 stakeholders majorly who get affected in the marketplace. One is your long-term investors. Those, of course, who stayed on definitely make a killing by hanging on. Then there are end users who can feel good that, okay, my address is that much richer or more attractive. Then there are the developers, who actually bleed because they are holding on to stock. Depending on how much they've sold earlier and how much they've sold later, I mean, that's a very tricky balance. Definitely they sell it at a higher rate than what they sold at earlier. But there's a time value of money too. And that's where the resilience factor comes in, which I spoke to you about. I mean, how responsible the builder is, how sustainable, and how secure are the vendors and employees and everybody in that given scenario when you are just waiting and watching. There have been 2 to 3 years when literally no sale was happening on Dwarka Expressway because nobody wanted to put more good money after bad money. But today it is flying. Now, today, if you see our average customer, in our previous panel, I don't know, Mudassir, if you saw that or not, Mr. Deepak Kapoor from he said every
Ananta can't hear you. Is it a network issue on her side? Everybody else is able to hear me?
Yeah, I think it's a network.
I think Ananta's network. I guess we'll come back to Ananta. She couldn't finish her, answer, but I'll come back to her when she, comes back online. But coming to Renu, Renu, can you tell me, compared to earlier times, in your opinion, how has the buyer mentality changed towards developers and projects that are currently on offer? And in your opinion, the adaptation that developers will have to bring into their new projects to keep pace with the changing expectations of the buyer? And what do you think are the challenges and potentials to that?
Zadichi, now the scenario is totally different. If we compare with last 2 decades, earlier real estate was developed.
Somehow I got bogged out. I'm so sorry about that.
Ma'am is here. Ma'am, please.
Yeah. So sorry about that. Those are some of the things about technology. So in fact, in the previous panel, they said we just crashed on the surface of the digital transformation. So that change has come along. Now so I spoke about the long-term investors, I spoke about the end users, and I spoke about the developer. Now the fourth category is our channel partners, which is our brokers, our influencers, and they are the ones who are having a party. Because for lesser effort, they are taking home a lot more. And of course, with Vivekji and others making efforts on these foreign trips and so much other. So it's not just about money, it's also about the mood change in the marketplace. So at that time, it did not happen. But today it is happening and better than ever before. So that's where the resilience and the resurgence story comes in. And of course, the prominence part that you're talking about. So Dwarka, Sona, Noida, Zevar Airport, Amritsar, Lucknow, Chandigarh, these are all high growth markets. And there are so many others where religious tourism and, NRI travel and all of that is also going to be giving a kind of huge push. And of course, accelerated digital transformation has helped. New work realities have helped. There are trimmer offices, there are slimmer teams. And, when you talk about what changes have been brought about and the resilience involved in this, and because of this delay, what further has happened is, like the FAR increases, that's a trigger. Registration charges reduction, that is a trigger. These are important points. And also, Mudassir, whether it's you or I, we've all looked at our people, processes, and performances, during this period. So now it's not penny wise, pound foolish. It is penny wise, pound rise, So that is also a game which real estate has learned, which was a lesson, which was somewhere lost out in these years. So I think the infra delay, of course, is not a good thing. But overall, there's a silver lining in the cloud. And I think it's very nice the way the group has steered out of it, the entire realtor fraternity. I think that is quite beautiful and quite a stupendous performance. I mean, everybody has sold so much. So we've got that much smarter.
Thank you, Ananta. Glad we got you back.
Mudassir, before you take it forward, I think Mr. Rahul Singla needs to leave because of some personal emergency. We just received a message. So Mr. Singla, thank you for being here with us for some time at least and sharing some of your views and opinions. Thank you so much.
All right, Rahul, we'll be in touch.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. Sorry we couldn't hear you, further thoughts.
I think I can wait for another 5-10 minutes.
If you can, then I'll, Renu, if I can have your consent, I can just ask Rahul.
Please, Rahulji.
Yeah. Please. Thank you.
So, Rahul, so my question to you is, in your opinion, with the real estate market consolidating towards larger developers across India, and the numbers that we have is that proportion of listed developers, which was only about 6% of the projects about 6 years ago, is about 22% of the overall proportion. How do you see the developer model changing going forward with such a change in scenario?
I think today the market scenario has changed. It is more inclined towards developer with deeper pockets. As you know, the project can stretch a longer, it can take a long time, and there are some policy paralysis. At times, there's a change in the policy, there's a say by the court. So a developer with deeper pockets can take over the projects. And there have been few stalled projects in the past, primarily due to the funds, exhausted funds. Now what to do in that scenario? I'm sure everyone knows this answer, yeah, to complete the project. But how to do it with shortage of funds? It is easy to say it, but it is very tough when you are in crisis and you have to manage the funds. So I think answer to this is to join together with somebody who can pump in required funds. The thumb rule is either have sufficient funds or execute the project, or find out a partner wherein he can pump in the money and jointly you can deliver the project. So JDs and JVs are quite in Gurgaon's market also. Otherwise also in Delhi and NCR especially. So the most important thing is to complete your project is cash flows and transparency, I would say. So today lenders like NBFCs and especially international funds are willing to pump in money, provided the credentials of the project legacy of the developer is clean, and they have given they have security collaterals from other businesses. That's where big names and listed developers they come in picture. So consolidation is happening at larger pace. Bigger listed players are encashing the opportunity by collaborating with small players, and I think this is leading to more and more cash flows in the prevailing market, boosting the share of big players. That's how I think your question answer itself. It says 6 to 22% in a matter of just 5-6 years. So not only that, even non-listed developers have ramped up their share from 11 to 18% in around 3 to 4 years. Also, the government policies, I would say, like Deen Dayal and RERA is a welcome thing. Then GST reduction is a good attraction for customers also. So overall, the compliances is being maintained by larger developers. So that's how I think larger developers are quite in. So infrastructure boost is also an important thing. While second part, entry barrier in the business as a developer, especially Gurgaon market, has gone way up as capex is very high. And moreover, French players have also realized that it is not everyone's game. So most importantly, customer is also interested in buying with the brand credentials, with a good track delivery, the way you said, Mudassir. And therefore, no new developer, very less new developers are coming in easily. So organized developers and listed developers are going up. I think the number should double up in another 5 to 6 years. Over to you, Mudassir. Thank you so much.
So you're expecting that this trend will continue and the larger developers will continue to get stronger, the smaller, or rather the market from a fragmented market where we have hundreds and hundreds of developers, this will get consolidated towards the larger ones. That's your opinion too.
Definitely. But maybe by the way of joint development, joint ventures, there are two requirements. One is local regional developer is required for the obvious reasons, local licensing, local licensing thing and everything. And then there's a big name required who can, come up with the a lot of funds, and they can make the project without even selling it and delivering it. And people are also interested in branded homes nowadays.
Understood. Understood. Thank you, Rahul, for that. I won't keep you much longer. If you have to leave, please, have the liberty to do that.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. There is some emergency in the.
Sure. We'll be in touch. Thank you for joining in. I'll come to Renu. Renu, I'll repeat the question that I asked you earlier. Compared to the earlier times, how has the buyer mentality changed towards developers and the projects that are currently on offer, and the adaptation that the developers will have to bring into their new projects to keep pace with the changing expectations of the buyer? And what do you see as the challenges and potentials there?
Now, if we see, the scenario is totally different. If we compare it with last 2 decades, earlier real estate developer-driven market was there, but now it's a customer-driven market. Since the inception of RERA, customer feels that their investment are fully safe and secured. Earlier, what was happening in some cases, what builders were doing, they were selling the property, they were instead of utilizing that funds in construction of the project, they were using that funds for buying more land. Diversion of funds were happening. So since inception of RERA, developers started putting that funds in escrow account, using 70% of the funds for constructing of the project. So what happened was developers started focusing on completion of the project, and timely delivery started happening. And this has built the trust of customers towards the buyer. So first thing was RERA. Second thing, the most important thing, where government is supporting the buyers. Like if customer is not being handled properly, then they have dedicated forum to complain against the malpractices. And government is also more active, and they are helping buyers to get their money back in case what developer is not completing the project or time, or developer is not adhering his commitment what he has made to the customers. Third thing, since last couple of years, we can see property prices has remained stagnant. Not much revision has been taken place in last 5 years. With reduction rate in interest rate, home loans, maximum residential के जो buyer होते हैं, 90% buyers are the buyers who go opt for home loans. So home loans भी अब cut down हो गया है. So this is the best opportunity for the home buyers to buy the property, and this has increased the sales in residential sector. And now developers, seeing the current scenario, the second wave, first wave, pandemic, seeing all these scenarios, developers have also come towards, developers are also focusing and launching new schemes for the customers, just to gain the trust of the buyer and give them security against their investment. New technologies are being introduced in construction, like MyOne technologies, which was earlier not there. Earlier brick buildings were there. Now this technology, this has cut down the construction time in half, when if we compare with the traditional approaches. And housing even more, it's even more accessible to the general public, because construction पैसे कम हो गए हैं, मनी नीचे आ गया है, एडिशनल सेविंग होने लगी है बिल्डर्स को. Now, what are the adaptation that developers, this was the second question, what was the adaptation that developers will have to bring into their new project to keep the pace with the changing expectations of the buyer? Now, if we talk about the adaptation for new project, after seeing the second waves of COVID-19 pandemic, to meet the expectation of the buyers, developer needs to think out of box ideas and schemes. What we did after the first wave during lockdown, we launched the first ever scheme in Indian real estate market, that was in COVID-19 insurance scheme. यहाँ क्या था कि in case, God forbids, in case of any mishap, unfortunate death of the customer due to COVID-19, after making a booking amount, The balance load will be on developer. This was the scheme which we floated, and it was successful hit in the market. People got assured that ki, if in case I book a property, somehow kuch ho jata hai, main nahi rehta hu, then who will make the further payments? Liability will go to my family. In that cases, we have taken the liabilities on our end. Recently, if I talk about Space Group, we have multiple of commercial project. Sare ready commercial project the, but commercial and ready where we have received the OCs. We are the builders. In pandemic times, we have received around 7-8 OCs in commercial project. So commercial project का OC भी आ गया. हमने कई सारे brands को भी lease out कर लिया. But due to this pandemic, retail ने आके possession नहीं लिया, offices ने possession नहीं लिया, cinema ने भी अभी possession नहीं लिया है. Seeing the current scenario in the retail, now they have already started. But this I'm talking is for the last year. So what we did, we launched a new scheme. That is called DMI scheme, double monthly scheme. जिसमें कि हम बायर्स को कमिटमेंट कर रहे हैं कि आपकी प्रॉपर्टी रेंट हो या ना हो, वी आर गोइंग टू पे यू 9% रिटर्न पर एनम फॉर नेक्स्ट 3 years as a security. So by giving this example, it means that we need to think from customer point of view, how we can benefit them. And as things, I would say, are unfortunate, we don't know what is going to happen next. कुछ और आ जाएगा, क्या होगा? So looking at the long perspective, we need to change our way of working. New technologies to be launched, new construction, not construction, but also I would be saying property design, purchase procedure, other building technologies should be introduced. Now, what we developers are doing, we are investing in a lot in technologies. We are focusing on digital launches. We are doing 3D property viewing, virtual tours, design-based product, virtual property exhibition. In this case, what is happening, local buyers or NRIs, it is easy for them to take a decision to finalize the property without flying to India. For NRIs, it's very easy. And what we have seen post second wave, the demand for luxury, safer, bigger home is increasing. First time buyers are looking for affordable, plotted, gated community, as said by sir, to build an asset and move on from rented. They want to move on from rented to their self-owned property. Luxury segment buyers are ready to pay more because they have seen in this COVID time, they have seen कि घर में रह के क्या-क्या उनको चीजें मिस कर रहे हैं. जैसे अभी मैम ने कहा, सर ने कहा कि plotted floor से वो villas में shift होना चाह रहे हैं. They want better amenities that improves the quality of their lives. They want to move into self-sufficient societies, where the health, safety, and wellness of the residents are at the top priority ladders, I would say. And if I talk about the challenges,
we have a very interesting question, Renu. I would want your opinion. In fact, all our speakers' opinion. We have this interesting question here. Is that with the Haryana government now reserving jobs, 75% jobs in private sector for locals, is there going to be an impact on real estate, or is it going to be significant? Mudda sir, if you'll ask this with all our speakers, that one-line answer, as we are running out of time. What first of all, what do you feel, Mr. Zaidi? Is it going to be a significant impact?
I don't think there will be a very significant impact. In my opinion, one is that obviously there is some kind of a restriction. Markets don't like restrictions that way. A free market is always welcome, but any kind of regulations which bring about some level of restrictions will have some effect. But because it is only prospective and only for a certain kind of employee within within the corporate sector, under 30,000. So my sense is the impact on offices, on some kind of offices, will be far higher, especially BPOs and all that, which have salary bracket which is nearer to that count. But in terms of the kind of real estate from a residential perspective that we see, I don't think that's the kind of people that most Gurgaon real estate really caters to, and therefore the impact on Gurgaon real estate will be very, very low, I would say. So I don't see a huge impact overall.
That's reassuring. Ms. Ananta, another question that I, in fact, mentioned you earlier also, there are a lot of comparisons which happen with Noida, for Gurgaon, and with the new Noida International Airport coming is Gurgaon ready for that comparison? Is going to again an effect on Gurgaon real estate? Your one-line answer on that, yes or no, or is it going to be not that significant?
It's a tale of two cities. I can't give you a one. One is my Matrabhumi, the other is my Karmbhumi.
Okay.
You have to give me more than 1 minute. So what's common in both the cities is the road safety, malls, hospitals, school, university, and of course, to a certain extent, even the cost of living, entertainment, clubs, all of that. Now, what is not common is that the corporates are all in Gurgaon and the jobs are in Gurgaon. And therefore, the propensity to spend is a little different. Also, when you look at a second investment, the rental returns that you get in Gurgaon are also different and very good. Now, Xavier, the airport of India, and of course, the jewel of India, as they say, plus this whole cleanliness thing, which Noida has just got awarded in spite of being a 30, 40-year-old city. These two things, it's a perception thing. If we can keep up with the new trends, so whether it's student housing, warehousing, data centers, reality has so many triggers. And of course, most important being jobs. If all of that, it catches up, everything else, it's already caught up, then there's neck-to-neck competition, which is already happening. There are already very good and very big corporates which are there. So it's a tough, healthy competition. World Cup hai, jeet hi jana chahiye.
It sounds good for the end users at the end.
If you want a one-line answer, that was the one line.
Yeah, that's right. So, Mr. Singhal, what would you like to add? As Ms. Raghuvanshi said, it's a tale of two cities. So, do you see it's a win-win for the end users with two cities coming up so close to each other in terms of good infrastructure, good properties?
So, in my view, I think the biggest point which we need to always look at, and I think it will address both the questions, the one which you had asked Mudassar as well. The point is critical mass. So real estate is a support function. It is not the lead function for any business. And when we look at the industry, we should look at the industry from the point of view of the critical mass. So for example, today Gurgaon has the largest car manufacturing facility in the country. 50% of the cars are manufactured out of Gurgaon. Similarly, if you really look at mobiles, 50% of the mobiles are manufactured out of Gurgaon. Similarly, if you look at garment export, so I would say would be among the top two or top three in the country. Similarly, if you really look at IT, I'm saying we are among the top three in the country. So the point is that we have a critical mass. Right. And anybody who's migrating out of North India, anywhere, I'm saying you talk about Meerut, you talk about a city like Chandigarh, you talk about city from Himachal. So the first preference for anybody who is a North Indian would like to come to Gurgaon rather than going to Bangalore or Hyderabad. I'm not saying that they are not great cities, but I'm saying there is always a cultural difference. Right. So what it results into is there is already a critical mass. So for example, if somebody wants to set up an automobile manufacturing company, they are left with no choice. Either they have to go to Chennai, they have to go to Pune, or they have to come to Gurgaon, because the ecosystem exists here. So when we talk about there is a embargo in terms of a certain type of the jobs has to be given to the people from a certain domicile, my view is that fine, it will have an impact, but the impact will be mellowed down and it will take some time, before it will actually have an impact. I'm saying it will not happen in 2 years or 3 years. It will take, good 10 years or 20 years. Similarly, if you really look at talking about airport, I'm saying it's a great thing to have two airports with a distance of 100 kilometers. But having said that, I think airport is not what is differentiating Gurgaon from Noida. I think what is differentiating Gurgaon from the Noida is the economic drivers. And in Gurgaon has the best economic drivers after Bangalore or Pune in India. I'm saying these are the only three cities which can compare in terms of the strongest economic driver, and that's the reason why we have the highest
economic drivers is what Mr. Singhal says, and I think Mr. Zaidi also agrees to it, that the economic drivers, as Ms. Ananta also said, that people are working here in Gurgaon and staying in Noida, so that is the kind of business opportunities are there, but it's again, both the cities are coming up with. Amit, yours and Renu, we'll take final this thing from both of you, viewpoints?
Vivekji has put the right trigger.
Quick ones before we call our next panel members. Yeah.
So there is no comparison between both the cities because dynamics, drivers बिल्कुल different हैं, thought process different है. Then यहाँ पे जो freehold property है उसका एक charm रहता है कहीं ना कहीं एक buyer के mindset में, job से plus Gurgaon is smaller than that area, Noida, Greater Noida. तो हमेशा यहाँ पे demand रहेगी. And it will be a premier address after Delhi because India mein Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Gurgaon. So Gurgaon will be at 3.
So Gurgaon remains a premium address after Delhi is what Mr. Amit Gehlot has said, and that will be the charm that will remain.
Why,
Sapna,
why after Delhi? Delhi is thriving in chaos and floods.
Okay. So Gurgaon has overtaken that.
No. In your China train, the first panel was Delhi, second was Noida, third is Gurgaon. How come?
Renu, you get to be the tiebreaker. You know what do you have to say about Gurgaon?
देखिए, reality से हमें भागना नहीं चाहिए. We belong to Gurgaon, so but it is reality. It is the powerhouse. Delhi is the powerhouse of India, and it will remain a powerhouse. And Gurgaon will support that powerhouse with all the amenities, all the, you can say, a power of real estate from Gurgaon will support Delhi. Okay. And obviously, in infrastructure-wise also, Gurgaon will...
okay, Mr. Amit Gehlot is all for Gurgaon. So thank you so much. I think that was a very fantastic session we had. Thanks, Mr. Zaidi, for bringing out those wonderful viewpoints, about how the real estate, is set to as we said, it's an optimistic Gurugram, and how we are going to see the next few years, the development in this particular region. Thanks, Mr. Vivek Singhal, for being here. Ms. Ananta, as always, entertaining us and giving us, some, very interesting anecdotes. Thanks, Renu, for being here with us, sharing your thoughts as well, and Mr. Singla for being here for some time. He had to leave early. But thank you so much, all the speakers, for sharing your time, sharing your views, and being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sapna, for giving us opportunity. All the best to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So that was one interesting session we had on Gurgaon Realty. Now let's go on to our next very exciting session, which is on trending Chandigarh and Jaipur as hot markets to invest. So let me introduce our moderator for the session. Session will be moderated by Mr. Amit Goenka, MD and CEO, Nisus Finance Services. Mr. Goenka brings over 21 years of diversified top-tier multinational experience in investments, asset management, advisory, and strategy. And he has transacted and managed over $7 billion of assets globally, including nearly $1 billion of India real estate assets. He was also the founder and MD of SL Finance, and Amit consults various industry bodies like ASSOCHAM, Meritco, IMC, etc. Let me introduce our speakers in an alphabetical order. Let me welcome Mr. Akshay Taneja, Managing Director, TDI Infratech Limited. Mr. Taneja has been spearheading TDI and is responsible for the group's strategic planning and management, and he has been diversifying into the sectors of F&B and hospitality, as well as education. As the youngest member of CREDAI, Akshay is directly engaged in empowering middle-income groups and endorsing affordable housing in India. Our next panel member, let me introduce Ankita Sood, Director and Head of Research, RIA India. Ankita has over a decade of experience in real estate consulting, research, and strategic advisory. She, along with micro-market analysis, engages in macroeconomic associations like consumer spending, socioeconomic spending patterns to draw a holistic picture of the demand and supply dynamics in the sector. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Pankaj Kapoor, founder and MD, Lyzers Foras Real Estate Rating and Research Private Limited. Mr. Kapoor has more than 20 years of experience in the field of valuation, consulting, and risk analytics. He's an acclaimed expert in analyzing and predicting real estate market trends in India, and is best known in the industry for bringing in scientific approach and for developing reliable market database. Our final member, let me introduce Mr. Uddhav Poddar, Managing Director and Group CEO, Bhumika Group. Uddhav Poddar has spun off from the family business and established Bhumika Group, which has attained many successes in a short span of time. He is in SHM, he is the National Co-Chairman of the National Council on Ease of Doing Business and a member of the Management Committee for the second consecutive year. He is the founding member of SCAI, Shopping Center Association of India, and is the Area Director for Entrepreneurs Organization for Southeast Asia region. So this is our eminent panel for this discussion. Let me hand it over to Mr. Goenka to take forward the conversation. Mr. Goenka, we are not able to hear you. Not yet. I think it's the audio settings probably.
Yeah, just give me.
Yes, now we can hear.
Yeah, I'm audible?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, fantastic. Sorry for that. And again, thank you very much, Sapna, for making this happen for all of us. I think it's been a wonderful afternoon discussing very, very interesting and relevant topics. And another heated conversation after the face-off between Noida and Gurgaon. You're asking another face-off between Chandigarh and Jaipur. You know, what a coincidence. You know, we have to decide which is the city to go after. But I don't think there is any comparison. I think every city has got its own opportunity sets, and Jaipur and Chandigarh are no different. So without further ado, with the interesting and knowledgeable panelists that we have this afternoon, let me jump right into the bevy of things by inviting our research experts first, starting with Pankaj on his views on the opportunities in the cities, as well as the impact of pandemic that has happened between Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities. Pankaj, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amit, and always pleasure connecting with you and everyone over here. Real estate market has actually really bounced back, and almost all cities have seen a good recovery. And the way we have seen the Tier 2 cities had the lesser impact of the COVID, and so as the recovery also has been much closer to what used to be pre-pandemic time. So in comparison to Tier 1 to Tier 2 cities, the recovery has been very, very good. But some interesting data points which I want to really mention from last 6 to 7 years times, where we cover close to 60 cities in India, in which there are 8 major cities where the population is more than 40 lakhs, like you consider Pune, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, NCR. And then there are other 52 small Tier 2 cities. So you see the contribution of Tier 2 cities used to be 21 to 22% of all India builder sales. I'm talking about in the period of 2015-16, which has grown to become 29%. So what we have seen over a period of time, the contribution of Tier 2 cities has been increasing throughout. And the way I'm seeing that it is going to really increase further also going forward. And 2 reasons for it is that we see the spatial economy distributions, which is more conducive for the smaller cities, because labors are more available in these particular cities, land costs comparatively much lower. And the way the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign or work from home culture, remote working space, opportunity which is emerging, I see we are going to really see the spatial diffusions of the jobs. And because of that, you would find lesser migration to Tier 1 cities, and Tier 2 cities are slated to really grow. Apart from that, like PMAY, CLSS schemes, and many other incentives the government has really provided has really helped Tier 2 cities quite a lot. So overall sense, as you said that Tier 2 cities story is now really being written. I know when post-liberalizations, when the money started coming by at that point in time, we were really counting on the Tier 2 cities. That's where the Mihan projects, Nagpur, many other Tier 2 cities investment got attracted, and then it got faded off, and then majority of the chunk of the money started moving to tier 1 cities. Now I think the tier 1 cities virtually reaching to a kind of a saturation positions, and tier 2 cities have their own positions which is coming by, and it's production driven real estate market. And in that sense, I see there are good opportunity emerging in tier 2 cities, and these two cities, Chandigarh and Jaipur, really stands in the top 10 cities in India. So in terms of comparison point of view, these are the market which are really doing quite good.
Absolutely, Pankaj, and I would completely agree and supplement you on that. In fact, Jaipur is on its way to becoming a mega city, as we know, by 2025, with a population of more than 10 million, has seen some fantastic trajectory, especially in the last, I think, 12 to 18 months, with affordable housing, with a number of commercial developments, SEZs, and so on and so forth. It's obviously been one of the go-to places when it comes to retail and hospitality, given its proximity to Delhi. Of course, it enjoys that benefit of being close to Delhi. And so is Chandigarh, having the same advantage of its proximity to Delhi, and therefore, gives a huge amount of fillip to people who are looking at work, play, and entertainment, coming into Chandigarh. Of course, Chandigarh we refer to as the Tri-City. So when we're talking of Chandigarh, obviously, we're talking of Chandigarh, Panchkula, and Mohali, effectively becoming one of the fastest growing region, micro markets within the NCR region. With that in mind, I would like to go to Ankita, who obviously again is a research expert and is able to provide us your thoughts on what are the other growth trajectories for the city, what are the infrastructure drivers. We all know that infrastructure, and we just talk about Jewar being one of the potential drivers for Noida. What are the drivers for these two cities, Ankita, and what do you see as the consumer and market trends emerging for these two cities, which is going to invite new capital to get invested and new development opportunities to come into these cities?
Thank you, Amit. And I will actually pick up from where Pankaj has left. Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, thank you for taking out the time to be with us on this Saturday afternoon. We are discussing a very important structural shift that we've seen in the real estate space, that post-pandemic has become the talk of all conferences. That are the tier 2 cities there? Are they emerging? I'd rather say they were already there. Just that the spotlight or the focus has come back to these cities. I would call these cities as emerging cities. Chandigarh Tri-City, Jaipur in the north, they've garnered a lot of investment interest across sectors. Several policy initiatives, in the past, infrastructure initiatives such as JNNURM in the past, Amrut, Smart City Mission, Udan, the Nav Nirman scheme, they've all accelerated the growth prospects and have contributed to the socio-economic development of these cities. Coupled with this, the expansion of the service sector, that's the most important, has actually increased disposable income in these cities. The customer base is more evolved and is more informed, and that has actually fueled the market share of these cities across consumption baskets. And obviously, real estate is one of the consumption baskets. For instance, e-commerce and luxury car sales across these cities, Chandigarh, Jaipur, Guwahati, the market share of the luxury car segment, has, I wouldn't name the company, but has gone up to 25%. On housing.com, if I talk about our portal, in the last 1 year, the online search volume of Chandigarh Tri-City and Jaipur has actually been trending. Chandigarh is at the top of our index for the last 4 months. That means more and more people are searching to buy a house online. The search and discovery across these two cities has been phenomenal. Infrastructure, we will talk about that more in detail further, but absolutely great connectivity. Chandigarh is it's the entry to North, Punjab, proximity. That's why the Chandigarh Tri-City is a buzz right now with the coming up of, it was already there, but the airport, Jaipur airport, we've seen the passenger traffic double over the past 5 years. So absolutely strategically located. And all of this service sector contribution and the connectivity is actually bringing the spotlight back to these cities. And, taking from where Pankaj left, I'd see that these cities are becoming as strong alternates to the tier 1 cities. In planning, we have a theory as counter-magnet towns. So they are no more towns now. They are going to be alternate to the tier 1 cities.
Absolutely, Ankita. I think you've really brought out the fact that both Jaipur and Chandigarh International Airport have been seeing significant growth in volumes,
Right.
becoming very significant hubs both for passenger and commercial traffic. And I think that's obviously one of the drivers. What is also interesting is that these cities are not just seen as affordable housing centers, but also seen as centers for large scale villa development to large scale plotted developments of high values. I've seen even 5 crore plots being sold in Chandigarh. So clearly, it's not just an affordable housing alternative to a Gurgaon, maybe. So coming right at you, Akshay, who's been spearheading TDI's initiatives in the NCR region. What are the exciting opportunities you see with these two cities, and how do you see the growth opportunities coming out both for yourselves as well as for investors who want to ride the wave with you?
So, firstly, thank you for having me here. It's always a great pleasure to get connected with Realty Plus. The sessions are always uplifting and learning about other parts of the city and of the country. When you talk about Chandigarh, Tri-City area, I've been working there for the past about 7-8 years now. I've never seen such a boom, such a excitement in the customer aura, the kind of leads that we are getting from, be it online portals, offline portals, and the kind of footfalls that we are getting. Now, there are multiple factors adding to it. One is obviously the government schemes in the past 2-3 years, be it CCLS, be it PMAY, revising the circle rates of the area. Though those all schemes are supported by the government, but I would also say that Chandigarh is very strategically located. All the 4 states around it, Punjab, Jammu, Leh now being a UT, Himachal Pradesh, and Kashmir. So all these states are adding, and all these UTs are coming down to Chandigarh to have a base there. Apart from being the gateway to Punjab, and how Punjab is being promoted by its industry, its tourism, its education. The traffic has, as Ankita rightly said, the past 3-4 years, it's as is Jaipur that the traffic has doubled in the airport. Same is the case here. And also, I don't consider any other city as a competition, be it Delhi, be it Jaipur or Gurgaon or even Panchkula to Mohali. The more the merrier. We all one part of a country, and if one sector grows, the other sector automatically grows. There is collateral growth, I would say. So if there is growth in Gurgaon, be it being the powerhouse, as good as Delhi or above Delhi or below Delhi, all are the same. So every sector grows and it takes the other sector along. In Mohali recently, there were about 200 projects launched in the past 3 years. And I don't see, maybe 1 or 2% of the projects might not be doing well because of administration issues, but there is no other bottleneck or a hassle which is stopping the growth of projects. In the recent 2 months, if you talk about, coming to the recent time, Amity University has launched, they have announced a project there. I hear it is not announced yet, but Medanta Hospital is also looking to expand and open a hospital, a 100-acre hospital in the Tri-City. Apart from, I'm sure everyone on this panel knows ITC, Procter Gambler, Tata Steel, Hero Motocorp, all these, Dabur, all of them already have a base in the Tri-City as an industrial hub. So the growth potential and the trajectory is only upward from here. One more thing I would like to add in the past 1 year about the rate, the rate revision and the price rise that has happened in the property prices. Multiple factors again, increase in the construction cost, increase in the demand, increase in inflation, somewhat you can say. But I would say in the next 1 year, the growth will happen, but we should be cautious that such growth will not be there. It will be 10 to 15% growth, but the property boom, it's always healthy to have a property boom, but not something which can go up to inflationary levels. So expect a 10 to 15% growth in every city. At least in the top 10 cities of the country, there will be growth.
Akshay, I mean, you mentioned about the drivers being education, healthcare, maybe manufacturing for, let's say, Chandigarh, or the Tri-City area. But specifically coming down to your company and the real estate trends, what kind of developments do you think specifically are happening? Is it more affordable housing, or are people looking at data centers or warehousing or commercial parks? What are the key development drivers from a real estate perspective that you see happening in the next, next 3 to 5 years? And what are you focusing on in terms of the trends in the city?
Well, we are into affordable housing in other parts of the country, in Haryana and in Gurgaon, but I would not say that I had the opportunity to launch any affordable housing schemes in Punjab, because the kind of area that we are in, Mohali per se, the rates are too high. They are not sustainable for affordable housing. So, as in Haryana, it's defined to between 4 to 5,000 square feet. The going rates of group housing project here range up to 8,000 rupees per square feet. That naturally bottle down to the rate of the land. So the rate of the land does not support in the core area that we are in on the international airport road, just 15 kilometers from it. The land rates do not support either affordable housing or warehousing. So what we as a company are projecting and launching in the next 2 to 3 years, we are acquiring projects only solely for commercial basis. So how you see in Gurgaon, the golf course and golf course extension road, you will not see a affordable housing project on the golf course road, or a warehousing project on the golf course road. You'll have to traject to maybe 20-30 kilometers away from it. Where we are situated, we are launching hardcore commercial projects. We are tying up with who's and who's about in the industry, which take up spaces for lease and for office spaces is one thing which is coming up in a very good way there, because the average rentals range from, you can say, between 70 to 80 to 90 rupees. Now that does not sustain warehousing, which ranges from 15 to 25 rupees, or affordable housing in which the rates are again lower than what the market commands here. So commercial boom is one thing which is really driving the market. If you see GMADA, which is the local authority, Greater Mohali Development Authority, whenever they do an auction, they fetch about 30 crore rupees per acre for a commercial land site, and even for residential they go up to approximately the same price, between 15 and 18 crore rupees, which is very high. So residential, premium housing, and commercial is what the area is looking for right now.
Fantastic. I mean, I think that brings us obviously into what you really mentioned, which is what we had to discuss, was the demand for commercial developments and specifically office spaces. We've seen a great amount of boom when it comes to co-working, for startups, for e-commerce, and a number of other such things actually now happening out of Chandigarh and not necessarily Bangalore, as we think being the only epicenter for just for such developments. Now coming to you, Uddhav, you've also spent time looking at cities within Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and we are obviously talking about Jaipur and Chandigarh today. What are your experiences and views when it comes to the developments like hospitality or other retail and alternate developments which are drivers for these cities?
Hi, Amit. Thanks for having me on the show, and thanks for Realty Plus. We are basically doing developments mostly in Rajasthan, and we are focused more on the commercial side, on retail, office, hospitality, service apartments. Of course, we are exploring residential opportunities as well. So I'd like to speak specifically on Jaipur because I don't have much experience on Punjab. And I'd like to first state what I think are the positives on Jaipur, and then subsequently what I think is driving. So I think it's an upcoming metro city. It's got fantastic connectivity, whether it's road, rail, or air. Of course, DMIC and Delhi-Mumbai Expressway both cross Jaipur. So that's a big advantage. It's a safe environment and a good industrial environment as well. Also, you see a stable political environment you don't see in Rajasthan, even if the parties in power change, that the policies change. Policies generally remain stable, which is very, very positive for investors. The education and medical ecosystem is very good. It's of course very close to NCR, like someone mentioned. It has an upcoming IT industry. And just to give you a perspective on industry, RICO, which is the nodal body for industrial land, was selling about 300 crores of land about 5-6 years back. Last year, it was 3,000 crores. And this year, they're targeting 6,000 crores. So that's the kind of sale of industrial lands coming into Rajasthan. So that shows that industry is pumping in money into Rajasthan. And if industry comes in, automatically everything around it, starts booming. So these are the small points I'd like to add about Jaipur. Of course, on the kind of development, of course, residential is doing well. Even in Jaipur, in good locations, you are fetching rates of 8,000 to 10,000 rupees a square foot. But still, I think what's lacking in Jaipur, if you ask me, is that none of the large A-grade developers of the country have come into Jaipur. So the quality of development still isn't the best, but you're still fetching those rates. Even on retail commercial, there's huge demand. But again, there is no real large development in Jaipur. I'm doing a large one in Udaipur, 1 million square feet, phase 1. but there's no large 1 million, 2 million square feet commercial retail in Jaipur till now. We're scouting for land, of course. So, but there is huge demand. The retailers want space, but there is a shortage of space. IT is picking up. Co-working, like you said, is really picking up. There's huge demand for co-working. Banking is doing well over there. BPO is again an industry which is doing well. So general demand for office is good. Warehousing again is a good demand in the outskirts of Jaipur towards the Ajmer Road. There is a huge warehousing space coming up, and you see the likes of Flipkart, Amazon, and all of these companies taking up large spaces over there. There's a new asset class I would like to say is hotel apartments and hospitality suites, which like you would see in Dubai or other parts of the world, which are being sold in Rajasthan, because of course hospitality is a key industry in Rajasthan. So individual investors are investing in these kind of asset classes and leasing it back to the operator for a revenue share or a rental income, which is now really picked up in Rajasthan. Also studio apartments, which I was surprised to see, studio and service apartments in the last 2 years in Jaipur have really picked up, because you have the BPO industries and all of those industries doing well. So people who are renting out these studios, so that it becomes a good source of secondary income. This is in short my perspective.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. I think you brought back Jaipur into focus while Akshay was talking about Chandigarh and the Tri-City area. I think Jaipur again has suddenly come into the limelight. It was earlier just Mahindra SEZ, which was one of the largest developments from a commercial perspective, which is not just stabilized, but is now actually growing itself out. But also from the residential perspective, we've seen enough growth and appreciation when it comes to suburban locations like Tonk Road or Jagatpura or even Mansarovar extension, actually seeing increase in prices, which were actually very flat or stable for some time. I actually started seeing an uptick in values. What is interesting is that because of the co-working, because of some of the things that you mentioned, the average buying age has actually come down in Jaipur. It was not supposed to be a young guy city. It's actually looking like that 28 to 45 years of people are actually going and buying into Jaipur. And I think maybe the pandemic and work from home and co-working and other things that Pankaj mentioned and could be some of the drivers of why younger population is going back to their states or the cities and looking at buying stock there. So, coming back to you, Ankita, given that the data that you have from housing and some of the research that you do, what are the, what is the typical ticket size and what are the buying preferences? Is it different for Jaipur versus Chandigarh, or typically is the same, or are the same? Do you see the similar trends for both the cities, or there are different, there are different segments of people who actually go to the A city versus the other city?
Sure, Amit. So both the cities, in terms of the price points, very interestingly, we would think that these are tier 2 cities, but the sweet spot or maximum search volumes are in the price bracket of 50 lakh to 1 CR. That's not even the case with the, let's say our tier 1 cities, so to say, the seat administrative capitals, say for example, Ahmedabad. So 50 lakhs to 1 crore is mostly the searched filter that the property buyers are looking at. And when I come to Chandigarh, like Akshay said, is very interesting because it's not only Chandigarh, it's the Tri-City. You have Zirpur, that's a different ballgame altogether. And you have Punjab, you have Himachal. So all of those people are wanting to take place in Mohali or Chandigarh Tri-City area, right? If I come to Jaipur, we're seeing an online trend of people searching for the 3 BHK configuration. So when we say that people are looking for larger houses, so that's what's happening in Jaipur. So, how do I place it? That's search and discovery. So once somebody is searching online, you take close to 3 to 6 months to actually dwell on that search. You actually go on ground. So these indicators or the index that we track is a leading indicator of where the potential demand is going to be there. And Chandigarh, the dynamics of it, we've seen, a lot of home buyers from Himachal who are looking for properties in Zirpur, Derabasi areas, etc. So yes, the market is absolutely buzzing right now, especially the Chandigarh Tri-City area.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. So clearly, I think Chandigarh is looking like a winner here, given that it's obviously a larger impact zone, as you mentioned, and there are obviously a lot of benefits coming its way. Pankaj, what kind of asset classes? We've heard most of our friends here talk about, larger homes, luxury housing, maybe larger units, not just the affordable housing. And clearly, given the values at which land is being sold, I don't think it is lending itself to affordable housing, especially the key suburbs or locations within these cities. But apart from that, any other asset classes that you see really coming up, whether it's data centers, warehousing, co-working, co-living, and any other trends that you see, as upcoming trends for development within these cities?
One thing is, my data shows that Jaipur has much bigger size in terms of the projects also, and in terms of the sales and unsold stock. So it's almost 2x of the size of the Chandigarh, in a sense, like we have got 250 odd projects in Jaipur. We have got close to 27,000 units unsold stocks, and then we have close to 7,000 to 8,000 unit getting sold in a year's time, while your Chandigarh is almost half of it in that particular sense. And that's largely because the population size and the urban agglomerations spread itself is much bigger in the Chandigarh in comparison to Tri-City of Chandigarh, in the Jaipur in comparison to Tri-City, this thing. I have seen over a period of time, like, the way my other panelists mentioned about the industrializations, which is taking at a fast pace in Jaipur area. So that is something which is emerging in that particular sense. And the way I see going forward, we see a demand for warehousing, as well. We also see the demand for the commercial office spaces may also emerge, largely because a lot of people, they migrate from these cities to the large cities. And since remote working is now going to be a reality, I see some of these companies may open or may show the demand for the commercial office in these cities, where these cities will be working as a spoke offices for some of these large multinationals and other places. So I see warehousing as well as commercial office spaces. These are the two segments which is emerging. Secondly, I see the India retail sites, like, the penetration is still way too low. I see you may see going forward couple of malls and organized retail also moving into the tier 2 cities. And I see these two market seems to be quite poised for such kind of thing. Chandigarh already has got couple of malls, but Jaipur, I think the large big mall is likely to come in the near future, and it has the population, it has the dynamics, every single thing. A couple of things which I wanted to see, because just before this I was just doing the search. Chandigarh stands for ranks number 4th in terms of per capita GDP in India. So affluency's point of view, this particular market really certainly has the people have got purchasing power, and that's basic reason why the land rates could be very high and why the bigger size of the homes really getting sold in that sense. But when it comes to Jaipur, it is quite a homogeneous, and we have seen affordable housing which is driving this particular market, not only by virtue of what builder supplies is, but also by virtue of all the initiative the state government has also taken, even the state level incentives which they have brought in. So EWS, affordable housing, and many other kind of assets class, I see Jaipur site is growing. Chandigarh and other sense, I see prices being higher. That's maybe a reason why it is lesser productive in terms of the volumes. So I would say that, even though Ankita may mentions that there are more tractions in the Chandigarh sites, but as far as the size of the market and the residential real estate contributions, if you were to see that, I see Jaipur is doing much better than Chandigarh.
Yeah.
I just want to add here, I agree with you, Pankaj. So when we are just talking about the search and discovery, so taking a step back, just preempting of the potential demand, the actuals will definitely be different from probably, how the online trends would be as of now, but they might pan out in future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that, Ankita. I mean, of course, we're not saying, I think both of you are on the same page on that. Actually, I mean, you mentioned about the opportunity, of course, in the tri-state area. There was also talk between Pankaj and Ankita and I have also mentioned that there are a lot of drivers, both from a policy perspective as well as infrastructure development. But what is your wish list? What other things need to be done, both from a development as well as from a policy perspective, that can further accelerate the opportunity set for that region?
Sure. So before that, I would like to add Pankita and Pankaj, according to a recent survey done by the local authorities and also quoted in Financial Express, the current unsold inventory of Tri-City stands at 2.5 lakh units, which accumulates to much bigger than what is emptied, in other publications or from their knowledge. So when you have an unsold inventory of 2.5 lakh, uh, and also the number of registered projects till 15th October 2020 stand at 952 in the Tri-City area. And a lot of them are obviously getting completed on the verge of completion and are going to be completed in the next 4 to 5 years. There's one trend that I've recently observed. So there were 4 to 5 companies wanting to shift from Gurgaon to Zirakpur actually, because the rents in Gurgaon are much higher, and Zirakpur being a satellite city to Chandigarh area, which obviously has its own perks. So the trends are that people are actually shifting to the Tri-City belt to get into the technology drive that's happening there. It's becoming an IT hub. So obviously, though no comparisons with any other city, but every city has its growth trajectory, and Chandigarh is one space that has to be looked out for. In terms of policies that you said, recently many policies that the Credai Punjab and our local chapter of Naredco were battling for, we got that. One of them was reducing the affordable township criteria from 50 to 25 acres. So how in Haryana you have the affordable colonies that can be carved out in any form of land, they were reduced to, I think, 10 acres for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana in Haryana. It has been reduced to 25 acres in Punjab belt. And since there's a lot of commercialization happening, and Griha and the green company norms were applying to many developers, and they want to take extra FAR for that. So we've got a 10% FAR approved if we fall in the highest category, which is the platinum of course, the category. So yeah, there are some policies which are still on ground, need to be worked upon. Uh, like the highway corridor, the GT Canal Road corridor, which passes through Chandigarh. We need to get that done, as quickly as possible, because it's been 7 to 8 years now. I believe it's with Wellspun. It was with I'm not sure. I think it was with Z, then the infrastructure arm, and now it is with Wellspun. So going forward, that will be completed in the next 1 to 12 months to 18 months. There is RRTS, which is the Rapid Rail Transit System, which will connect Delhi to Chandigarh in span of, I think, 2 hours. There's also another highway coming up, which is Delhi Chandigarh Katra highway, which is supposed to be completed by 25, 26, I believe. So there are these infrastructural developments that are happening. So as Mr. Podar mentioned, that the corridor of Delhi Bombay is going through Jaipur. It has a layover there. So obviously these developments do help the overall landscape of the city, and they tend to get more attraction to the city.
Fantastic, Akshay. I think you've really laid it out really well in terms of what has happened from a policy perspective, given your engagement with the agencies, as well as the infrastructure development road being a very important aspect of that. Uddhav, any other such wish for you when it comes to Rajasthan in terms of policy as well as infrastructure that still needs to get done very quickly to further the potential of Rajasthan? Of course, Pankaj mentioned how Jaipur is a very large development potential zone. What is it that you think needs to get done?
I think overall the government is quite supportive to the real estate sector, and they've made a lot of changes in the last last 2 3 years, like Mr. Kapoor had mentioned. But there are a couple of issues which require attention. One is conversion of land use in Jaipur or in Rajasthan right now is very difficult. It takes 2 years, 3 years, because there is some high court stay, due to which land generally cannot be converted unless it's approved in the master plan, and the new master plan is awaited. So that's what is keeping a lot of good land parcels available for development. So good large land parcels within the city are not available. That's the big challenge. You have to go outside the city. Although city land might be available, but because it can't get converted, it can't be developed. So that's one big bottleneck that we're all facing, especially in Jaipur. Also, I'll say, of course, the metro, there is a metro in Jaipur, but it's in very, very limited areas. So the metro expansion would really help because it goes only on a particular corridor. Once the metro really goes all over the city is when it has its impact. So that's what we would look for the government to do. And the airport, although it has a lot of flights going out of Jaipur, is very, very inadequate. We see large queues at the airport, inside, outside, every day. And it's a clear bottleneck. So the government has to do something about it in the airport expansion. Although it's gone to Adani recently, but there is no real expansion activity which has taken place. It's just a change of hand which has happened over there. The other thing I would say is I'd love to invite large national players to Jaipur because the level of the development has to go up. And that will only happen once people who are doing development in large cities like Delhi, Bombay, or other parts of the country come and do A-grade development in Jaipur and Rajasthan.
We would love to be there, Udhav.
Anytime. We should connect.
No, actually, absolutely right. Coming to the next question in terms of investment opportunities, because Uddhav mentioned that there is limited institutional play, and of course, with maybe if TDI is going to go, maybe there'll be capital also following TDI. But which are the big block things where you see big amount of global capital being deployed, or is it still more a localized place? It's still those little opportunities to do a small development here, another's warehouse there, a small hospitality play there, or is it ready, or any of these cities ready to take on, let's say, $1 billion? And I think that's the first question that anybody asks, that, okay, fine, we are the top 10 cities, can you actually take $1 billion? And usually the answer has been no, because we talked about how developments are smallish in Chandigarh, looking at global scale. I'm not saying they're small by any measure, but obviously, can you do a 5 million square feet development anytime soon in any of these cities? And of course, we've seen the history of Mahindra SEZ. It's taken over 10 years for it to stabilize, and obviously the work started much before. So, that's one quick question, Pankaj. I'll ask you first. Is, do you see a large, because you obviously study investment trends as well, and not just the the development trends, and you've seen how large capital has walked into the country. What is it that is required, or is it even possible for these cities to invite the global big boys to play these cities?
Mostly what happens is that large investment requires large parcel of the land, and large parcel of land is generally the outskirts, and outskirts really sometimes you find that there's not enough demand interactability, so the gestation period increases. And the way the funds houses have burned their fingers earlier, it really suggests there is an investment opportunity, but do you have an investment opportunity to put in one project's 1 billion, or maybe investment opportunities are available, but they require a smaller quantums and multiple projects to reach to 1 billion numbers, because you may probably have to work on to the smaller parcels, because based on the demand interactability at the local level, the investment can really take place. Most of the places where the big ticket size investment has taken place are the one where the land prices have been very, very high. That is where large absorptions of the investment takes place, and that's where it has been mostly Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, or Delhi. Beyond that, when you go, the market size itself is low, so you don't have enough consumers. In comparison to MMR, Pune, Bangalore, Hyderabad, when you go to the smaller cities like Jaipur and Chandigarh, the annual absorptions really dips quite a lot, although they are doing and they are among the top 10 cities. But the gradations of the drop in terms of comparative volumes is way too low, and that's where it gets restricted to can you do one investment, maybe in the hospitality sector, maybe in the retail sectors, maybe in the commercial sector, but we have seen certain fiasco also. You have mentioned about Mahindra SEZs. They acquired, but there is a long gestation which is there, and that's what has been a restrictive nature. In past, the people had the exuberance and they thought about urbanization is taking place, and then the city will grow and then everything will get absorbed and things like it. But it didn't really happen. On the true sense of productions, I think the smaller cities probably have a potential for multiple investment of the smaller size rather than one big.
Akshay, do you agree with that? Do you think that with your, you've seen, large developments, of course, you've seen the tri-state area also being sold at very high values. Do you think there's potential for global partnership and investments to happen within the tri-state city area?
Well, I would just say one thing here, which will sum up the answer, that God loves irony. And how we say that they are tier 2 and tier 3 cities, but they are now the power hubs of growth. Be it $500 million today or $1 billion, maybe 4-5 years down the line, but it will come.
Wonderful, absolutely. I think that's I mean, 1 billion is just an anecdotal number. Clearly, ideas to see whether we can partner with the global majors, given the liquidity surplus in the world, and clearly it's looking to find its way into our country as well. We've seen enough money walk into capital markets, with large-scale tie-ups with developers for multiple developments, right from greenfield to multiple asset classes, whether it's warehousing or data centers. And so clearly, we'd like to see that opportunity also for Jaipur and Chandigarh. We've seen one large SEZ, which is obviously a very mega development, but we'd like to obviously see an integrated development maybe also come up into the cities.
Also coming, be it Jaipur or Chandigarh, like Vedanta is backed by retail investors.
Right.
Malls is backed by retail investors. The Virtuous Real. So there are many, if the list goes on and on, who are scouting such places. Now, whoever is a retail investor, they're very cautious because they actually have loads and loads of investors backing them up, and they have to go and present the 5 to 10 year long return plan on their money. So they also take 2 to 3 years to scout where and how and when to invest. But scouting is the first step, which has already taken place, and it's we are in the midst of it right now. So all retail investors, be in Tri-City, and I'm sure in Jaipur too. I'm not sure of Jaipur, but yes, in Tri-City, I'm sure that they are scouting for projects there.
Uddhav, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. Similar to Akshay, what Akshay is saying. For retail, we see a lot of, of course, Chandigarh has a Blackstone asset and a Xander asset. But even Jaipur, they're all scouting. Blackstone, Warburg, Xander, and some of the large national developers for retail, like the Phoenix and Lulus. They have been scouting for land opportunities. But like I said earlier, there are no large land parcels available within the city, which is what is restraining that large investment. We are seeing action in the warehousing space though. We are seeing a lot of FDI money coming into warehousing, and maybe you'll see some announcements soon. But yeah, I can see a lot of action happening on that front.
Absolutely right, and I'm aware of the investments that these people have made on the warehousing front or the retail front, and clearly there's a great amount of demand for these large, big block assets. In fact, a lot of the warehousing assets held by family offices are being bid for as we speak by some of these major global funds. So clearly, huge opportunity.
And some by you as well.
Sorry.
Some are backed by you as well, I believe.
You keep yourself updated, Akshay, on investment on investment interest. So yes, of course, we've obviously moved away from not just looking at the 4 or 5 metropolis regions in the country, but we've also started investing into these opportunities across the spectrum, including affordable housing and commercial development. And you're right about that. Actually, I mean, today, if you look at it from a global perspective, and we are obviously now looking at global capital partnerships as well for ourselves. We've seen a lot of interest for stable income yielding assets across the country, and in fact, the interest for tier 2 cities, including for Jaipur and Chandigarh. And I think it will be somehow a misfit. I think by 2025 to call them tier 2 cities. I think they're actually metro locations today in their own right, with the GDP, with the development, with the kind of high quality, high scale developments that we're seeing in these cities. It would be a misfit to call them tier 2. They're actually mega cities already. I think I'll take a last question for the panel, and then obviously we'll ask Sapna if there are any questions from the audience or from the organizers. One, if you were to choose between Jaipur and Chandigarh, and if you have to choose, I mean, you don't have to, but would you choose one of them? Second is, would you, I mean, just because you're talking of Chandigarh and Jaipur, but you're not necessarily there. Akshay, you're there in other parts of NCR as well. What is it that you would prefer? Would you prefer putting more money in a Gurgaon, Noida, which are already, well developed, or would you continue to focus on places like Jaipur or the Tri-City area? So is it, just to sort of, try and question Pankaj's hypothesis that the growth trajectory is more in emerging destinations. So do you agree with that? Is that where you're going to put your money, or would you first continue to put bulk of your money into the Gurgaons, Noidas, and other parts of the country?
I want to give a very unbiased answer, and that's why I want to lay it out before saying anything. That Uddhav really dwelled on the political stability of a state really has a direct effect on the real estate of the area.
Right.
Talk about Haryana, I have burnt my fingers. I have a big project on the National Highway 1, which was first stirred down because of the Jat protest and the current the farmer scenario. Not taking any sides who is right or wrong.
Of course.
But yes, from an investor point of view, from a retailer, from a commercial developer, from having hospitality, education, and different interests there, it does affect your real estate business. So I think when you're close to NCR, because all these, the bottleneck becomes NCR. It is naturally the place of protest. It is the podium. It is the biggest stage in the country where you come to express your grief. So many protests have shaken the landscape from the UP side, from the lower Haryana side, from the northern Haryana, northern Delhi side. So being and current situation of the political scenario, the polity in the country is ever growing. I would not use any other word. It's ever growing, and it'll take about I think 1 or maybe 2 more terms to have it settled down. And being in Punjab and being in Rajasthan, there is a very politically stable government. So I will be unbiased and place my bets on these 2 cities rather than coming into Gurgaon or Noida or somewhere in proximity of Delhi. I think Jaipur and Chandigarh are better bets to place.
That's a brilliant answer, Ankita. Two bits from you.
So Gurgaon is where I work, right? I hail from Shimla. So Chandigarh, obviously very close to my heart. I recently was in Mohali, and the kind of development that's coming around that area, the buzz, the airport road, the developers who've taken space, I would bet on Tri-City. And there too, I would not move towards the Zirpur side. It just became a little unplanned, but definitely placing my bet on Chandigarh and Mohali.
Pankaj, 2 bits from you.
I can't really bet on cities. It's more to do with the deal, and it's more to do with the value of that particular deal and things like it.
As investors, you have to bet on cities, and Pankaj, you have to make a choice.
Yeah, if I were to go and live in a place, I would consider Chandigarh over, because it's more planned and it has been designed well, and well-planned cities, more open areas and things like amenities, every other things, and lesser populations. While Jaipur actually requires good amount of planning, and it's a complex city because it has a floating population base, it has a big economy, it has got old history. So correcting itself is going to really take much long time. So for the investment, for retail and hospitalities, for consumerism, the Jaipur is bigger, but not for living.
Understood. And final word from you, Uddhav.
For me, Amit, I'm very close to Rajasthan. So one is that, and the other is, I think, the opportunity. Like I said earlier, because there are no national players, there are no large players in Jaipur, and the population is big, demography is big. So as a developer, the opportunity is very, very large because the competition is less, and the IRR is very, very good. Land rates are not as high as other parts of the country. So the opportunity-wise, if you ask me as a developer, I would bet on Jaipur.
Got it. Perfect. Sapna, I think we've had some exciting and very, very deep insights into these cities. I mean, I wasn't aware of the kind of things that we've heard today from our panelists, especially because of their personal engagement, and some of them also being emotional engagements with some of these regions. So I think it's fantastic that we've got some very deep insights. Are there any questions before I sum up? I haven't summed up.
That's right. Yeah, very good insights. But before we go on to the question, you did try to create a kind of a competition, environment of competition between the cities, and.
But you set up the tone between Noida and Gurgaon, so I had to only take the few. I'm not at fault.
So, how do you sum up, before we go on to the questions, how would you like to sum up this entire session?
No, certainly. I think it was an exciting session where I think Pankaj clearly laid down the fact that Jaipur is a very large development zone, which has got over 300 projects, very large amount of developments, and therefore also is effectively an impetus for multifaceted development, whether it comes to warehousing, whether it comes to SEZ, whether it comes to large affordable housing or hospitality projects. On the other side, Chandigarh lends itself. What Akshay really brought out very clearly is that Chandigarh lends itself to value rather than volume. So great value creation happening in the tri-state city, especially with the development of new hospitality, education, manufacturing, and other sectors which are coming up in a very big way, which are causing drivers of growth, as well as land therefore being appreciated and value being created, new developments and new value developments actually happening rather than volume developments, which is obviously keeping him rooted and rooting for the region. We had views from Mudda, which obviously talked about hospitality being a key driver. And of course, we've seen leisure travel come back with a very, very big bang across the country, very big bang. So clearly, both these cities, including Jaipur and the surrounding cities of Jaipur, offering themselves to large hospitality type of developments, including studio or other service apartment kind of concepts, which are unheard of in these cities, but again, coming back in a big way. We've seen one of the largest things being mentioned by both Akshay and Uda being the fact that policy is a major driver. We've had some political stability and policy stability needs to be done more. Of course, the things about policy already being implemented being one of the major factors, whether it's the PMAY, the Amrut, or some of the other policy initiatives actually being very, very good. But the fact that the government is very reciprocative, both on the affordable housing and other infrastructure developments, obviously being one of the major drivers. Jaipur still needing work on the airport side. Chandigarh International Airport doing really well, and the growth being one of the, being driven out of the airport. We've had views from Ankita in terms of the search being, clearly indicating that there is a demand for large scale housing as well as, value housing or luxury housing in these cities. The fact that there is good infrastructure development in these cities, and it's clearly demand, the drivers being coming out of the infrastructure development being seen in both these cities. So clearly, I think we've seen the fact that from all our panelists that both these cities now post-pandemic showing a very, very strong, resilient trajectory, both in terms of development, in terms of demand, as well as value appreciation and creation of new asset classes. So what we knew of these cities necessarily is not what we're going to see in the next 5 to 10 years. We're going to see a very, very new outlook for these cities, which is why it's going to become one of the major mega investment destinations with institutional developers and investors, including the likes of TDI, actually going out and making a mark with these cities and not just limiting themselves to the major cities of NCR. So with that, I think we've had an exciting panel, very, very deep insights and research coming our way for both these cities. Sapna, so that is all from my side.
I think that was a wonderful sum up, and most of the questions that we received did get covered in the discussion. And a lot of comments that we have received, they have also mentioned that 2022 will be the year of real estate in tier 2 cities. What a lot of people have mentioned. One question that I like to take with all our speakers, including Amit, what are the top 2 factors that are going to shape the real estate of tier 2 cities going forward? So top 2 factors, Amit, starting from you.
So for me, Sapna, the first one, which I think to some extent Uddhav alluded, is the presence of institutional players. I think capital needs good counterparties, and most tier 2 cities have suffered local or very, very localized players, which don't have the framework to deal with institutional capital. I think that's the first thing. And of course, now institutional capital comes with, added baggage and added bells and whistles, like ESG being a big thing. Do you understand ESG? Do you understand? So Akshay talked about, Gruha or green building or LEED platinum rated building. So local players have very, 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 very specific local nuances, which institutional investors don't understand or can appreciate. So I think that for me is one constraint. The second constraint is the entire implementation of the regulatory policies, whether it's RERA, whether it's the entire judicial or regulatory process. I think that's a little out of whack. We don't understand it so much because we see a lot of nuances when it comes to implementation of simple regulatory policies or even understanding the master plan. You know, I mean,
compliances and the global standards in the
absolutely. I think
development.
so. For us, a great counterparty and a stable, strong regulatory, body and regime, with stable policies, I think is very important.
Actually, what
As
they
well
have
as
to
the
see,
as well as the transparency. I mean, we can't deal with something which is not, fully on the books. A lot of people say, "Sir, books pe nahi hai, magar paisa hai." I don't understand that. So we can't deal with that. So that's just from my side.
So transparency, global standards of
Yeah.
development, and compliances, regulatory
Yeah.
compliances. Akshay, what according to you are the top 2 factors that will shape the real estate of tier 2 cities?
Well, for me, the top 2 factors, which we see in bits and pieces, but very few are able to match the trend and catch on to the right of that, is one is sustainability, and the second is the a part of, like, you can call it green living. Sustained development and green living are the 2 factors which are going to come first in tier 2 cities. So if you see, for the past 5 years, the cleanest city in India has been Indore. I think the survey came out last week again. Delhi and Bombay and tier 1 cities are far away from that because of the size of population and commercialization, and 35% of India's population lives in the tier 1 cities. So there is it's a far off aim and a very ambitious goal to have these cities been rated in the less polluted cities or more cleaner cities. Whereas if you talk about tier 2 cities, as Amit mentioned, that Chandigarh is much more planned, and these cities have they have a easier way of reaching their targets of being sustainable and a green environment. I wouldn't have my third generation family, my grandparents live in Delhi when the pollution level rises, or when the pandemic happened, people want to leave Delhi. They want to go to Chandigarh. They want to go to far off cities from Delhi where the population is less, so they have a cleaner, green environment to live in.
Quotient, I believe, the livability quotient of tier 2 cities, which is going
Yes,
to
you
be
summed
the
it up.
determining factor for tier 2
Exactly.
cities. Fantastic.
Exactly.
Mr. Podar, what according to you would be the 2 factors?
I think, like I mentioned earlier, the political ecosystem and stability, I think, is very important for any investor. So that is very, very important. And of course, infrastructure comes with that. If there is a stable government in power and with good policies, they will invest in infrastructure, which of course matters in a tier 2 town. And like Amit mentioned, and I had also mentioned earlier, is the presence of national players. Even if you want to move to a smaller town, if you're from Delhi or Bombay, you would want to buy a house, developed by a Godrej or a national player. You just have that comfort. So I think that so the presence of national players also ups the game in the local market. So I think that's important, that the large national players are.
Once we start having, the national players coming into which we are already seeing, a lot of national players now are looking at tier 2 cities, to foray in those regions. And political stability and infrastructure development that follows the stability is what Mr. Uddhav Podar is saying, going to be the determining factors for the tier 2 cities. Pankaj, over to you. What do you think would be the 2 factors? And then Ankita.
Good plans, policies, and political stabilities. I think these are the 3 very important factors for it. You're seeing the similar manner, the way some of the states have really laid down their promising plan, whether it's a Jewar airport or any other thing. So investment is driven by a promised plan, and so I think both the states have to really look forward, and that is where the polarization will take place. And one thing very sure is that political stability is, if you don't...
Similar views, political stability, development plans and policies is what is going to take these cities forward. Ankita, your last inputs.
I'll take from where Uddhav left. When you say national players, now national players will take place when there is demand. How will the demand come? When people are there. So these cities now, with reverse migration, the work from home tendencies, people went back home, right? So the aspirations that they had in the tier 1 cities, they are looking for the same thing in the emerging or the tier 2 cities. So consumption across sectors will actually lead to the ripple effect. And yes, so, these cities are poised for greater growth.
So rising consumption and the need for the similar properties as in metros is
Right.
what is going to drive the real estate of these cities. So thank you so much. This was one of the very insightful sessions, I must say, and we got to know so much about these cities, especially Chandigarh and Rajasthan and Udaipur and places like Mohali. So thank you so much, Amit, for conducting this session, and Mr. Pankaj Kapoor, Mr. Oda Podar, and Mr. Akshay Taneja, bringing those nuances of the region to us and our audience, and Ankita joining us and sharing your views and opinions. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And
Thank you, Sapna ji.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
So
Thank
this
you.
was one very insightful, very informative, and an exciting session. Now we are coming to the closing of this conclave, but we have a very final segment of this conclave, which is an interesting conversation between two veterans of the Indian real estate, who will be talking about real estate after 5 years of RERA and demonetization. As we all know that RERA and demonetization initiatives have just completed their 5 years. So let's see what is the analysis of our experts on this. I welcome our speakers, Ashwinder R. Singh, CEO, Residential, Bhartiya Urban. Ashwinder Singh is responsible for strengthening the residential assets and sales, which includes the premium and luxury residences, that is Niku Homes and Leela Residences. And with a career traversed over 23 years, he has worked with many organizations of repute, taking up leadership roles and helping businesses grow, including JLL India, Anarog, Bajaj Housing Finance Limited, and leading financial entities, including Citibank, ICICI Bank, and Deutsche Bank in India and abroad. Let me also welcome our other speaker, Mr. Siddharth Batra. He is the Advocate on Record, Supreme Court of India, former Additional Advocate General, Haryana. Mr. Batra has been a dedicated counsel with more than 15 years of experience in the legal sector. He is also a managing partner at Satram Das B and Company. Mr. Batra has been practicing as an advocate in the Supreme Court of India, High Courts, District Courts, and other forums and arbitral tribunals. As an additional advocate general for the state of Haryana, he represented the state departments before the High Court and has advised the government of Haryana on legal affairs. So these are the eminent speakers for this session, who will be analyzing the impact and the influences of 5 years of RERA and demonetization on real estate. Mr. Ashwinder Singh, let me hand it over to you to take forward the conversation.
Thank you, Sapna, and great connecting with you, Mr. Batra. And a very good topic chosen by you and Tripti, Sapna. I think I've been in and out of the panel discussions that have been happening, and a lot of people have been commenting that we need transparency, we need better transparency, and we need more compliances, we need global standards. But as they say that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and we can always be not happy with what we have. However, I feel that this step that was taken 5 years back is the reason that today, for the last 1 year, everybody has been talking about the resurgence of real estate sales in India. And the last 1 year has actually saved many developers who did not have a clue what will happen once COVID had struck. And the last 10 years were really sluggish. Maybe after 2012, 2013, the sales were very sluggish. And the prime reason for that, as I understand, and I'm going to discuss more with Mr. Batra on this, has been that the home buyer confidence was very poor. It is in 2016 May when RERA came in, the real motive. There was RERA, then, Demon, then GST, then this, Insolvency Act. And finally, we also had the Model, Rental Act that came in. But I think RERA was the real impetus that was required. The inception of RERA was actually, according to me, a paradigm shift for the Indian real estate sector. And its implementation has been a milestone for Indian government. It was the need of the hour, and so many discrepancies which were there. The aim of the government was to address those discrepancies. we will discuss more about it, and I will kind of try and, get Mr. Batra's view and then, kind of complete the conversation. So, Mr. Batra, first of all, a very good morning to you, and once again, great to catch up with you. How do you see, and what is your assessment on the policies and the decisions and the acts that have happened, primarily RERA, and maybe you can touch upon demonetization also. And do you think they are actually working on the ground as it was intended? But I would also want to, have a more broader perspective as to, there was a scenario when there was no RERA. So my question is that, yes, RERA came in. What are the benefits it brought in? And, what do you think needs to be done more in terms of matching the action and the intent behind the act?
Good evening, Sapna. Good evening, Shwinder. It's a pleasure catching up with you here. Look, you started on the very right note, and you very well summarized during these initial few minutes that you have taken. You used the word transparency. I believe that was the need of the hour. We have had instances in the past of builders going wrong, big, huge development companies going wrong, starting from the fiasco of Unitech, and then we have Amrapali, and then we have JP for that matter. These are the highlighted ones, but investors, home buyers have felt a lot of heat since their all hard-earned monies are invested. I believe RERA was the need of the hour. And if you ask me, it was 5 years late. If it would have been brought 5 years before, maybe it wouldn't have such kind of instances. RERA is the right mix, what it has brought to the Indian reality. There needs to be a check for sure. That check should have been there earlier, but that check now has been brought by RERA. You said working on the ground. I think it's absolutely working on the ground. You have to give every new legislation some time. We have RERA authorities now all around the country. And the jurisprudence also, what has come from the court lately, Shwinder, if you will see. The courts have been also very clear that what rights you have available under the RERA are complementary to what rights you have under the Consumer Protection Act. And RERA has brought in that all dues, the money which is due towards the developer, can be recovered as a land revenue, Section 41. If you ask me, that's a star for that matter. Lately, if you have noticed, in fact, the Supreme Court has issued notice in a petition where the Supreme Court said there should be one similar buyer agreement for all lotteries. In order to formalize the sector, in order to bring what you said, transparency. RERA, if you ask me, is working very much on the ground, and GST has worked as well. If you ask me, though initial years with GST has been difficult, I know that even the businessmen and including the builders have had to feel the pain, but I believe that the pain is worth it. Before the GST, there were simultaneously different taxes which were there, the service tax, the other state taxes were there, and they were in fact different percentage of taxes across the country as well. Now,
one of the points, Mr. Batra, that now that you're talking about GST, and I have always been thinking about it, and a learned person in the law like you, why did the GST governance model differentiate between an under construction property and a completed property? What was the reason behind making an under construction property less attractive and a constructed property, where you don't have a tax, but ultimately the client ends up paying the same? Because what happens is for the property that is constructed, the developer increases the price, because finally it is in the end that the developer starts making profit.
You're right, absolutely right. I think you touched the right chord. I was coming to this itself. If you see, I think government did not want to bring a retrospective tax in order to bring the other constructed projects which were already completed. I think government in hindsight decided no, when the RERA will come in place, it will be for the under construction in future. That was the decision taken by the government, and I believe reasonably so, because otherwise it would have brought some more difficulties on the retrospectivity. We've had issues with the legislation, maybe the Vodafone case, which is on
Yes.
the retrospective taxation. That's a blot on what the government did at one point of time, which did not send a very good signal in terms of the investors which were there in the market or towards the economy as well. So I think that was one of the prime reasons that government did not wanted to bring retrospectivity and wanted to bring more clarity onto this. So that is why there was a differentiation. I think rightly so.
Right. One question that I would like to ask you, and I wanted to share you, I was going through some data, that there are around 60,000 cases that RERA has resolved across the country till now, which is, you know, you can say the number is much lesser, but, you know, people say, okay, earlier these 60,000 people also did not know what to do. And obviously the channel partners, there are, you know, so two questions. One is, you know, I believe there are 1 million channel partners, realtors or brokers in India in the top 8 cities, but only 60,000 channel partners are RERA certified by the end of Q1 2021. So what I want to know that, you know, why is the enforcement on that part taking so much of time? And if you would like to share, if you remember any landmark judgment that has happened, you know, by the RERA, you know, institution, which can, you know, which the audience and the home buyers can, you know, get enlightened with.
Perfect. Starting from the last question, I believe the Delhi RERA authority itself issued notices to all the projects which are undergoing and told them to be registered. Look, what RERA brings immediately is a time frame. Ultimately, what the majority of disputes were, that the projects were not being completed within time. And once they were not completed within time, the people who were invested were losing patience. They wanted their dream homes, or they wanted their dream commercial projects, which they were not getting in time. So there was no return on their investment as far as the commercial part is concerned. So I believe delay was killing everything, if you ask me very clearly. And as you said, why only 60,000 cases? I think well begun is half done, if you ask me. It's a very new legislation. Same if you see the IBC code. Look, the Supreme Court has really tried to formalize. There have been so many judgments, if you know, on the IBC code, with every provision coming in implementation. Supreme Court has given a judgment. And I think one of the brightest judges we had, Justice Rohinton, if you're aware, has tried to give as much as his mind on the law that we have as far as IBC is concerned. On RERA also, you know, the jurisprudence is developing. Like I mentioned earlier, Supreme Court has made it very clear that RERA is not a substitute to the consumer protection. It's an addition. Second, the Supreme Court has said that all money which is due towards the developer can be recovered as under the Land Revenue Act. If you ask me in terms of the law that we deal with, it's path-breaking for that.
That's a very, very good point. That's a very good point. And actually, you know, I am myself as optimistic as you are, and I'm really optimistic. I'll just share with you that, you know, year on year, last quarter, the sales have been 50% up year on year for the last quarter. But quarter on quarter, the real estate sales in the top 8 cities are 250% up. And I think the trust deficit that was there with home buyers has been really covered by RERA. And especially one of the points that I would like to highlight, and maybe you would agree with me, is that a lot of NRIs had stopped investing in India because they didn't know whether approvals are there, whether the right kind of licenses have been taken, clearances are there. And with RERA coming in, one of the things NRIs started looking at was, okay, if this is RERA registered, and now you can't launch a project without the RERA approval, you can't advertise. You know, a lot of NRIs also started coming into India, and maybe over a period of time, we will see more institutional money coming in on the residential side. Actually, on the commercial side, Mr. Batra, if you really look at it, you know, Blackstones of the world, Brookfields of the world, Asandas of the world, you know, the largest commercial asset owners in India are foreigners now. So a lot of institutional money has come in, but I think on the residential side, I think with RERA, and you're rightly saying it's a new legislature and nobody would know better than you. And I'm really enjoying talking to you because we keep on talking to a lot of people with similar background, but somebody with this technical expertise and domain really makes a lot of sense. My other point is on the Model Tenancy Act that has been introduced lately. And I just want to touch upon it, that what has been the hits and misses of this act? Most of the elements in the act seem to be mere guidelines. And is it sufficient, or is it just a stepping stone? And you think, how will it kind of pan out?
Look, with every new legislation which comes in the picture, there are pros and cons. Ultimately, once it is on paper, later on it is implemented. It is implemented on the ground. Maybe something what is foreseen by our legislature is not on the ground. There are difficulties that arise. There are situations, there are cases that end up reaching the court, and then they end up reaching the top court as well. If you ask me, you must give a breathing space for any new legislation to come in and be effective, right? As you said initially in the initial part of the discussion, that you have started to see the effect, right? Every project now has to be RERA registered. So RERA is always in the mind of developers. Ultimately, coming back to the earlier topic, what we were discussing about RERA, I say that number one, it will formalize the sector. Number one, that's the big thing, what it has done. We now have paper, we have a legislation which takes care of the nitty-gritties of what comes into the sector. Number two, only serious players will ultimately be there. Others will vanish. The number of frauds also, the number of projects which are not being developed are also a lot. A lot of people have suffered as well. So that is why I say that it was the need of the hour. It has brought in that confidence, as you were saying, as you say, foreign investors are coming now to invest in India as well, right? And coming to the Tenancy Act, if you ask me, look, it's a fairly new thing which has come up. You must give time for it to come to its bloom and effect, and then maybe sometime we can see what are the pros and cons.
Lovely. I think one of the major points that you said, and it didn't occur, or on a day-to-day basis it doesn't occur, is that the rights in RERA are complementary, and it is kind of an incremental safeguard and a trust builder for the home buyer. Which is an important point, and you have been repeating that these are legislations which are new. It takes time to implement them. Guess we have taken the right steps in the right direction, and we see that the sector is benefiting from consumer confidence. Coming back to something which is far more a little more controversial, is everybody's favorite subject on TV channels initially when demonetization came in. And apparently the launches dropped by 40% after demonetization. But the luxury segment, which is say launches of 2 crores and above in the top metros, fell by almost 50%. And slowly and steadily, do you think demonetization, a very, very generic question, but I would love to hear it from an expert like you, who can give us a nuance from a real estate perspective. Do you think the objective of demonetization has been met, or we are back to square one?
I think you know the answer as well. If I have to be very candid on air, I say demonetization has a cascading effect on our economy. I think things are back to where it was, but obviously things have taken a hit, and real estate has not been far away from that. You must have seen in the numbers, and still we can feel that in the numbers which are there, that post demonetization, it has not been the same story what it was. Though we can't still compare it to 2008, 2010. I believe the economy was anyways taking a hit post 2012. Things have remained as it is. If you talk about the Delhi reality where I stay, I believe in Delhi, the real estate prices for that matter have remained stagnant, or maybe have come less post 2010. They've remained the same. So they've touched the peak. And then with demonetization, yes, I believe every builder must have felt the effect. I believe today it's a market not of a square feet, it is a market of square yard. If you see, for that matter, why I say so, and this is not a legal expression what I'm giving you. What I personally feel is that if you see the NCR region, or you see the tier 2 cities in India, there's a lot of pressure on plots, on the land. People are not preferring to buy floors, apartments, even for residential. You see the sudden spurt which has come post-COVID has come down in Gurgaon. Something what was costing about 1 lakh square yard has reached 2 lakh rupees. If you ask me, that's substantial. That's where it is growing. But if you see, otherwise, the confidence in square feet, I believe, has really come down, because with people approaching me who come to me for advices when there are issues with the builders, the issue which is coming now is that the prices for which they have bought in 2012 and the prices today are lesser. Obviously, the investor, the home buyer, is feeling cheated at home. Right. So demonetization, yes, had a very bad effect. I think we can continue discussing, but this is a bad decision. But everybody has taken a hit post that, is not what I believe.
Absolutely. I think, I just thought this question should be raised. As I can understand, you are very clearly saying that RERA has been a significant and a crucial law that has impacted the entire real estate sector in the country, and has given Indian customers an ideal platform for protecting their interests. And as you said, it is just 4 years since the Act came into existence. And we are sure that in the next 4 or 5 years, RERA would become the factor that disrupts the entire real estate ecosystem of India. That's a wonderful kind of conclusion that I could make. One of the points that I wanted to understand from you and understand your opinion is why does it take so much time for the government to set up a legal single window clearance mechanism? Why is it that it takes them so much of time to set up a single window clearance mechanism, which everybody has been speaking about now since the time RERA came into play? I would like to understand the bottlenecks that you see in the legal system or the government system from your rich experience that you have, so that our home buyers and audience understands that why does this take so much of time?
You asked me the right question. If you ask me, it's my personal view that why it is lacking. Ultimately, it is the people who are behind the show, who are behind the scenes, run it. So let's take an example of a RERA authority in a state. It is led by, what I have seen as far as Haryana is concerned, I come back from Haryana, it is led by a retired IAS officer. I can tell you, Ashwinder, with a lot of confidence, though I come from since I come from the legal background, that judiciary, if you ask me, in India has done better than the executive and the legislature. And I can debate on that, and I can tell that, look, still the judicial system, considering the pressure which is on the judges, has done a fairly good job. The courts do come to the rescue of a common man.
Absolutely.
Now, why I say so is that maybe it's my opinion that to run these RERA authorities as well at the state level, if we can have a provision to have a judicial officer who's retired from the judiciary, they have more pragmatic, more disciplined approach, right? In RERA, what happens? What is the RERA authority supposed to do? The RERA authority is supposed to decide as to whether the action of a builder is correct, whether what is being done is as per the act or not. I think everything is now in a straitjacket, right? What interest has to be granted? What will happen to the delay, right? What money you can collect at what stage? Everything is that way in the act itself. I believe rather than having a retired civil services officer, I think it will be a great idea if we bring in somebody from the judiciary, right? We have a similar kind of a provision. Like, I give you an example, the High Court works tandem, if you ask me, from the other courts. Tribunals in India have not been able to do what they were expected to, though tribunals were expected to take the load off from the judiciary, from the superior courts. That's why tribunals came in. But I still see tribunals are lacking. For example, if I give you an example of the consumer court that we have as well, they are still, if you ask me in NCDRC, I'm not criticizing the tribunal or the commission for a moment, but there's so much of I say pressure on them. There's so many cases, thousands. If I file a matter today, it'll take 6 months to get it listed. The next date is after 6 months.
Wow.
Then really testing the patience of an investor. Where should he go to? He feels suffocated. But yes, at the same time, now we have different legislations to take care, different routes as well. RERA has come in, IBC has come in. They are giving breather to a common man who's invested all his livelihood, all his life to get a dream place, right? So ultimately, I think we've that way under the RERA, the authorities have underperformed because the discipline has been lacking.
So my question to you, Mr. Batra, would be, and it's a phenomenal discussion because there is no conflict of interest that you bring into this discussion, and you're not the industry, but you are a custodian to this industry, and you are an industry agnostic profession. My point is, NHB, National Housing Bank, had hired their CEO and chairman from a multinational bank with a person with a background of mortgages. Guess it didn't work out as well, but they tried. Do you think RERA has the ability to hire or get somebody to run RERA from the judiciary? Fine, but I still feel maybe somebody who's ran organizations, who's been a CEO, who's been a CXO of a real estate world, who has seen land acquisition, who has sold apartments, who has serviced customers, who has seen what development timelines are, what are the challenges that come. See, development is a very complicated business. The number of SKUs that you need in developing a building are 200 compared to 50 in a car. It is a complicated business. And the other point is that in the last 1 year, the input prices have gone up, but the customer is not ready to pay a higher price. That is why the developers are not able to increase the pricing. So a lot of influx of technology, etc. Do you what is required to get somebody from the corporate world with strong domain expertise on the real estate side to one, take up a role like this, and for the government to also disruptively think about a thing like this?
You're right on the money, if you ask me. By judiciary, I meant that, okay, there can be one person from the judiciary as well, and there has to be a right mix. And it's a great thought that we should bring in think leaders who have come from the same industry as well. If you ask me, you're a great choice because you've seen it all. Over the years, you've experienced it. And it may not be that, you are engaged as you are doing so well for yourself and you've been in industry with so much of experience. If RERA that way, somewhere the authority invites you and says, Shrinder, can you just give us maybe a few days in a month just to help everything improve? I think people like you would like to come in and help with your personal experience, which in your professional life you have. So I'm one with you that there has to be a mix which has to be brought in. It is not just that one kind of people just appointed by the government at their whims can take care of that. We need effective people on the ground. We need to go into the fact as to how appointments are being made as well, as to who's handling RERA. Do they have any prior experience of any such disputes or dealing with the realty industry? The officer who's heading the authority may just be looking after education in a state. How are you expecting him to think out of the block? So I'm with you that there has to be a right mix.
Actually, absolutely. And I compliment, players like Realty Plus who bring about such interesting discussions on a public platform, because, it's great to talk about many other things, investments in real estate and professionalism in real estate. But finally, we all need to be part of the solution. And this has been one of the best topics I have kind of a very interesting topic to be part of, where we can actually discuss the way forward in terms of improving it further. So,
we are very glad that we got, one developer who represents the industry and one custodian of, as Mr. Singh rightly mentioned, the legal custodian of, for the home buyers as well as the industry, on the same platform to discuss about, and some very unbiased and I think candid views we got from both our speakers. So RERA, both our speakers mentioned this is something which is good that has happened to the industry. Lot of things to be done. We get a lot of letters, etc., from a lot of readers that while RERA is there, it's a regulatory body, but it does not have the teeth to execute the orders. So that is one pain point that they have mentioned, that the orders sometimes do not get executed. Demonetization, our experts say this has definitely not helped real estate in any ways and has not, been good to the industry. So, I think what Mr. Ashwinder Singh mentioned about the single window, which the industry has been asking for, that single window, clearance window that can do wonders for the industry. And Mr. Batra mentioned what are the ways that can be, taken, the approach that should be taken to have, not people who do not understand real estate, but people who understand real estate and understand judicial aspect. One question that I will take with both of you, one, what our audience and readers have mentioned most about is the execution. So Mr. Batra, and as a developer, Mr. Singh, what do you feel, RERA, is it lacking in execution? Many states have not even properly executed it, like West Bengal. So, what are your views in it? Still some improvements, room for improvement? Mr. Singh?
Yeah, you see, if I have to, may I start, Mr. Batra? So I feel, Sapna, it's an important question. Yes, India is a complicated country and with so many states. And in your previous panel discussion, you were discussing that political stability is a very state subject, and it is also a very person-driven, approach that every state has. So yes, it is unfortunate that some of the states have not taken advantage of such a wonderful opportunity. But let me review the achievements of RERA despite everything. Just to quickly say is that we've had around 66,000, consumer complaints that have been resolved. Around 60,000 projects have been RERA certified. It has brought in the much required transparency and accountability in the Indian real estate market. Developers now are held responsible for defects, mistakes, and delays. I am a developer and I know that I take RERA very seriously. It has regained and increased the home buyer confidence. Yes, there are areas it is not fully implemented. And if some of the states really understand that how it can value their own revenue by just sale of real estate, I think they should quickly learn from states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, and as they are the flag bearers, I think Punjab is doing a good job. And that is why Mohali has started doing pretty well, which you were discussing in your previous thing. And so I feel, yes, we are 60% there, 40% has to be done. And these two things, all states need to implement it. RERA needs to be given more teeth, and a single window, if it comes, it will be a great, great thing for the Indian real estate industry.
So we are on the right path. Mr. Batra, what do you have to say? Recently Delhi stalled the construction of all those projects which are not RERA registered. But on the other hand, we also have the, super tech towers that need to be demolished. So what are your views? Where are we and where should we reach?
It is not just that. Recently, I was reading that the Delhi RERA has also ordered that there will be no construction because of the air pollution.
Right.
They are doing their job. It's good to know that Ashwinder says that it should have more teeth. It doesn't scare the builders. I believe it doesn't scare the serious players which are here. I think the fake ones have to be sent out, and they will be eradicated once the legislation comes in its full bloom. I don't say it lacks teeth. It lacks a will. At this point of time, the people who are there behind the execution, it lacks the will. I give you a small example that if RERA passes an order and a fine is imposed upon the developer, then if the developer files an appeal, he has to deposit 30% of the cost right away. Right?
Wow.
Yes, right away it has to be deposited. And that section which is there has been upheld till the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says that yes, it is the right thing to do. So in overall, it's a great package. And I think government should get more serious with it, because it's affecting a lot of people now. As you said, the West Bengal government doesn't have it. I think it's a thing that every government should look at very seriously. Why they don't have it? I mean, it's for the ultimately benefit of the larger good. And as Ashwinder said, the Punjab government, the Punjab RERA is doing so well as in Mohali. In Haryana and Punjab, I see a mixed effect. I come across cases, though the RERA is trying to tighten the grip, right? As I give you an example, when the NGT came in, that the National Green Tribunal,
Yes.
we had one of the retired Supreme Court judges, Justice Swatantra Kumar, leading the NGT one point of time, and there were notices issued to across industries, hundreds in one petition. You know what it was bringing? Ultimately, it was bringing some kind of what do I say? The reply, and it was bringing compliance. Right. Ultimately, it was making industries think that you have to be compliant, or otherwise somebody will catch up with you. So RERA is one legislation in which, as Shunda said, that they're very serious about it. Every builder will have to take it very seriously. Someday or the other, the long hand of the law will catch. But yeah, the question remains that how faster it is. For that, we need to see. I think we need to give it more time.
That's
That's
right. We need to give it more time, but good news is that judiciary is behind it, the support is behind it, and developers are welcoming it. They are all for it. In fact, a lot of developers have said that this has given a level playing field for them. Now otherwise, the smaller players would not do the compliances and they would have an unfair advantage. So it's created a level playing field. So thank you so much. We had some very honest views and opinions from both our developer, Ashwinder Singh representing the developers community, and Mr. Siddharth Batra representing the judiciary of the country, and how RERA has been helpful. Demonetization not so much, although they say now 75% all transactions are happening in white. So on that good note, let me now thank our speakers for being here with us, sharing their views and opinion, and sharing their thoughts on what should be the way forward for real estate. Thank you so much, Mr. Siddharth Batra, and thank you so much, Mr. Ashwinder Singh. And thank you to all our speakers earlier for making this edition of Realty Plus E-Conclave North so informative, interesting, and not to mention thought-provoking. And thanks to the awesome audience as well for being here with us today and sharing their queries. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the much awaited segment of the day. So let me hand it over to our lovely host, Shikha Singh, to take us through the glittering evening of Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 North. Shikha, over to you now.
Well, Sapna, thank you very much. I think you kept our guest quite on their toes, right since the afternoon with those conversational innings at the conclave, of course, with the wealth of experience that they bring to the table. And of course, the lovely host that you make yourself. Thank you very, very much for handing over, and more power to all of us on that note. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they say that life is found in the dance between your deepest desire and your greatest fear, said Wine Deer. Well, what brings you here today, ladies and gentlemen, is perhaps a little part of your deepest desire. That is your desire to perform come what may. The pandemic, we would agree, did induce some sense of despondency, some sort of stress, but the desire in you to be more resilient continues to dance its way. You all have been phenomenal. Are you all unstoppable? Well, tag us on our social media handles right now at RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. Right now, if you really believe that you are truly unstoppable, and I am assuming that I'm going to be getting a lot a lot of yeses in the form of, like, it would be raining yeses on social media as you tag us and show your enthusiasm, your participation, and the lovely audience that you already make. I think there's an air of scintillation already. Thank you very, very much for joining us. And of course, continuing the momentum as we take it over from Sapna there. On that note, a very, very warm welcome to all of you at this lovely experiential evening that will go on to celebrate your resilience and your resurgence at the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021, the North. Well, since it's the North edition, it has to be dazzling. It has to be a lovely evening of felicitations and acknowledgements. Well, the host who's greeting all of you is very much Shikha Singh, and this event is being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, and of course we could be found at www.realtyplusmag.com, on Realty Plus LinkedIn page, and also Realty Plus Facebook page at RP Realty Plus. And with that, we would like to officially begin by thanking our much valued partners who helped us to put this show together. So I'm sure from wherever you've joined us, you can usher in some good round of applauses. As you can see rightly on the screen right there, our event associate, Totality, thank you very much. Our business media partner, BW Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, organized by Realty Plus. And now, before we actually begin with the awards ceremony, don't you think it's really important to take a look at the brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about? I want all the eyes to continue to be glued to the screens, please.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life, knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with those powerful vibes, and of course, here's urging all of you that you're more than welcome to get in touch with the leading lady herself, Miss Tripti Kedia, the publisher and business head, Realty Plus, to know more about and excavate more details about Realty Plus publications and its products. Well, for the welcome address now, we are going to be unstoppable, just like you all are. We'll be joined by the one who is, as you know, known as India's media mogul, a serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and I would like to say an eternal optimist, just rolled and packaged lovingly into one. He is a first generation entrepreneur, and after acquiring the iconic business media and the magazine brand Business World, has expanded BW Business World into digital events and BW communities, as you know already. Well, with some good cheer, with some lovely vibes, let's welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and Business World Media Group, for the inaugural address of this lovely evening. Here's handing it over.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be at the Realty Plus Northern India event. We're doing this event virtually, though I hope we leave the pandemic behind us. The last few days, again, there is some cause for worry, but the Indian economy is back on recovery, and the real estate sector has started to see an impact of that. First of all, kudos to all of you for surviving and thriving despite the COVID. The real estate sector is a very important sector. When the real estate sector does well, the economy does well. When the economy does well, the real estate sector does well. The stock markets in the last 2 years have been exuberant. Some say there's a disconnect between the Fleet Street and the real street. But real estate is real. For the first time, a lot of millennials have realized the value of owning their own homes. Also, Indians in the last 20 months have saved more money than they've ever saved. So for residential real estate, it's a big year ahead in my view. I think the next 18 to 24 months will be the best ever for the residential sector. And as you'll hear experts, they'll tell you in the residential sector, actual buyers are buying. Now offices, commercial spaces are no longer commercial spaces. They are places where well-being of the
All right, so here's saying a thank you to you, Dr. Batra, for, of course, sharing your thoughts as candid as you are, and of course, those good wishes for all of us. So thank you very, very much. Wish to see you sooner in person as well. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that note of positivity that's been just ushered by Dr. Batra, let's add that celebration of triumph. I hope you're all set, and keep those lovely tweets and all those tags coming in, because that way we will make it more conversational and more engaging, right? So all my dearest friends watching us, we present to you on that note the winners of the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 North. But right before that, we also have an eminent, and may I say, very diligent jury members of these awards sharing their opinion. So what's the wait for? Let's have a look right there on the screen.
this is Anuj Puri. As always, it's been absolute delight to be a part of the jury for the Realty Plus Awards. Like every year, this year, these credible awards recognize consistency, delivery, customer satisfaction, quality. The jury has been very independent and have recognized the contestants which have been able to deliver on quality, on the prospects of customer satisfaction, and ensuring that everything is done within a given time frame. We wish all the contestants the very best, and certainly the winners very, very good luck. We look forward to seeing you all at the award ceremony.
My name is Firdaus Vandriwala, and I am pleased to be part of this very special and prestigious jury for these awards. Real estate is a very fundamental building block of any economy in the world. And more than that, it is also fulfilling a very basic and required need of human beings. Real estate employs a lot of people and contributes significantly to any economy. And therefore, for those of us who are in the real estate business, it's a matter of privilege and pride. For me, a good real estate company is one which fulfills its promises, whether it is in terms of amenities, quality, construction time, cost. Whatever be the promise, a good real estate company should keep it. I wish you all the best, and remember, our greatest glory is not in always rising, but in rising every time we fall.
Hi, I'm Ramesh Nair. I'm honored to be part of this jury. The Realty Plus Awards have set a benchmark in the industry. This is one of the most distinguished and highly regarded recognitions for real estate leaders. Our aim is to showcase some of India's most outstanding developers, consultants, and professionals. We reward path-breaking projects, designs, and innovations. Wish all the nominees the very best.
All right, so that was a powerhouse of jury members, ladies and gentlemen. As you just heard from our very enterprising jury, that the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 North are presented, may I reiterate, to the most impressive real estate work and are divided under the broad categories, as you just heard, of real estate projects, developers, architects, branding and marketing consultants, and individuals as well. But before we actually get started, now here's a very important pointer that I want all of you to note, because I am someone who never misses on good pictures when it's a celebratory vibe. And I believe that this evening is legendary in a way, and you just admitted sometime back in your minds that you are phenomenal. So all I want, all my winners, and of course the jury members also who are here with us, to remain live with us till the end of the ceremony for a group picture. Yes, you thought that right. So please be there with us, and do remember to tag us with all your lovely winning shots as you keep showering all that love on social media. We're looking forward to that so much, me and my team. So all right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we are all set. There's no ado. We are all set to get rolling with the presentation ceremony of you want to clap, I want to. So let's bring the roof down. Welcome once again to the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 North. There you go. Bring some power in the house. Our winners today would represent virtues of resilience, resurgence, and how they are really that pinnacle, that epitome of hard work and dedication in the Indian real estate. They are actually a force to reckon with. They are formidable. Well, our awards are divided into the broad categories of real estate projects, developers, architects, interior design, branding, and individual achievement, as I just said. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't wait for the confetti to be virtually blown today, this evening. So, well, yes, the first set of awards are very much the Real Estate Project Awards. And first up is the Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the winner of the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021, North, a virtual series. The awards are presented to the most impressive real estate work and are divided under broad categories of real estate projects, developers, interior design, architects, branding, CSR, PropTech, co-working, facility management, and individual achievement. Our winners represent resilience and resurgence and are the pinnacle of hard work and dedication to Indian real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the first set of awards of the evening. These are the Real Estate Project Awards. And first up is for the Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Signature Global India Private Limited for Grand Eva.
Well, here's us saying a big congratulations to Signature Global India Private for Grand Eva. Well, may I please request Mr. Lalit Agarwal, the co-founder and vice chairman, and Mr. Devender Agarwal, the co-founder and joint managing director from Signature Global Group, to please grace the virtual stage with their presence to accept the honors. If you could please have the winning team joining us right onto the screens. All right, and in the meanwhile, feel free to please extend your congratulatory messages. Well, it's the first award that we've just announced, so keep those energetic vibes coming in for sure. And we would just request if, of course, I can see our winners are right here backstage. Of course, yes, I have that access. So we just request you to unmute yourself so that, yes, I hope we have, yeah, we can see you right there. And I do hope we have given you access from the backstage to take the spotlight onto the screen. Our team would also help you just with that if there is an issue, but all we want you is to be definitely there in the spotlight and taking the honors with a lot of pride. There we are.
थैंक यू रियलिटी प्लस इस सम्मान के लिए। आज सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल ने 5,500 यूनिट अफोर्डेबल की डिलीवरी किए हैं और ये 1472 यूनिट की सोसाइटी जो काफ़ी एक बड़ा नंबर है, 9 एकड़ की सोसाइटी जो हमने डिलीवरी की। जैसे कि ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल का रहा है आज तक की बिफोर टाइम डिलीवरी करे, क्वालिटी डिलीवरी करे, इस चीज़ को सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल ऑलवेज अपनी रिकॉर्ड को हर बार ब्रेक करता है और हर बार एक नए मुकाम को अचीव करता है। सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल का एक जो मुहिम है, हर परिवार एक घर, और इस मुहिम में आज सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल 26,000 यूनिट तकरीबन बुक कर चुका है, 5 से 7,000 डिलीवरी कर चुका है और आने वाले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में टिल मार्च इतनी ही यूनिट और डिलीवरी करने की तरफ है। 27 लॉन्चेस कर चुका है, 9 लॉन्चेज और करने वाला है। तो सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल का जो मैंने बताया कि एक मुहिम है, हर परिवार एक घर, 1 लाख यूनिट हमको 2025 तक देना है और इस चीज़ के लिए दिन रात प्रयासरत हैं, क्योंकि हम ये मानते हैं अपना घर अपना ही होता है और हम ये मानते हैं कि हमें ज़िंदगी में जो लोगों की गाड़ी कमाई है उसका हिसाब देना है, जो उसने सोचा है उससे बेहतर देना है, क्योंकि उसके सपनों का घर खाली उसके सपनों का घर नहीं है, बल्कि उसकी ज़िंदगी का एक वो हिस्सा है जो आज तक उसके सपनों में ही रहा पर आज हकीकत की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। थैंक यू रियल्टी प्लस, थैंक यू जूरी, अगेन थैंक यू।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। वी होप आपके सपनों को और भी ज्यादा उड़ान मिले और आपको सुनकर आई थिंक हम सब बहुत ही ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्रोत्साहित हो रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ऑनर्स एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए। Congratulations again. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, you know that we are striding just like the achievers like you. Our next category is for the mid-segment project of the year. We can't wait to see that the award goes to.
Our next category is for mid-segment project of the year. And the award goes to Raheja Developers Limited for Raheja Manya.
Raheja Developers for Raheja Vanya. Kudos, congratulations. Well, here's the thing. I would love to invite on the virtual stage Ms. Dimple Bharadwaj, Head Marketing and Communication from Raheja Developers, to take and make this moment hers.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Reality Plus. I would just like to talk about Raheja Vanya. It is one of the greenest projects and a project that is a very low density project. You know, during the Corona times, we had actually thought of, designing something which would help for in the generations to come. And trust me, I'm really happy and delighted to have received these awards. It has always been our endeavor to deliver best quality products to our customers, and awards like these instill confidence. They encourage you to do better in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And very aptly said, that's so true. Well, perhaps that's why we are celebrating this beautiful moment. And with that, next up, what we have is the commercial project of the year. Let's see who bags this one.
Next, we have the commercial project of the year. And the award goes to Gulshan Homes for Gulshan 129.
Mighty congratulations to Gulshan Homes for Gulshan 129. May I please request Mr. Rajesh Pathak, CFO Gulshan Homes, to please come forward and accept the honors. Rajesh, we would be happy to spot you. Our audience is waiting to exchange virtual glances with you. Warm welcome and congratulations. How's it feeling?
Thank you, Jury. Thank you, Realty Plus, given me the privilege to honor this award on behalf of Gulshan. It's our first commercial project, which I did this time. So thank you very much for this award.
Congratulations again. And with that, we further continue celebrating the illustrious honors. Ladies and gentlemen, always, this one is an exciting category, I tell you, and you would accede to me, the luxury project of the year, our next category of the award. And the award goes to, let's have a look.
Always an exciting category, the luxury project of the year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej South State.
Well, you know, as I say that some people want to make it happen, some wish to make it happen, but there's some who always ensure they make it happen. And of course, this award is for that make it happener. Congratulations, Godrej Properties for Godrej South Estate. I would request Mr. Ankur Agarwal, Godrej Properties, to please take the limelight. Congratulations. And as my audience members do get these little breathers as we connect with our representatives right there from the winner, you do have this little time to, of course, tag us. By now, I'm sure you know our social media handles. So showing some love, showing that appreciation, you know, because they say that the best gift you could give to anybody is nothing but appreciation. So pour your heart out, congratulate your colleagues and your peers, and make them feel that pride. So Ankur, if you're right here, we are waiting to hear you. Ankur, I'm not sure if we can see you talking, but you're on mute, looks like. So we'll just request you to unmute yourself maybe once again and talk to us. All right, looks like there's some issue with the audio. I know you've switched it on, but I can just see how sincerely you are accepting the honors, sharing, of course. Yes, the thumbs up, of course, does say it also. Thank you so much. Of course, we hope to meet you in person to exchange more nuggets about the project, but here's sending all the power and all the congratulations to you. Thank you very much. For now, we'll just bear with his sight and, of course, that enthusiasm on his face. Thank you very much, Ankur, for joining us, and congratulations again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, here and there, we all are still just getting used to this virtual world. But, you know, I am just keeping my fingers crossed to be hosting all of you in person very, very soon. For now, we're going to be keeping in mind the thriving trend of luxury housing. You know what? What's coming up? We have the award for the ultra luxury lifestyle project of the year, and I can't wait to hear the award goes to.
keeping with the thriving trend of luxury housing, we have the award for Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. And the award goes to Central Park for Bella Vista Suites. And Gulshan Homes for Gulshan Dynasty.
Hearty and mighty congratulations to Central Park for Bella Vista Suites. Well, of course, I think the enthusiasm needs to double up because, of course, we'll have some lovely set of winners joining us to accept the honors. May I first request Ms. Manisha Deshpande, Head Marketing, Central Park, to come on the virtual stage and accept the honors.
Hi, I'm extremely delighted to accept this award on behalf of Team Central Park. Bella Vista is a prime jewel of Central Park. And as most of you in North might know, Central Park has been curating privileged lifestyle for over 20 years now. And this comes at the peak of a project which has 20 acres of lush green landscape and apartment studios and one beds, which are exclusively designed for the global elites. Thank you very much for recognizing us, and I congratulate all the winners, co-winners on this occasion. Thanks so much.
Manisha, I have a thing to say to you, that you are bedazzling us with that lovely smile of yours and that lovely vision that the project carries. More power to you. Congratulations.
Honored and humbled. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we know that our winner is also Gulshan Homes for Gulshan Dynasty. So I want some rising round of applauses as we do invite on the stage that you're a part of Ms. Suneet Singh, VP Marketing and Sales from the winning team. There you go.
Hi, Shikha. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Gulshan Group, it gives me great pleasure to receive this award. And thank you, Reality Plus, all my industry friends and leaders, and the respected jury members. Gulshan Dynasty is one of its own different kind of a project that we have created. It is the wellness luxury project of North India, and it is being done so tastefully with a very, very small number that we're looking at. So it is an invite to everyone. We really like to talk about this. And on that note, honored to receive this award, and thank you so much for it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Singh. And although, of course, we are connected electronically, but I can see the twinkle in your eyes right there on my screen. So thank you very much. We can see that you're quite excited about it. And of course, more success to you on that note.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to be marching ahead. And like I always say that, winning is never about just those wins and losses. Success is not about just wins or losses. But like I always say that if you really, you put a hand on your heart and you say that, hey, I've truly put in my best, you are a winner already. And to talk about the next winner, I do need to disclose the category that we are celebrating. So the next category of IT Park Project of the Year, and the award goes to
In the next category of IT Park Project of the Year, the winner is Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited for Intellion Park.
And ladies and gentlemen, the fanfare music says it all, so I would rather keep it short and invite our winner, Mr. Tarun Mehrotra, our Regional Business Head, North and East India from Tata Realty, to come right in here and make us hear his acceptance speech, a short one. Over to you. Tarun, we understand that you're going to be right there on the screen, and there you are, I guess.
Can you see me?
Now,
Hi.
completely, yes. Congratulations, firstly.
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Sorry, can you hear me? I can't seem to
We
get.
can.
Okay, I would like to thank the jury for giving us this honor and recognizing our effort. We are extremely excited about our foray into office space. We've been in residential in the North for a long time, but this is our first IT park project in the North, and we are extremely excited about this.
No need to apologize.
It has got a lot of extremely good response from the market as well, and we look forward to many more such projects. So thank you once again for giving us this honor.
Thank you and congratulations. I think thank you to you for giving us a reason to celebrate, and Tarun, here's to many more coming your way. And on that note, please allow us to march ahead, because you know what, to my audience members, our lovely special guests who are a part of this celebration, our showmakers, our cheerleaders, you know what, there's nothing like a free lunch. They aren't anything like a free lunch. That's a popular economic theorem that communicates the idea that it is impossible to get something from nothing. So all I expect all of you, because this is anyway good for blood circulation, just keep clapping, you know, from wherever you've joined us right now. This is a fantastic, fine evening. We're going to be awarding uniqueness now in the real estate projects, because this is the award for the themed project of the year, and the award is backed by
Awarding uniqueness in real estate projects is the award for themed project of the year. And the award goes to Ashiana Housing Limited for Ashiana Anmol Kid-Centric Homes.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we just heard, who is the winner? I was just wondering how much, you know, what we are essentially celebrating today is a subject of emotionality, something that's so close to our heart, you know, our home, right? So that's the idea. I think that's the tenet on which we stand at this awards presentation ceremony. Big congratulations to Ashiana Housing for Ashiana Anmol, the kid-centric homes. Well, may I please request Mr. Tushar Padalkar, the General Manager Marketing from Ashiana Housing, to please make this moment his.
Hey, thanks, Shikha. I'm really excited to have this award. Thank you very much to Realty Plus, the jury members, and most importantly, our customers who believed in us. So we have done something different with this project, the kid-centric homes and Anmol, which we have opened up the new phase, which is, and also going to get one more project very soon we'll be announcing. So we are giving our best to deliver a better parvarish ka pata for our customers. And definitely this appreciation will help us keep motivated towards bringing a smile on our customers' face. Thank you once again.
Tushar, couldn't be prouder of you. And of course, we can see that conviction in your voice, and that just makes us so proud of you. Congratulations again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the evening. I'm yet to check the social media updates that are just raining in. But for now, I got to lay my focus for all of you watching us about an important category for the very interesting times that we are living in today, from the new normal to the next normal that we are inhabiting right now, the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to
an important category for the interesting times we are in today, the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to Bhumika Enterprises Private Limited for Urban Square.
So So, all right, if we say that this is the iconic project of the year, I think mic drop right there. Congratulations, Bhumika Enterprises for Urban Square. I would be very happy to be inviting on the virtual stage Mr. Shubhajit, who is in fact head leasing and the mall management as well. Shubhajit, if you're around, please.
Wow, iconic project. I mean, this means a lot to us. Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you, the jury members. We are in the last leg of our journey. We opened the mall and the project for the people, for the world, sometime first quarter next year. We are all very excited, and I'm sure the entire army, the project team, the designers, engineers would be very happy to have received this award. So, in all humility, on behalf of them, thank you so much, Shika. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you and congratulations. Shubhajit, can we just quickly indulge into a quick rapid fire with you right now?
Oh God, tell me.
Are you prepared? Okay, so the first thing that comes to your mind, that's the thing that you have to tell as soon as I ask you this question, right? Because we keep talking about, just meeting sooner than soon. So, okay, God forbid, if there's another lockdown, which celebrity would you want to be locked down with? This is a little offbeat from the celebrations.
This is a googly, yeah. I don't know. I would love to be locked down with Amitabh Bachchan, actually. Mr.
All right. Okay, great. We'll take that. So enjoy. I hope you get to meet him and spend time with him, but not, of course, in the lockdown, but otherwise.
Thank you
more
so much.
Success to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And all right, so that was the sporty Subhajit joining us. And with that, we will be moving on to the residential project of the year. And the winners can be sort of prepped to be bowled over with some excitement on the screen. But right now, let's focus our eyes onto the screen. Let's see who bags this award.
Moving on to Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to MR India Limited for DG Homes.
Many congratulations to MR India for Digi Homes. This is your moment. And Mr. Santosh Sharma, I hope you're all armed up backstage. You are from the marketing team, MR India. Please speak to us.
Hey, thanks, Shika. Hello, everyone. So I'd like to thank the jury, for recognizing Digi Homes as the residential project of the year. Digi Homes is one of the flagship projects from MR India. Right on Golf Course Extension Road, spread across 5.64 acres, right? And I would like to thank Realty Plus as well, for recognizing such events, which motivates us to bring out new projects like this, to the customers. And I would also like to congratulate all the winners and, good luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santosh. As we say congratulations to you, we are equally grateful for the lovely compliment and acknowledgement that has just flown for the Realty Plus team. So thank you. We're glad that it helps you stay motivated, the recognition. All right, so let's take it up a notch ahead, as they say, because it is time now to celebrate the real estate destination of the year. And the award goes to...
Taking it a notch ahead is the real estate destination of the year. And the award goes to Omax Limited for Omax World Street.
Well, keep it in the first lane always. Congratulations again to Omax for the Omax World Street. More power to you. And with that, we are further setting the bar high, as next is the award for the skyscraper of the year. Are you all set to have a look at the screen as to who backs this one? Let's have a look.
Setting the bar high, is the award for Skyscraper Project of the Year. And the award goes to Raheja Developers Limited for Raheja Revanta.
So celebrations manifold, Raheja Developers for Raheja Revanta. Congratulations, Dimple Bharadwaj, Head Marketing and Communication from Raheja Developers. We would need you back onto the stage to share some enthusiasm.
Hey, hi, thank you once again. It is the second award for Raheja Developers. So Raheja Revanta is one of the tallest towers in Gurugram. It stands tall at 199 meters. It has got 60 floors and surrounded by Aravali views. It has got a sky bridge also on the 46th floor. As far as Raheja Developers is concerned, we have so far delivered 26 million square feet and another 20 million square feet is under development and in pipeline. So thank you once again for choosing us as the Skyscraper Project of the Year. Thank you again.
Thank you. And Dimple, I would say congratulations to you. Thank you for giving us a reason to visit Gurugram soon as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead and celebrate the best amongst the best in the category of the most popular project of the year. Well, I'm not sure if there are prizes for guessing this one, but rather let's be sure and have a look as to who bags this one.
The best among the best in the category of Most Popular Project of the Year. And the award goes to Mapsco Builders Private Limited for Mapsco Mount Ville.
Congratulations to Mapsco Builders for Mapsco Mount Ville. Well, let's hear it from the winner.
Hi, good evening everyone. I would like to thank you the entire Realty Plus team and the jury members for selecting our project for most popular project of the year. Thank you so much, and really thank you so much for encouraging us for the future and appreciating our efforts. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Rahul Singla, Director, Mapsco Builders, accepting the honors, keeping it precise there, but staying very focused and motivated. And so are we, very focused and motivated indeed. This is the moment. This is an evening of glory, and let the glorious ones be glorified. Our next award, ladies and gents, is for the Industrial Warehousing Project of the Year. The award is backed by, let's have a look.
The next award is for Industrial Warehousing Project of the Year. And the award goes to ESR Advisors Private Limited for ESR Sohna Industrial and Logistics Park.
Congratulations again. And as you just heard, who is the winner? May I please request Mr. Mandar Shinde, the General Manager Projects, ESR Advisors, to please come forward and lovingly accept the honors.
Yeah, hi, good evening.
Very good evening. We can
Hi,
hear you
good
now
evening.
and
Yes.
we can see you.
Yes, I would really thank everyone, the Realty Plus as well as the jury members, and thank you, Shika, for that lovely introduction. I'm really extremely honored to be receiving this award on behalf of ESR India. We started with the vision of building state-of-the-art industrial and logistics spaces and bringing global standards to ESR India. And ESR Sona is a landmark development and put and it puts Sona on the map for warehousing in the north, with an access over to 7 crore consumers. So we are one of the front runners to develop sustainable spaces in line with our ESG standards. And this park is an epitome of sustainable design, and construction. We are thankful for this recognition, and it's a huge motivation to innovate further and raise the bar for industrial and warehousing. And I'm really thankful to my team, and this award is a true celebration of their hard work. Thank you again.
Thank you and congratulations, Mandar. You're setting and in fact raising the bar when it comes to sustainability and innovation, as you said. So here's to rising ahead. And with that, I think, ladies and gentlemen, all our winners are just proving how they're just the best in the industry, just the best in the business. And of course, I feel it is such a lovely and a noble thing to do what they are doing. So all the more, I think we as a community believe in the concept and in the values that you all hold. With that, I usher in the next category of award, which is the plotted development of the year. And the award goes to...
Next award is for the plotted development of the year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Retreat. And for non-metro, the award goes to M2K Group for M2K Harmony.
Congratulations to both our winners, Godrej Properties for Godrej Retreat. Rohit Santosh, I guess you're waiting backstage. You are the Director Project P&L Godrej Properties Limited. To make this moment yours, we don't want to make you wait for that. So please, all yours. If you can accept the honors, Rohit, and celebrate this moment with us, if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. Many thanks to Realty Plus and the entire jury for recognizing the work at Godrej Retreat. The team has been able to deliver this project not only in record times, but we've also been able to set a new product benchmark for product developments in the North Zone as well. So heartfelt thanks to all the stakeholders who made this a big success. Team Godrej Properties North Zone, all our channel partners, our vendors, bankers, and most importantly, our beloved customers who've shown a large amount of confidence in us in Godrej Retreat. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you and congratulations. And before we let you go, Rohit, can I also ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm sure, thank you for the permission, and I'm sure you've had an illustrious career. What is that one thing, if I ask you, complete this sentence, never have I ever, that you've done in your career?
Never have I ever.
Putting you in a spot, we are, right?
Never have I ever achieved heights that I really wanted to. I mean, see, in India, we have a huge upside for us to go to. And there's different levels of benchmarks set in the international markets, which we can easily reach. And I think I've never been able to reach those levels, or the companies here are yet to reach those levels that we really can. So I think never have I ever done it, but I think very soon we'll be able to do it in the next 2-3 years, I'm sure.
And that makes me say about you that you're truly humble. You nailed my rapid fire by just evincing how you're never satiated with what you've already achieved, and there's so much more to come. So cheers to that and all the best.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and lighting up this evening with your presence. Please say congratulations to your team. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, as you just heard, for the non-metro, the award goes to M2K Group for M2K Harmony. I'll be happy to invite Dr. Vishesh Rawat, VP Sales and Marketing from M2K Group, to accept the honors.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
I'm delighted to receive this prestigious award on behalf of M2K Group. And I'm really thankful to Realty Plus, the learned jury, for considering and awarding us with this prestigious award. M2K Harmony, this is a plotted development, very green, conveniently located, just adjacent to our already developed 100-acre township in Dharuveda. And I'm thankful to all the customers, to all the partners, to everyone who is associated with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Dr. Rawat. I'm sure with an esteemed jury such as this, it wasn't easy for our winners to be called winners this evening. So I'm sure you've done something very phenomenal. Congratulations. And with that, please allow us to head into the next category, which is just not, ladies and gentlemen, the next category. It is actually a very popular category when we talk about the much loved by you all, the Realty Plus Excellence Awards, which we celebrate. It's been year on year and we are marching from strength to strength. This is the award for the Integrated Township Project of the Year. And the award goes to...
Always a popular category at the Realty Plus Excellence Awards, the award for Integrated Township Project of the Year. And the award goes to Central Park for Central Park Flower Valley.
Congratulations to the winner. And ladies and gentlemen, let's just pick up our gadgets and put in those social media messages out there. And let's say congratulations to Central Park for Central Park Flower Valley. Well, I would be happy to invite the winner, Miss Manisha Deshpande, Head Marketing from Central Park, to accept the honors.
Thank you once again, Shikaji. It's really a pleasure to accept this award once again. Central Park Flower Valley is a dream project, and it's a passion which my management has really brought in to life. It's a global quintessential township with 1 million plus flowers planned in the township. So something which nobody has seen till date. It has everything right from various residentials, healthcare, wellness, sports, education, hospitality, to the best of what one would expect the side of the world, and an amazing, amazing township to that. Thank you once again for recognizing us. It's a great honor.
Thank you very much, Manisha. It's lovely to be congratulating you again. So thank you very much. And with that, let's march ahead because when we talk about design, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the first thing, to be honest, that catches the customer's eye. And of course, definitely no prizes for guessing this one. We're going to be celebrating the design project of the year, and the award goes to...
Design is the first thing that catches the customer eye. And now, we have the Design Project of the Year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Meridian.
Big kudos to the winners right there. And please request Gurmukh Singh Bajwa, the General Manager, Project Director, P&L Godrej Properties, to please accept the honors, the proud honors.
Thanks, Shika. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the entire jury. I accept this award on behalf of the design team of Godrej. We have already always believed in creating very distinguished products for our customers. With that vision, we created a GPL Design Studio. The architects at Design Studio and our architects here in North, they have worked relentlessly to bring a product which really distinguishes itself in the market. We thank you for this honor.
Congratulations, Mr. Bajwa. Before we let you go, it's a weekend, and of course, you're winning big laurels out there. Is there any plans for celebration? If yes, how?
It'll be party over virtual because social distancing.
All right, agreed. But I'm sure it would be much fun, and of course, hope to meet you in person as well soon and party together.
We'll look forward. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on this one. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, an important honor as the world is focusing on sustainability. We are on to celebrating the most environment-friendly residential space, and the award goes to
an important honor as the world focused on sustainability is the most environment-friendly residential space. The winner is Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited for Intellion Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be requesting Shruti Kaushik Agarwal, the Associate Vice President, Marketing Tata Realty, to please accept the honors. And we are cheering for you, Shruti, as you take the stage.
Right, thank you so much, and we're quite delighted and elated to receive the award. The whole point of developing office parks in today's the new age work environment is that the way Tata Realty is now creating office spaces, they are being designed to be more collaborative, more dynamic, and more intelligent. And when it comes to sustainability, we are trying our levels best to be at the forefront of it by having the least friction to the environment. But thank you so much for the award, and being awarded for sustainability is really, really great and important for us, because that's what that's how we're designing our spaces. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, and congratulations. Of course, I can see that sense of pride and energy as you speak to us. Once again, congratulations. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are concluding the Real Estate Project Awards category. The next award is for the Best Selling Project of the Year. And this is backed by, let's have a look.
Concluding the Real Estate Project Awards category is the award for the Best Selling Project of the Year. And the award goes to MR India Limited for Marbella Phase 2.
Well, I think that looks stunning, and we do have a stunning winner joining us on the screens already, Ms. Shireen Dogra, Marketing, MR India. It's all over to you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Shikha. And thank you, Realty Plus, for such a beautiful award. Marbella is definitely a very, very beloved community for us. COVID has all taught us what is the importance of a space, and such a beautiful space Marbella is. So the golf course extension road has one jewel, which is Marbella, and very, very precious for us as MR India portfolio. We hope and continue to provide the same luxury and comfort to everybody in future as patrons. Thank you so much for this award once again. This is truly memorable. And thank you, Realty Plus team, to putting this together. And may you all have a great evening ahead as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dogra. That really means a lot for all of us. Thank you. Keep celebrating. And of course, we're confident you're going to be striding ahead from here on as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the builders and the developers category. And first up right here is the Developer of the Year Residential. And the award goes to...
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the Builders and Developers category. First up is the Developer of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Signature Global India Private Limited.
Well, as grand as the fanfare music sounds, I'm sure as grand the work is, could we please request Mr. Lalit Agarwal, co-founder and vice chairman, along with Mr. Ravi Agarwal, the co-founder and managing director, Signature Global Group, to please take the honors that are duly theirs. Over to the winners.
Start. Thank you, Realty Plus, for honoring us with this award, and Realty Plus team and the jury for having faith on us. Signature Global as team, it is possible because of the Signature Global team, Signature Global's customer, their unconditional support, and the entire all stakeholders of the team who have done tirelessly for the work for this making happen. Signature Global has launched around 26 residential projects in Gurgaon, Sona, and Karnal, out of which we have delivered 6 projects and developing 20 projects currently. We believe before time delivery for our customers, who is the king for us. Thanks for honoring us and keep continuing it. Thanks.
Thank you. Congratulations. We absolutely loved just the last line of it, of course, with everything that you said as well. Congratulations again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you know, of course, we want to keep it legendary in a way, fun, good, happening, just the way you work and just the way we synergize. So this is all about, up next, felicitating now the Developer of the Year commercial. No wait here. Let's have a look as to who really takes this trophy home.
हो गया खत्म इसके बाद कुछ नहीं
Felicitating now the Developer of the Year, Commercial. And the award goes to Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the winning team, I would be happy to invite Shruti Kaushik Agarwal, who is the Associate Vice President Marketing, who would be coming and receiving the honors. So here's handing it over to you, Shruti.
Thank you, Shikha. Firstly, once again, thank you so much, Realty Plus. And we're quite excited to be receiving the Developer of the Year Commercial Award. And like I think Tarun has received the other award for us. And like I said in my earlier, thank you speech, that we're working really hard to create office parks which are much more healthier, much more, conducive to the new age workforce. So it's an effort that we're driving to build a better office space environment for all of us. So thank you, and have a great evening, all of you.
Thank you so much, Shruti. You're having a great evening yourself. Perhaps we can just sense the vibe. But of course, when we talk about, those office spaces, that's something we're looking forward to. One word, how are you going to be celebrating just in one word? What's the thing that would just...
we love our wining and dining. So yes, we will be doing it offline.
Super. Giving you a virtual high five on that note. Keep celebrating. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much and congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we know different ideas of celebrating here from our lovely winners who seem to be super happy. So next up, we have the Developer of the Year Township, and the award goes to...
Next, we have the Developer of the Year, Township. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Golf Links.
Well, to collect the accolades, could we please have Mr. Nikhil Rampal, Site Sales Head, Godrej Golf Links, to join us?
Thank you, Shikha. Thank you, the respected jury members and the Realty Plus. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To win this prestigious award is truly wonderful, and we at Godrej Golf Links are truly delighted to receive this award. It kind of speaks a volume about the kind of trust that people put in the project as well as the brand Godrej. We would really like to thank the entire leadership team here at Godrej Properties for the vision and the guidance that they help us achieve such. And we would also like to acknowledge the efforts of the entire team at Godrej Golf Links, from projects to customer service to all the other functions. And this is entirely a team's effort. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. And that gesture speaks volumes about you. Congratulations again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our next acknowledgements, the next award, the big award for the emerging developer of the year. Let's have a look as to who takes this one home.
Our next award is for Emerging Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Mixon Group.
Congratulations to the Mixon Group. Many, many congratulations to you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are marching ahead and celebrating and in fact concluding this category with an exciting award for the fastest. This one seems to be furious. So this is for the fastest growing realty brand of the year, and the award goes to
Concluding this category is the exciting award for fastest growing realty brand of the year. And the award goes to Space Group.
Well, Space Group gets a chance to take the trophy and keep it at the trophy cabinet at their place. Gurpal Singh Chawla, Director, Space Group, could we please request you to come forward and share the enthusiasm?
Hi, everyone. I think I'm audible now.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Shikha. Thank you, the entire Realty Plus and the jury members. I humbly accept this award on behalf of the entire Space family, as in the Space family consists of all the employees, all our stakeholders, all our customers. And it has been a 15-year journey to become the fastest growing brand of the year. As Usain Bolt says that it took him less than 9 seconds to win a 100-meter race. Behind that, there was a 20-year, hard work and experience. So I'm glad that today it has been recognized by the jury members and our customers. And we are committed to excel and keep moving forward. And on top, as we are always, liked by the customers for the delivery. So we will be launching the most projects and delivering the most projects in the coming year and become the fastest growing SEO brand in North India. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurpal. I think, thank you for sharing what, lies ahead for you all in the future. And of course, I loved how you also stressed on the BTS, the behind the scene that take most of the time to, reach the level, right?
Everyone sees the overnight success, but they don't know how many nights have gone behind and how many people and the effort of everyone. It's just not a one-man job. I think it's a team effort. So I congratulate the entire team and the Space family for this award.
Thank you. And here's to creating more spaces for more trophies as well, Gurpal. So please say our congratulations to your team there and allow us to move to the next category because our lovely folks are watching us on the other side of the screen very diligently and we are super impressed. Okay, so for all of you, coming up now is the Architect and the Interior Design Awards. So when we talk about our Interior Design Awards, we present the Interior Design Firm of the Year. And let's see who takes away and for whom are we blowing the confetti. Eyes on the screens, please.
Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is the Architect and Interior Design Awards. In our Interior Design Awards, we present the Interior Design Firm of the Year. And the award goes to Studio XP Management Consultants Private Limited.
Congratulations. Could we please request the winning team, Ms. Koili Puri and Jitendra Puri, the founding directors, Studio XP Management Consultants, to please take the honors. All right. Here's saying congratulations to
Hi.
you.
Hi, Shikha. Thank you so much. Thank you, Realty Plus, for giving us this platform. Thank you, the eminent jury, for finding us worthy of this award. And I would like to say something that it is not only the design, carrying the design from the paper or the screen to the reality. So it is an entire process and resulting in a happy client. That is what we try to do. And I want to thank you to the entire team who helped us in this process and because of whom we are here today. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Reality, for choosing us. It's a privilege accepting this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and many more awards lighting up your way, Mr. and Mrs. Puri. Thank you very much. And with that, we are marching ahead and recognizing the path-breaking architecture for the category Architectural Design of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to
recognizing path-breaking architecture for the category Architectural Design of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Confluence Consultancy Services for Clio County.
many, many congratulations to the winner and Mr. Vishal Sharma, the founding partner, Confluence Consultancy Services. Request you to please accept the honors.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Shikha. Thank you, Reality Plus, for giving us such a prestigious award. And I must thank my team and especially my client, ABA Corp, for believing in us and making this project really work. We all worked really hard for a 7 billion square feet of work, and they have built it in a remarkable time, whatever we have envisaged. So I thank you all for giving us this award.
Thank you and congratulations again, victorious Vishal. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, up next this fantastic evening, we are going to be now felicitating excellence in branding and marketing. And we begin with an important tribute of Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to
Now felicitating excellence in branding and marketing, we begin with an important tribute of Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Renu Singh, President, Sales and Marketing, Space Group.
Well, Renu, this is big. How's it feeling? Many congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Shikha. Hello, everyone. A very good evening to all of you. I'm truly feeling humbled today. I thank you, Shikha. Thank you, Reality Plus team and the jury on board to consider my name for this Marketer of the Year award. My best wishes and congratulations to all the awardees who have been felicitated today. And thank you once again so much, the entire team of Reality Plus, jury members, my family, my colleagues, my organization I represent for your support and keeping me motivated all the time. Thanks once again to the Reality Plus team for creating this wonderful platform. Thank you, Shikha. Nice evening.
Thank you very much, Renu. Lovely hearing you. And like they say, a woman on a mission never needs a permission. So that's how you are. More power to you. And thanks for inspiring. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about, our next award, as I introduce it to all of you, when we talk about the digital presence, that goes hand in hand with also the brand awareness part of it, right? So excelling in this category of digital marketing campaign of the year is something like quite an accomplishment, right? Let's see who does the award goes to.
digital presence goes hand in hand with brand awareness, excelling in the category of Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Alchemist Marketing Solutions for M3M. No means no, a unique approach on the digital medium.
Well, could we please request Prabhu Tony to please accept the honors as a winner there?
I'm there.
Absolutely there.
Hi, thank you so much. Glad to be winning this one. In this post-pandemic, people have really opened up to digital, and I think we're really delighted to win this award. Thank you so much. Let's hope for more.
Great, very well said. Congratulations again. And with that, enjoy the evening and be with us as we celebrate next up the Consumer Connect Initiative of the Year Award. And the award goes to
Next up is the Consumer Connect Initiative of the Year Award. And the award goes to DLF Limited for DLF Malls.
big congratulations, DLF Limited for DLF Malls. There you go. Many congratulations. And on that note, along with all my folks watching us, we're going to be further taking up a notch from here and celebrate the category of Project Launch of the Year. And the award goes to
Taking a notch ahead is the Project Launch of the Year. And the award goes to Signature Global India Private Limited for Signature Global City 37D.
hearty congratulations, Signature Global India for Signature Global City 37D. Well, before I invite the winners onto the stage, here's just reminding all our winners to please stay back, because I talked about the group picture, right? So I think it's very important for me to just remind all of you there that we're going to be taking a big, happy celebratory picture. So be right there. And we are going ahead and inviting the winners for this category, Mr. Ravi Agarwal, the co-founder and managing director, along with Mr. Devendra Agarwal, the co-founder, and of course, the joint managing director from Signature Global Group. This is yours.
Thank you, Realty Plus team and the jury for honoring us for this kind of project award. Signature Global City Sector 3070 was our first premium floor projects in Gurgaon and also our first project launched post the second lockdown. Considering the requirement of our customers, especially during the COVID wave, we tried to offer everything to them in this project, be it luxury amenities. About 25 plus amenities are there in this project. Terrace garden and our additional space for the work from home. Its location, it is biggest USP as it's on the Dwarka Expressway and well connected from the second NH, the Patudi Road NH, which is declared as NH recently on the other side. We are privileged that we received this tremendous response from the customers because of tireless efforts of our entire Signature Global team, Puri complete team, and such a great confidence given by our and such a beloved customer who have always believed us on timely delivery, each and everything, and we believe in the things to make their life better. We assure them, as we have delivered on time each and every project, we continue to deliver in this manner, this project also, to make their life better. We believe in अपना घर तो अपना ही होता है, and हर परिवार अपना एक घर. This mission पे Signature Global is on this mission. We will continue to deliver in this manner. Thank you, Realty Plus.
Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you and congratulations. That's very empowering to hear. And of course, you know, when we are together, I think the celebratory group picture that we're going to take in the end, that is going to take social media by a storm, I tell you, and I mean it. So please urging all of you, all our winners and jury members to please stay back. There's just few more honors to go and then we indulge into this happiness celebration. So let's keep up the happiness quotient. The award for the innovative marketing concept of the year goes to a company who's literally making waves, and not just ripples, but waves for its creativity. Let's see who bags this one.
The award for innovative marketing concept of the year goes to a company making waves for its creativity, and the award goes to Insomniacs for Sotheby's.
Well, could we please request Ketki from Insomniacs to please come forward? I guess you're around, and take the honors which are truly yours.
Hi, Shika. We are extremely honored to be receiving such an important award. We are grateful that we have got such a recognition from Realty Plus, and this is all possible due to the team that we have at Insomniacs. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you and congratulations to you. Big one. Please keep celebrating and thank you for inspiring us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would be recognizing the integrated brand campaign of the year, giving like a 360-degree approach, and the award goes to
recognizing the integrated brand campaign of the year, giving a 360-degree approach. And the award goes to Alchemist Marketing Solutions for M3M Gurugram Property Festival.
Well, what a proud moment indeed, Ms. Astha Kataria and Ms. Mansi Vadlani, the Deputy Managing Consultant from Alchemist Marketing Solutions. Please come forward and receive the honors.
Thanks, Shika, and thank you so much, everyone who made this possible. And interestingly, this is our third consecutive win in this category itself. So it's because of the clients like M3M who show faith in us and give us free hand to explore and do new things. So looking forward to do more good work and hoping for more wins.
Super. So can we do a hip hip hooray for you right now? Let's do this together.
Sure.
Okay, hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
That reminds me of the stage, but the celebration should never stop. So here's to more power to all of us. Thank you for joining. This feels great, and more wins to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're just warming up for the final evening, an important recognition for our digital times is for the real estate website of the year, and the award goes to
Important recognition for our digital times is the Real Estate Website of the Year. And the award goes to Insomniacs for Sotheby's Realty India.in.
From the winning team, can I please have Ketki joining us again and accepting the honors?
Thanks again, Shika. And it again gives us a great pleasure receiving this award. And we would also like to thank Sotheby's for believing in us. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's to believing in ourselves. And there you go. With that, we are marching ahead to celebrate a coveted honor that is reserved for the Advertising Agency of the Year. And the accolades are backed by, let's keep a look on the screen.
A coveted honor is for Advertising Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Alchemist Marketing Solutions.
Congratulations to the winner. Could we please request Mr. Prabhu Tony, the COO, North Alchemist Marketing Solutions, to accept the honors.
Thank you so much. Glad to be winning this one quite consistently, I must say. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Realty Plus for creating this wonderful platform, our clients who have put their faith in us, and the fabulous team which has made this really possible. Thank you so much. This is for all of us. Cheers.
Cheers. And as they say that teamwork brings exceptional results. So there we are celebrating this very much. Congratulations to you once again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to march ahead and celebrate the next category of award very much, which is for the Facility Management Awards. Well, felicitating the Facility Management Awards for the category FM Customer Experience Impact of the Year. And the award goes to...
Moving on to our next category of the evening, which is for Facility Management Awards. Felicitating the Facility Management Awards for the category FM Customer Experience Impact of the Year. And the award goes to Colliers.
And I would expect nothing less than some very impactful round of applauses and the social media messages as we congratulate the winners. And of course, invite Mr. G.S. Tyagi, Executive Director, Real Estate Management Services, North India Colliers, to please come forward to take the honors.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Tyagi.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, thank you,
Warm hi
Shikha.
to you.
Hi, thank you, Shikha. Thank you for this award. It is an honor to receive such an award for FM Customer Experience of the Year. I would like to dedicate this award to my team there at sites and in the back office who are striving very hard to deliver excellent and memorable services to our clients. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyagi, and a very great evening and an evening of celebration to you as well. This is your day for sure. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, marching to the next category of the evening, which is the Project and the Construction Management Firm of the Year. And the award goes to...
Next category is for the Project Construction Management Firm of the Year. Goes to Global C.
Here's to striding Global C. Congratulations. Could you please request Mr. Gaurav Modgil, the managing partner from Global C, joining us on this fantastic evening?
Thank you, Shikha. I, on behalf of the entire team of Global C, would like to thank the jury, Realty Plus, and our clients and partners who have given us this opportunity to be showcased here. And this is a hat trick. This is the third year in a row Global C has been awarded for the same category. I would just like to share, one line of wisdom that to live a creative and successful life and build a company, we must lose our fear of being wrong. And I agree. I feel that everyone here will agree that the last 2 years have been an accelerated drive on the road of learnings from our wrongs. So I congratulate everyone again, and thank you so much, Realty Plus, for this accolade. Thank you again.
Thank you. Gaurav, what's the secret sauce of this hat trick? Just in a word.
Perseverance.
I got an answer. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Here's cheering for you and for all the hat tricks and many more to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So with that, it's such a happy vibe, ladies and gentlemen. Our next award is for the FM Impact on Society of the Year. Well, I know who gets the award, but let's look at the screens right there.
Our next award is for FM Impact on Society of the Year. And the award goes to Colliers.
And as thoughtful as that visual looks, I am happy to be again inviting on the stage Mr. G.S. Tyagi, the Executive Director, Real Estate Management Services, North India from Colliers, joining us.
Thank you so much once again, and we are grateful for receiving this award. As you would know that the entire world is coming together to make this environment more safe, cleaner, and more sustainable. And I'm truly delighted that the efforts put in by Colliers are being recognized here. I would like to thank Realty Plus jury for choosing Colliers for this prestigious award. Definitely, I think with such recognitions, the industry would be motivated to take more initiatives for a better society in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. I'm sure the jury chose the best, the ones who deserve the recognition. And with that, we are entering into the next category of the evening, which is the PropTech and Co-working Awards. Well, rewarding our next category is the category for the Co-working Technology of the Year. And ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to, let's keep clapping.
Moving on to our next category of the evening, which is for PropTech and Co-working Awards. Rewarding our next category is the category for the Co-working Technology of the Year. And the award goes to SmartWorks.
Let's hear it out from the winners straight right in there. SmartWorks, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, when there's like a silence in an awards presentation ceremony, had we been live on a stage, I would have asked all of you to be like incessantly keep clapping, clapping, clapping. Perhaps that's the thing that we need right now, to just do the build up, get our award winners speaking to us, getting connected with them shortly. It's going to be right there.
Thank you, Realty Plus and the esteemed jury members for this recognition. This reaffirms our belief into the technology ecosystem that we have created for our clients for an enhanced and efficient workspace experience. So this award is a great motivation for the team. Thank you once again.
Congratulations again. And with that, we are rising and marching to felicitate the PropTech Startup of the Year. This is going to be exciting. Let's see who gets this one.
Felicitating the PropTech Startup of the Year. And the award goes to PropertyExpert.com.
Well, we would be very happy to be inviting Ms. Chahana Gehlot, the founder and COO from propertyexpo.com, to come forward and receive the honors, please.
Thanks, Shikha. Thank you, jury. Thank you, Reality Plus, to giving me this award. And thank you so much. And I would like to introduce my team. Please come.
Come. So this is the team which made it possible. So we are at propertyexpo.com. काफी लोग हैं लेकिन चलिए कोई नहीं. So basically क्या है कि we are a proptech company which sells real estate also, because होता क्या है कि टेक्नोलॉजी वालों को रियल एस्टेट समझ में नहीं आता है और रियल एस्टेट वालों को टेक्नोलॉजी समझ में नहीं आती है. तो प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपो इज अ मिक्स, जिनको टेक्नोलॉजी भी समझ में आती है, जिनको रियल एस्टेट भी समझ में आता है, एंड हम लोग वो गैप को ब्रिज कर रहे हैं जो रियल एस्टेट में है टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए. सो वी आर क्रिएटिंग स्मार्ट सॉल्यूशंस फॉर रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री and all the people related to real estate, and we understand real estate like anything.
And we are the 5,000 rank in Alexa, our site in global.
So he is our CTO, Mr. Dharmendra. So basically credit goes to his team, and we are just the guiding factor.
Thank you so much, Realty Plus, and thanks for giving this award.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very heartwarming to see the entire team over there. And of course, here's to the forward thinking and here's to celebrating. Many more to come. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Please keep celebrating as we celebrate ahead. As next up, we do have the category of the co-working amenities of the year, and the award goes to
Next, we have is the co-working amenities of the year. And the award goes to SmartWorks.
Congratulations, SmartWorks. Here's to celebrating many more wins. Very, very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, and all my dearest winners and jury members, please stay by. We're just in the final last leg right out there, after which we have that lovely moment, the highlight of the evening that we've been waiting for, the group picture. So trust me, it will feel good. Some very happy hormones being released. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the very exciting, and may I say, the final category of the Individual Achievement Awards, which honors the outstanding, the phenomenal performance by the realty professionals such as you. The first prestigious honor is for the CXO of the year, and the award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the very exciting and final category of Individual Achievement Awards, which honors outstanding performance by realty professionals. The first prestigious honor is for CXO of the Year, and the award goes to architect Vinita Singharia Sharma, founding partner, Confluence Consultancy Services.
Architect Vinita Singhania Sharma. This is a big moment. You, the founding partner, Confluence Consultancy Services. What is it that you have to say to us as you accept the proud honors?
I must thank you. Thank Realty Plus. Thank the jury members for recognizing the effort that we are putting towards architecture and interior, and probably making the world a better place to live, I would say. And of course, this was not possible without the team that we have. And of course, the clients who believe in us. And I would say that there would be much more to showcase in future. Thank you.
Great. We love those dreams in your eyes, Architect Vinita, and you wipe success.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And on that note, we will now be felicitating and acknowledging an individual, the Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. Very important. And the award goes to
felicitating an individual, the Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Pradeep Agarwal, Founder and Chairman, Signature Global India Private Limited.
Pradeep, all I have to say to you, you are truly a force to reckon with. Could we please have you on the stage and hear you as a part of your acceptance speech?
Thanks, Reality Plus and jury on board. So, आज इस लीडरशिप अवार्ड के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत थैंक्स। लीडरशिप जो है एक विजन को अपनी जो क्षमताएं हैं उससे हकीकत में बदलने की एक कला है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इस हकीकत के बदलने के पीछे जो एंटायर सिग्नेचर ग्लोबल फैमिली का एक दिन रात जो मेहनत है, उस मेहनत को ग्राउंड पर जो उतारना है वही कहीं ना कहीं एक लीडरशिप की क्वालिटी पैदा करता है। तो रियलिटी प्लस को और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस अवार्ड से को मुझे देने के लिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू वेरी वेरी मच सर। और जिन ऊंचाइयों को आपने छुआ है और जो प्रेरणा आप हमें दे रहे हैं, आई थिंक उसकी बहुत अहमियत हम समझते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर इंस्पायरिंग अस and for the lovely values that you've shown across your amazing career. Thank you very, very much. And congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we heard an achiever. We heard somebody who is breaking boundaries. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, thank you very, very much once again for inspiring us. And with that, isi ke saath, we are celebrating now the dynamism of Realty's young leaders. That is the award, yes, for the Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to
Celebrating the dynamism of Realty's young leaders is the award for Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Yash Meghlani, Managing Director, Mixon Group.
many, many congratulations, Yash, for this badge of excellence that you carry on your shoulders. We're so proud to be felicitating you at this munch of the awards. Congratulations again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, be there with us, stay tuned with us just for the last few minutes, because you know what? They say that the more you celebrate your life, the more you have ideally in your life to celebrate. This is a moment of celebration. So while we say congratulations to all you achievers for being honored and for being commended for your outstanding accomplishment, we come to, yes, we do come to the fantastic closing of the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 North. But here's the big moment that we've been waiting for, some endorphins and endorphins at the same time. This is your moment. All the winners, along with jury members also, could we request you to come just lit up, switch on your cameras, and we are all set for a group photo right in just few seconds from now, as we see all of you appearing right there, just sharing that vibe of connectivity, sharing the vibe of being stakeholders of the realty industry, the industry that's so dear to us, right? So let's just quickly open our cameras and be ready for a winning pose, whichever it is for you. For me, this is the victory sign. And that's how I love to pose after maybe winning a trophy that you won today, actually. Also glorious and good, feel good. But you could have your own style and, of course, gesture of celebrating it. So let's just smile widely. Let's just pose. And on my countdown, we're going to be clicking a nice, happy picture that speaks of triumph. Everybody else who can join us, That will be remarkable as we celebrate this across social media as well. So keep doing it. 3, 2, 1. And here we go with a big smile. All right, so that's a good Kodak moment, I guess. Great, thank you so much. It feels very, very empowering. Can we clap for ourselves? Can we all clap ourselves? You can pat your back, hug yourselves, just to show some self-love, because you've truly done and made us proud and yourselves at the same time, along with the entire team there. So very, very well done. And with that, I'm going to be asking all of you to remember once again to tag us with all the shots that all the screen grabs that you've taken today, or maybe how lovingly you've just dressed up for the awards ceremony. Click your picture. Don't forget on that bit also. And our social media handles are at RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. So I want to see a lot of stories and all those comments, and of course tweets, whichever form, but just show us some love with the pictures and your participation with us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, let's also have a quick glimpse of all our winners once again on the stage, and we can just jog our memories to see as to who bagged the limelight today. So right there on the screen, as you can see, those are our illustrious set of winners, I would say, who made it this evening. So let's all congratulate them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, the backstage is lit, the spotlight is lit, and this feels amazing. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big, big congratulations to all of you, to all the winners, because you've made industry proud with your dedication and performance. And yes, the biggest thank you, I always reserve it for my audience members, because you are the showmakers. So big thank you to you from our team of Realty Plus. Thank you once again to all of you for taking the time to come be connected with us today. Your participation, presence, if I talk about, makes it what it is. Cherishing, memorable, something that we look forward to, right? We do wish you good health, wealth, and happiness. So with that, of course, I'm going to say that we are, and perhaps I'm positively impatiently looking forward to host you all, see you all, along with my team, hopefully with the delightful opportunity of connecting in person with all of you. So thank you and God bless. But before I leave you, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, here's a little treat for your eyes and cognizance both. So can we all wrap up with the final thing that's coming on the screen? Watch it out and have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much.